This is the elemental test at the Royal Magic Academy, the examination that determines each student's elemental ability and how well they can wield it. The test begins, and the Emperor's daughter herself reveals a light elemental ability of 52%. Next is Seth, one of the Academy's best students. His result shows an elemental control of sand at 71%. But when Cyan's turn comes, everyone freezes in shock. He possesses the rare element of darkness, and at an astonishing 92%. Even the greatest student in the Academy's history only achieved 88% upon graduation. After the test, Cyan quietly returns to his room. But in the hallway, two senior students are waiting. They want to test how strong he really is, and to bully him, of course. What they don't know is that Cyan has been expecting them. Before they realize what's happening, it's already too late. With a single kick, Cyan sends one of them crashing into the wall. And you may wonder, what kind of mage has such physical strength and speed? The answer is simple. He was a deadly assassin in his past life. Despite facing the continent's most talented squad of knights, Cyan Vert refuses to give up. He is the bastard son of a duke, and the most feared assassin on the entire continent. For as long as he can remember, his father tasked him with supporting his legitimate brother from another mother and protecting the honor of their clan. In doing so, he became the hidden catalyst behind Vert's rise to power. He carried out every order without hesitation, taking on all the dirty work, whether it was aiding Ashel in the imperial succession struggle, eliminating rivals during the Demon King army's invasion, or waging war to unify the continent. Yet after years of unwavering loyalty, the only reward he received was betrayal. His own brother branded him nothing more than a vile assassin who meddled with the forbidden powers of the mist. Using this as an excuse, Ashel conspired to have him eliminated. Cyan couldn't stomach being discarded so easily after sacrificing so much without question. Rage consumed him, and he attempted to strike his brother down before he ended up dying. But against this cheap imitation of Gilgamesh, he stood no chance, and was cut down. This was never how he envisioned his life ending. Then, a miracle occurred. He opened his eyes and found himself back in the past. And the very first person he saw was Emily, the maid he hadn't laid eyes on in 20 years. His eyes scanned the room. It's definitely the past. He remembers this moment clearly. It's 27 years ago, the year 985, 1 year before he enters the academy. Every year, the duchy hosts a training duel, and this year, Duke Vert, the current head, and their father will be watching. Today's opponent? His half-brother, Kranz Vert. They're the same age, but Kranz is the son of Margaret Urzeth, the Duke's wife, which meant all the attention went to him. Even though he was just as young, being born to a different woman made all the difference. After this duel, he becomes the butt of every joke in the family. This match is why their father stopped even acknowledging him. The maid quietly urges him to back out before getting hurt. He ignores her and draws his rapier. The weight of the weapon catches him off guard. His strength really is that of a child. It doesn't feel like a dream. There's no illusion magic at play here. He accepts it. This is real. He's back. Kranz sneers and mocks him, wondering why he hasn't run off yet. The Duke signals for the match to begin. His opponent lunges immediately, but Cyan's eyes catch the movement. It's sluggish, obviously. He dodges without much effort. A quick twist of the wrist knocks the blade aside. He kicks a leg out, sending Kranz crashing to the ground. The Duke watches, mildly entertained, while Margaret stares in horror. A single thrust to his throat would end the match and give him victory, but he hesitates. Winning isn't enough. In his previous life, Kranz made him miserable for fun. Now that he has the upper hand, he might as well crush that smug attitude for good. In this new life, he's done being anyone's servant. He'll carve out his own path on his terms. He drives his boot into Kranz's face over and over until he blacks out, earning the win by knockout. Once the duel ends, he is summoned to meet with the Duke. A high-ranking knight escorts him through the halls toward the chamber. Just before they arrive, he spots Margaret stepping out of the office. A crooked grin tugs at his lips. She's clearly just finished ranting about her precious son. He throws a casual jab, asking if Kranz is holding up all right. Her expression twists with fury, and she snaps, demanding how he dares act concerned after what he did out there. He brushes past her like she's air, muttering that that's how duels work, but she's not about to let that go. Loud enough for anyone nearby to hear, she spits that this is exactly why illegitimate brats like him shouldn't be treated like real heirs. Then she takes it further, insulting his mother and claiming he should be groveling in alleyways for scraps. She hisses that he had no business fighting at all. The words sink in and his jaw tightens. Her venom finally hits a nerve. His anger simmers, sharp and silent. He briefly considers killing her but settles on a more satisfying plan to make her suffer instead. He, of all people, knows exactly how to break her slowly and deliberately. Cyan informs her he'll be enrolling in the academy, with Kranz. She squints, unsure what he's getting at. So he spells it out, his tone sharp and deliberate. She wouldn't want her son graduating without his limbs intact. Her focus should be on him now. She steps forward, but the knight blocks her way and says the meeting with the Duke is urgent. They don't have time to waste. He gives her one last smirk before turning toward the Duke's chambers. He walks into the office and offers a formal greeting. Memories flicker, his father's face, and it's been 15 years since they last met in person. The man, Duke Willius Vert, the mighty feudal lord of Velius, defined by many titles, the continent's shield, the hero who held back the demon onslaught for years with sheer magical might. He carried that burden to his last breath during the demon raid. All he ever wanted was peace across the continent. But Cyan sees him differently. A man who chose to live his entire life as a servant of duty, when he had the freedom not to, is nothing but a fool. The Duke skips past greetings and gets straight to business, telling him that the moment Kranz charged, he locked onto the sword's trajectory and dodged. Then he asks how long he's known how to wield a blade like that. Our protagonist replies that he trained on his own every night. The Duke clearly doubts him and says he's never shown the slightest interest in swordsmanship, so why hide such skill? He answers that he didn't want to attract attention. The man finds it odd that he didn't hold back against Kranz and questions whether that level of aggression was really necessary. Cyan says he needed to prove something, that he's better than Kranz, despite their shared bloodline. The Duke breaks into a wide grin, intrigued and excited by what he just heard. He's gone beyond expectations. He tells him he could grow into a powerful and dependable ally for Ashel one day. Cyan freezes at the sound of that name. The idea of supporting someone like Ashel, now that he knows who he truly is absurd. Just like always, the Duke's obsession with Ashel hasn't changed. He grabs his son's hands and says he can ask for anything he wants as a reward. It'll be granted. He takes this chance as the opening shot to destroy everything Ashel's built and asks to be sent to the battlefront. Back in his room, the maid nearly jumps out of her skin when she hears what he's requested. She calls him insane for wanting to go to a place swarming with wicked creatures and demonic monsters. Velius, the western territory of the Ushif Empire, is the only region that qualifies as the true battlefront, and even Lamia Valley is considered the front line. It's a brutal war zone that's been locked in a fight against demons for centuries. Because of that, his father gives him one condition. He has 1 month to become strong enough to be worthy of entering Lamia Valley. He has no clue how much stronger he needs to be to meet that standard, but he knows he has to raise his physical capabilities as high as possible in the meantime. He's still weaker than most kids his age. What he does have is combat intuition carried over from his past life and a faint trace of magic within himself. If he can build up his body, he might actually put it to use, so the training starts now. Alice storms into the room calling his name with fire in her voice. She's already heard the news about his plan to head to the battlefront. She lays into him, accusing him of letting his win against Kranz get to his head. Then she tells him to meet her on the rooftop. She wants to test him, and if he can hold his own against her for 3 minutes, she won't stop him from going. He tries to talk her down, saying there's no reason for them to fight over this, but she shuts him down cold and asks if he's just chasing after her family's legacy. That's when it clicks. He gets why she's so aggressive. But he doesn't give a damn about her family name. His duel with Kranz wasn't even a full day ago, so his body is still wrecked. But she doesn't hold back. She comes at him hard with her broadsword. He reacts just in time, managing to block her strike. She pulls back, taken aback that he defended himself. A 10-year-old with a rapier just deflected her greatsword. She shrugs it off as pure luck and unleashes a flurry of fast attacks. He barely holds them off and takes some hits, but he sees a weak spot in her guard and turns the tables. He parries, slips inside her defense and counters, his blade aiming for her neck. She doesn't have time to dodge the counter, but Cyan twists his blade at the last second, giving her a window to escape. If he hadn't done that, she would have dropped dead on the spot. The Mist's sword technique wasn't built for mercy. Most of its fog-based forms are made for killing, which makes it hard to hold back, especially when his physical strength is still lacking. But now he's starting to burn out. To make up for what his body can't handle, he's been forcing mana through his sword, and he's just about hit the wall. He catches her mid-chant, blending earth and wind into her blade, and shifts into stance. The determination on her face says she's going all in, so he braces for impact, knowing damn well that trying to block that hit could send him flying out of the castle. He charges, hoping pure adrenaline and blind faith will unlock his magic mid-run. But before their blades connect, the knight Ulkin drops in and shuts the whole thing down, blocking them both. He scolds her for going too far on someone younger. Reality hits fast. She blinks, then suddenly pulls him into a hug, trembling and apologizing for snapping. She just wanted to stop him from throwing himself into the battlefield. He gets it. He knows how she is, how she gives everything she has to everything. His sister, the prodigy who scored top marks across every subject at the Royal Academy, her looks alone had people calling her a child blessed by the gods. She'd trained with the sword since she could walk. She once matched Ashel blow for blow in their fight for the title of Continent's Guardian, but then it all collapsed. She joined the Knights of Light and got killed. He clutches her tight and swears to himself. This time, he'll protect her. In the middle of their moment, she turns to Ulkin and narrows her eyes. Wasn't he the Duke's personal knight? What's he doing here if the Duke already left for war? The knight says he's just acting under orders to guard Cyan while the Duke's away. It's supposed to be a quiet mission, no one's meant to know. The younger man had already sensed him back in the Duke's office, but still finds it odd that his father wanted this whole thing kept under wraps. Mid-thought, fatigue hits like a truck and he knocks out in her arms. She smiles softly, thinking to herself, he really is still just a kid. The next morning, she heads back to the academy. He gets to work training his body. He can barely crank out 10 push-ups, still weak, and the need to grow stronger is getting louder every day. For the past 2 weeks, he's been grinding through strength training. No results. He misses the strength he used to have. He needs anything that works. While he's sinking into that pit, the maid walks in with a message. A package from his sister has arrived. Inside is a bottle of hellhound blood, something he'd asked her for, a rare material from Lamea Valley. The blood of a demonic beast, notorious for its horrible stench and burning taste. People say it's poisonous, but from experience he knows better. It gives a permanent boost to mana and physical power. The maid looks horrified and asks if he's really about to drink that stuff. He shrugs and tells her that after surviving her cooking, this is basically tea, then downs the whole thing in one go. The heat and rush of power spread through his system. Then he says he's heading out for a walk. He goes to a spot he remembers clearly from his past life. He's been waiting for 2 weeks to do this, specifically for a moment when Ilkin isn't around to report back. Years ago, Ashel received a divine revelation from Lumendel, the god of light. It spoke of an ancient temple hidden in the mountains. He hadn't believed it then, but the place turned out to be real, a zone where mana gathers in heavy concentration. In this timeline, though, that prophecy hasn't happened yet. He's the only one who knows it exists. He crouches, feeling along the earth, searching for the exact spot where the mana thickens. Then he channels his magic, and the entrance to the temple begins to open. He steps inside the temple and instantly realizes something's off. It doesn't look quite the same as it did before. This place, once a shrine devoted to the god of light Lumendel, had its history erased during the demon god war that wiped everything clean 3 centuries ago. He moves deeper into the ruins, eyes locking onto a glow pulsing from a sword, the temple's core. Back in 999, BF, before Foundation, humanity had finally driven the Demon King's forces out of Velius. The demons had power far beyond human capabilities, but humans found salvation in ancient relics called the God's Weaponry, artifacts that turned the tide. Among them was Duran Dark, a sacred blade personally blessed by Lumendel. This sword was credited as the key that let humanity win the war, and it will also be the weapon that ends his life someday, when it's in the hands of Vert Ashel. He places a hand on it. As expected, it doesn't react. He walks away, not even surprised. There's an old legend. After stepping beyond the blade's glow, a strange shadow appears. It looks like the sword's cast at first glance, but it's not a shadow. Where there's light, darkness follows. And this darkness is actually a concealed passage, hidden beyond the altar, leading to a secret chamber. He follows it in and finds a sword resting dead center in the room. His eyes soften. It's like reuniting with an old friend, the same blade from his past life. He steps forward, grips the handle, and speaks its name, Karam. The sword submits instantly. He gives it a few swings, but the magic that once pulsed through it isn't responding. It must still be deep in hibernation. Even so, the rush of finding it again fills him with something close to joy. Then, out of nowhere, a voice echoes through the chamber, asking if he really feels no fear, whether he understands what it means to awaken the demon sealed in that sword. She says it's too late to back out now and lunges, aiming to take his body. But he grabs her by the throat before she can get close. He says she's acting way too reckless and wasn't like this before. The demon looks shaken. How can a kid touch her? He calmly reminds her that the blade belongs to him. She tries to push back, then freezes. She senses something, asks if he's the successor. Why does he carry Eru's presence? He repeats himself. He owns this sword. He inherited Eru's legacy, and she should kneel to her new master. She doesn't buy it, calls bullshit, and attacks. He sighs, realizing words won't work. The will of a demonic weapon always ends with it trying to claim the user's body. So he cuts the conversation short, flicks a finger, and slams her skull into the temple floor. He warns that if she doesn't submit now, things will get uglier. She growls, enraged, so he doubles down, pressing her even deeper into the ground to make his point. The pressure works. She breaks and finally calls him master. With that done, he figures it's time to head back. He's already been away too long. Karam practically hums with excitement, eager to breathe open air again after so long underground. She asks his name, curious. When he tells her, she raises an eyebrow. Out of everyone, why would Eru pick a kid she's never even heard of? He answers that he was chosen in a past life. He's already died once. As they walk, he passes Duran Dark, staring at it. He says it'll need to sit tight. Its real owner won't show up for another 2 decades. Karam still isn't convinced about the whole reincarnation thing, so he cuts the hilt off the sacred blade. She asks what the hell he's planning with that. He says it'll make the future a hell of a lot more fun. As the cart finally reaches its destination, our MC finally steps off the vehicle. Still can't believe the moment has actually come. The Duke is already there waiting, flanked by his knights. His father approaches and asks him straight if he's truly set on entering the battlefront, that if he wants to turn back now, he won't stop him. He gives a firm nod, saying he's confident in the path he's chosen. The Duke turns to Eelkin and commands him to activate the scroll. The knight tosses it out, magic flares, and a hellhound emerges from the summoned light. It's the trial meant to judge his worth. These creatures are low-tier demonic beasts straight out of Lamia Valley. He immediately shifts into stance, eyes locked on the enemy. From a distance, his father reminds him, his actions come with weight. If he wants this, he has to prove his strength and take responsibility by passing the test. A few days earlier, he had gone to Ulkin with a request for a duel. He needed something real. Training by swinging at air wasn't cutting it anymore. He wanted to know what a proper fight felt like. The knight told him he should be sparring with kids his own age, someone like Kranz, but every time he showed up, Kranz bolted. Still, Ulkin wasn't sold. He had doubts, but eventually agreed, on one condition. He would fight using only the sheath and stick strictly to defense. He agreed to the terms and added one more request. No matter what happened that day, the knight wasn't allowed to tell the Duke. Before he could say a word, our MC charged in with full force. The strike was blocked, but the weight behind it caught Ulkin off guard. He didn't expect a 10-year-old's blade to hit that hard. The kid circled relentlessly, movements fast enough to blur. Ulkin struggled just to track him. Then came a high slash from behind. The knight parried, but there was no room to breathe. Blow after blow came crashing down, every strike backed by full effort. He blocked them all barely. Eventually our MC stopped. As expected, he wasn't ready to win yet, but he thanked Ulkin for the fight and headed off. The knight stood there in shock. The fragile little noble he once knew had changed, grown way too fast. So now, watching him face the hellhound, he's convinced those beasts aren't going to be a problem. He watches it make its move, it charges. He dodges cleanly. Even with how far he's come, taking on a beast like this still pushes his limits, so ending it fast is the only way. The next time it lunges, he sidesteps and drives his blade across its throat, straight into its brain. It collapses immediately. As the blood pools out, he eyes it with a stray thought. How fun would it be to bottle up a few jars of this stuff? But people would probably lose it if they saw him doing that. His father claps, impressed. The test is over, he passed. The Duke tells him they'll meet again at the front lines. Karam murmurs from his sword, asking why he didn't use her to finish the beast. She needs blood if she's going to wake fully. He reassures her. Soon enough, he'll use her to his heart's content. At the battlefront, a massive ogre is tearing through the front ranks. The Duke gives a sharp command for the soldiers to fortify the defense line and eliminate the ogre immediately. A barrage of magical attacks is hurled at the creature. Binding spells tighten around it, locking its movement with arcane chains. While the beast is immobilized, he charges in with the main force to finish it off. From a distance, Cyan and his maid quietly observe. She breaks down in tears and asks why he insists on being in a place like this. He feels no fear. In fact, he admits the place almost feels nostalgic. The Duke approaches and asks how it feels to stand on the front lines for the first time. Cyan replies that he feels a little nervous. In response, his father reminds him that death can strike anywhere and any time, so staying sharp is non-negotiable. He nods, thanking him for the warning, but he's already aware that scenes like this are typical out here. There are usually 3 or 4 full-scale battles each day, and each one comes with a precise protocol designed to help them defeat the demons. With the advanced knights forming the backbone of the force, they handle any monsters trying to breach the line. When the battle concludes, he returns to his assigned tent, far in the back, deep within the safest sector. But the guards in this area follow orders too strictly, which means he won't be able to summon Karam. He has to wait until dinner to sneak off and train outside. He sees her trembling and asks what she's even doing. She repeats the Duke's warning. He tells her to pack her bags and go back to the castle. She yells that she can't leave him alone. He's hopeless without her there. If she disappeared out of nowhere, no one would care for him. She walks out of the tent, saying it's time to eat. He doesn't like how she acts with him, but lets it go. Later that night, once everyone is sleeping, he slides a plush doll under his blanket to cover for his absence. She asks if he's heading out to train. He nods, confirming it. She praises his commitment and says the Duke would be proud seeing him like this. He excuses himself and tells her to handle things and keep his absence quiet. Since it's night, the patrols tend to be tighter. Now is the best window while people are occupied. He cloaks himself in fog magic to slip through unnoticed. He recalls this place should still be crawling with monsters, the ideal ground for Karam. She smells the heavy scent of blood in the air and can barely contain her thrill. She begs him to let her cut down the beasts. He lunges into the hound pack, ripping through with a sweeping fog assault, tearing them apart without slowing down. He harvests the blood from the slaughtered hounds and drinks it, recharging his mana and body and feeding Karam the power to grow stronger. She starts to get impatient, wondering how many more beasts they'll need to kill to reach their goal. He tells her they'll stay and train here all night. The area will keep drawing in more monsters. Elsewhere, across the front lines, a group of knights is escorting a royal convoy through the mountain paths. The maid seated in the cart tells the young girl inside that heading to the battlefield is too dangerous and turning back would be safer. The child, with her gloomy look and smug tone, warns the woman to quit treating her like a kid before she pisses her off. She's supposedly the next heir to an empire. The maid apologizes for overstepping and brings up something she heard. The Duke of Vert has brought his youngest son to the front lines, and apparently he's around the same age as her. The girl reacts with surprise at the Duke's decision. Why would he send someone that young into war? The maid clarifies that the Duke didn't make him go. He volunteered on his own. She repeats that he's probably her age and suggests they should get along if they ever cross paths. The girl flips into full tsundere mode and insists she's not interested in meeting him. The maid apologizes again, but the girl finally relaxes a bit and asks for his name. She tells her he's called Cyan Vert. The girl whispers it under her breath, clearly intrigued by whoever this bold young kid might be. The following day on the battlefield, Duke Vert leads his knights with precise coordination to subdue the monsters and wipe them out. After clearing the field and eliminating the threats, he approaches his son to ask how he feels after throwing himself into combat. Our MC replies that there's still a long path ahead, but he's eager to walk it. His father, impressed by his courage and resolve despite his age, smiles and says he's proud. He stares at him, surprised. It's the first time he's seen this kind of warmth. Before walking away, the Duke tells him they need a private talk inside his tent the next day. That night, with the camp deep in sleep, he makes his way to the rear zone of the front, like always, to train. But something's off. A death worm appears before him. These creatures usually spawn much deeper in the valley, so finding one here doesn't add up. In his current state, he's struggling to keep up, and Karam urges him to hand control over if he wants to survive. He knows her too well. What she really wants is full access to his body. She keeps pushing, telling him those weak swings won't do anything to a worm that can heal every wound in seconds. He has to one-shot it to end the fight for good. He hears her out. This fight could drag on forever if he keeps going solo. Even though he's consumed an absurd amount of demonic beast blood over the past month, he still feels miles from being truly strong. Letting her take over might be his only option. He steps forward, allowing it. With the 9th form of thick fog, demonic sword manifestation, she unleashes her full speed and strength, slicing the worm into pieces with almost no effort. Meanwhile, the Duke, accompanied by several of his royal trainees, passes through the area and spots the scattered corpses of hounds that were slain earlier. They immediately pick up on the dense mana lingering in the space, and it raises suspicion that a demon might be responsible. He orders the group to search the scene and get it secured quickly. This kind of thing can't be left unchecked, especially if there's demonic activity. As he studies the cuts and marks on the bodies, he notices they resemble his son's fighting style, but shakes the thought off. They sweep the area and end up finding a massive dead deathworm. A new question is raised. Who could have taken down that many beasts solo? He starts forming a theory. Some kind of secret organization might be behind these incidents. Back in his tent, our MC lies on his bed, thinking back on the last time he used the demonic sword manifestation. It's the technique that lets Karam fully take over and unleash her powers with no restraints. But the risk is steep. If he slips, she could remain in control permanently. That's why he can't use it on weaker monsters. The cost is too high. Fatigue sets in. His body's sore and heavy. If he hadn't been drinking all that demon blood during his stay here, he'd have collapsed long ago. As he's trying to rest, she appears, telling him she finally understands something. On the inside, he's clearly mature, but his body's still stuck in a kid's form. His instincts, awareness, and fighting skills don't match his age at all. He moves through Lamia Valley like someone who's trained for decades, and the way he uses a sword only adds to that. It's almost like he's had 30 years of experience. And after hearing what he said before about dying, she's now fully convinced. He must have come back from the future. He gives her a tired look and tells her it should have been obvious from the start. She, being the loud beast she is, yells in frustration. But once she calms down, she begins digging into the details of his past death. It must have taken someone damn strong to kill him. Her theory? He was taken down by the wielder of the Duran Dark, either lost in a duel or was betrayed by someone close. She leans toward the second one. He asks how she's so sure. She explains that earlier, she saw him looking at that sword like it meant something to him, like it carried a past. And if that's the case, he's probably out for payback. Her tone shifts, and she growls that if he ever dies or gets defeated again, she'll devour him whole. He knocks her on the head and reminds her who's actually in control, but inside, he's quietly relieved. She hasn't changed a bit since the day they met in his previous life. Later that day, something feels off. People are acting jumpy for no clear reason. He heads out to figure out what's going on and runs into Emily. She tells him that news just came in. High-ranking monster corpses were discovered in the valley near the rear camp, the same area he's been staying in. He instantly realizes she's talking about the creatures he's been taking out every night. He asks if any other rumors have started spreading, but before she can say more, Yulkin interrupts, saying the Duke wants to speak with him. He knows he's screwed. He handled the corpses just last night. He walks into his father's tent and greets him like always. There's hesitation in his chest. If the topic comes up, he doesn't know what excuse to give. His father would immediately recognize his attack pattern. The Duke gestures for him to sit down, and without any build-up or delay, Father immediately addresses the reason Father summoned him. Father questions where he was last night. With no hesitation and a straight face, he lies, claiming he went to bed early. Suspicion flickers. Those markings they discovered yesterday bear an uncanny resemblance to the cuts left by his sword style. But after a moment, the Duke tempers his thoughts, pushing the suspicion aside. There's no way a kid could have taken down something as massive and dangerous as a death worm. Father asks why he's being questioned. The tone shifts, more serious now, as Father brings up the monster corpses found near the camp. They need to look into it thoroughly, but the one theory Father keeps circling back to is that it might be tied to an old assassin organization known as the Mist. He plays dumb like he's never heard the name before, but the explanation continues. Supposedly, the Mist has existed for centuries. No one knows their motive or ultimate purpose, but they've left a trail of dead nobles in their wake. Their signature? Every kill site is shrouded in black fog. Then one day they just vanished. The last known sighting was 300 years ago. But the troubling part is, the monsters found yesterday were surrounded by that same black fog, the kind linked to Eru, the god of darkness. He's the source of the organization's power and the deity they worship. Based on that alone, the Duke assumes the Mist is behind the Deathworm's slaying and the other recent monster kills. Hearing this, our MC can't help but admire the sharp intuition. Even with the organization having disappeared for centuries, his father pinned the fog back to them instantly. The Duke admits they don't yet understand why the Mist has suddenly reappeared, but regardless, the Empire's higher-ups must be informed. He feels slightly relieved. His father didn't suspect a thing and believed the lie. From that perspective, it makes zero sense for someone his age to be tied to a legendary underground group. The topic shifts. Does he know about the guests arriving later today? He does. The Emperor is set to visit the front. The older man nods, then says he wants a small favor. Meanwhile, the Emperor reaches the battlefield, welcomed respectfully by the knights. The Duke bows on one knee to greet his sovereign, but the Emperor quickly dismounts and tells him there's no need for ceremony. They've been friends for years. He then spots our MC nearby and introduces him as the youngest member of the Vert family. The Emperor seems genuinely pleased to see someone so young surviving in the brutal environment of the front lines. He finds it astonishing. Now he understands why his father wanted him present for this visit. This was the first time he was being formally introduced as the Duke's son. Back in his past life, whenever the Emperor came by, he was always told to stay locked in his room. But now, he feels real happiness, finally being recognized publicly with pride. The Emperor then gestures to his young daughter, introducing her. The white-haired girl from earlier is none other than Arryn Severs, the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. He immediately identifies her. She's infamous as the tragic 5th princess. The favor mentioned earlier was about her. His father wanted him to ensure her safety. Since they're the same age, he could look after her, keep her company, and stay close. It would help to build a bond now, especially since they'll likely see each other again at the academy. He mentions it's a smart move to be on good terms with a member of the royal family, and hopes they'll get along. He isn't exactly eager to befriend her, but he gets where this is going. His father wants him to build the kind of bond he himself has with the Emperor. Still, that's just not who he is. There's no chance they'd ever actually be friends. For now, though, he has to go along with it. He ends up walking beside her like he was told. She pauses by the river, eyeing it curiously, and asks why the water is red. He tells her it's called the Blood River. Name says it all. When demons get fatally wounded or lose their ability to fight, they instinctively crawl to this river. Eventually, the bodies rot, and the fluids run into the water, staining it red. The idea of a river full of corpse runoff makes her sick. She then asks where exactly the river flows. He enjoys the chance to spook her, saying it heads straight to the demon realm, and if she swims far enough, she might bump into the Demon King. Their eyes drift to the sky, where a faint yellow glow appears on the horizon. He explains the light means demonic beasts are closing in. She panics, asking why demons would dare come this close to the camp. Meanwhile, up at the front lines, the Duke starts organizing for battle. He instructs the knights to focus on guarding the Emperor, then tells the rest of the army to shift west with him. The Emperor interrupts, declaring he won't sit back and let others shield him. He hasn't tasted real combat in ages and is itching to dive into the action. The Duke has no choice but to comply. They announce the Emperor is joining the charge, while the rest of the knights handle the incoming demons. The Duke then calls out for his son to join the others. He doesn't hesitate and moves to follow orders, but before he can leave, Arryn stops him and asks if he's really capable of fighting demons alone. He gives a nod, but she cuts him off, insisting she wants to come too. If he can go, then so can she. They're the same age. He brushes her off, telling her people die in this. Being the stubborn, loud kid she is, she yells that she still wants to go. He ignores her and calls for Ulkin, assigning him to keep her safe and take her somewhere far from the fight. Furious, she starts yelling insults at them for treating her that way. He walks up to her with that cold stare of his and tells her straight, If she keeps throwing herself into things like this, knights will die. Maybe dozens, maybe hundreds. Is she ready to bear the weight of that? Her eyes well up. That hit too deep. He turns and starts to walk away. Before leaving, he tells her to pack up and go home if she's just going to cry like a child. Back in the camp, high-level demonic beasts begin their attack. The Duke commands the army to prep for battle and wipe out every last one. The soldiers respond with fire and charge straight for the demonic snail. The ruler of Ushif, Emperor Dionys Varus, has taken 2 wives throughout his reign. The first, Diana Kozel, passed away years ago. The second, Cassandra Nepellis, currently serves as a royal judge within the Empire's court. Diana bore him 2 daughters, the Empire's first and second princess. Cassandra, on the other hand, gave birth to the 3rd and 4th princes. But then came Erin, the 5th princess, born not of nobility, but from a commoner woman. A child born out of wedlock, her existence has been treated like a blemish, ostracized and labeled as something unnatural, unworthy of royalty. Still, despite the constant humiliation and social scorn, she never let their judgment define her. She carried herself with the grace and presence expected of any princess, and she dedicated herself with intensity to her academic path. Even so, things eventually spiraled. She was later accused of turning her back on the empire and banished from the royal bloodline. No one knows for sure what became of her, but rumors suggest she caught some incurable illness and died alone on a remote island. That was enough to earn her the nickname, the Tragic Princess. He, for one, believes things could have turned out differently. Always thought she might have stood a chance at a decent life, if only she weren't so caught up in dreams and blind ambition. She drew too much attention. Karam constantly teases him, claiming her story practically mirrors his. Meanwhile, far across the war zone, the Emperor and the Duke have been making significant progress wiping out the monster swarms. Dion channels raw lightning through his body, slicing through the stragglers like they're nothing. He might hold the throne, but he's also earned a reputation as a terrifyingly skilled magic wielder. Creatures like these barely slow him down. Once the area is cleared, the 2 duck inside the command tent to rest. The Emperor pours himself a drink and offers one too, just to reminisce about the old days. The offer is declined. There's no room for Buzz's judgment on the front, so he shrugs and drinks solo. As the quiet stretches between them, he casually brings up a troubling matter. Several nobles have been killed lately, and word is spreading fast, unsettling both citizens and soldiers. The Duke immediately asks whether there's any link between the deaths. Patterns. Strange signs. Dione tells him the common thread is corruption. Every noble taken out so far had a dirty record, and more importantly, every corpse showed signs of black fog residue. That makes his companion pause. He says he noticed the same kind of fog behind the camp just yesterday, which leads him to suspect that the black fog users have resurfaced. The Emperor agrees. It's definitely something they'll have to look into further. Then the topic shifts. He's heard whispers that Erin is being blamed for the recent chaos, and it's starting to weigh on him. He's been trying to keep things from boiling over, but some factions are clearly looking to use the situation against her. He turns to the Duke, face open and serious, and asks for one thing. If something happens, if he dies first, he wants his old friend to watch over her in his place. The promise is made without hesitation. The Duke swears on his life to protect her, no matter what. And with that, the conversation draws to a close. Back in another tent, he's catching Emily up on everything that went down while she was away. She seems let down that he barely spent time around the princess. He tells her not to expect too much. She laughs, half serious, and throws out that he'll never get married at this rate. He brushes it off and steps out to return to his usual training. But outside, he runs straight into Erin, standing there soaked from the downpour. She walks into the tent beside him and asks where he's heading next. Before he can answer, she tells him to stay for a moment. There's something she wants to talk about. She asks how long he's been stuck out here. He replies, nearly a month now. Not wasting time, he pushes the real question. Why did she come all the way here just to find him? But whatever she wants to say, she holds back. Emily's intense, almost unhinged gaze behind them makes her too uncomfortable to speak freely. He tells her to give them some space so they can talk privately, but she replies with a sarcastic grin, joking that they should all just have fun together. Once she's out of the way, Erin begins by apologizing, admitting she hasn't been behaving like she should, hasn't lived up to what's expected of her. He accepts it without hesitation and admits he might have gone too hard on her earlier. Her voice lowers, weighed down by emotion. She says he's well liked by everyone, that he carries himself with more maturity than she does. He instantly notices the shift in her demeanor. She brings up the fact that he's probably heading back to the academy soon, but he stops her before she can finish. He already knows where she's going with this. She wants to ask if they can be friends once they're there, but he cuts it off. Looking her straight in the eye, he tells her if she came here looking for friendship, she's wasting her time and should walk away. Trying to hold it together, she says she wasn't looking for that, just hoping to be on good terms, and says he's being unnecessarily cruel. With tears starting to fall, she says he probably sees her like everyone else does, a fake, undeserving princess. She takes a breath, pulls herself together, and apologizes for showing up at all, says she overestimated him and walked away with nothing. Then she mutters that he's nothing like his brother, Ashel. That name hits hard. He grabs her arm without thinking, demanding to know how she even knows him. She tells him she ran into Ashel during a walk near the Royal Academy. He told her not to worry about other people's opinions, only to focus on her goals and what she wants. That makes him freeze. It's clear now that his brother had started manipulating her from the very first moment they met, already laying down the trap. He tries to warn her, but before he can get anything out, a deep rumbling shakes the tent. Emily rushes in, panic written across her face, yelling for them to get out immediately. But they're too late. An orc crashes through the top of the tent, smashing into the ground and launching her through the air like a broken doll. From outside, the nearby knights spot the torn-up tent and realize he's still inside. Emily, sprawled in the dirt, breaks into sobs, convinced he's just been killed under the wreckage. Word of the attack reaches the Emperor and the Duke immediately. Both of their children are trapped inside the wreckage of a tent, torn apart by a high-ranking demonic beast. Without pausing, Dione commands the entire military force to head straight to the scene and secure his daughter's life. Meanwhile, panic floods his mind. He can't wrap his head around why powerful monsters keep showing up this far behind enemy lines. They're supposed to stay deep within the valley. Something feels seriously wrong, and he's starting to suspect he might be the reason behind it. Tears well in her eyes when she sees him alive, after genuinely believing the orc had killed him. But he managed to get out before the structure collapsed. There's no way he'd let an orc finish him off when he's slain demon kings in a past life. Beside him, she asks if the knights stationed at the camp are all right. Then she breaks down, overcome with guilt for coming here at all, knowing they would have followed her straight into danger. The knights approach and reassure her that protecting her is their sworn duty, and they're ready to die if that's what it takes. But the words are cut short when the orc storms back into the scene, grabbing one of them, crushing his body in a single grip, and hurling him across the field like nothing. Without hesitation, he steps in front of her, standing between her and any incoming strike. The orc immediately locks eyes on him, confirming the suspicion. These advanced monsters are being drawn specifically to him. He yells for the others to fall back and get her to safety while he holds the beast's attention. Emily grabs the princess and bolts, leaving him to face the threat alone. But his strikes barely scratch the creature. It's like the blows aren't landing at all. Confused and frustrated, he starts wondering what the hell is going on. Why are they so fixated on him? That's when Karam appears, casually explaining that all the demonic blood he's been drinking to get stronger has left him reeking of power, attracting elite monsters like a beacon. Furious, he snaps, demanding to know why she didn't say anything sooner if she knew this from the start. She just grins wickedly and says she's only here for his body anyway. He doesn't hesitate, grabs her and transforms her into his weapon. With her as his blade, he launches into the orc, slicing through limbs like butter and putting it down without breaking a sweat. But then he spots something worse. Dozens more high-level beasts still on the move. She lights up with excitement, thrilled by the prospect of such a massive feast. The mood shifts when they come face-to-face with a devil dragon. He tells her to get ready to tear into it, activating his demonic manifestation to wipe out everything standing in their way. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Duke has just taken out the final remaining monster in his area. Dione turns asking if there's any word on the kids. The reply is grim. There wasn't a single sign of them near the collapsed tent. The Emperor says he must be panicking over his son, but the Duke answers with a cold expression. Any member of the Vert family should know how to survive something like this. What matters now is the princess's safety. As they speak, the knights arrive, successfully bringing her back to her father. She rushes into his arms, breathless, pleading with him to save our MC before it's too late. Meanwhile, the Duke walks up to the maid and asks if she's his personal attendant. When she nods, he asks what happened. With her voice shaking, she explains that he told them to run while he stayed behind to hold off the monsters. One of the knights offers to go retrieve him if given the order, but the Duke takes a moment, then declines. Their focus has to remain on the current wave. If these creatures break through the camps, nothing will stop them from reaching the Empire itself. They have to return to formation before more lives are lost. When someone asks what's going to happen to him, the answer is calm and final. Our MC has already done his part. He protected the princess. That's what being a Vert means. She continues to cry, still blaming herself for everything unraveling around them. But then a sound cuts through the noise, a voice she instantly recognizes. She looks up, eyes wide, as he appears overhead clutching the reins of a flying dragon, shouting desperately for someone to help. Dragons are majestic beings deeply connected to the Creator, revered for their rarity and dignity. Creatures as weak and limited as humans have no business challenging one. So for him, even laying eyes on a dragon in the flesh feels like a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Unfortunately, the one he's latched onto ends up soaring directly above a crowd of people who know exactly who he is. The worst part, he can't afford to be seen in the middle of a fight. But there he is, plain as day, riding a dragon like some reckless idiot. Eyes lock onto him immediately. The Emperor watches with intrigue and asks the Duke if he's planning to save his own son. The Duke, completely unfazed, just sits there, relaxed and detached, observing how our MC handles the mess he's gotten himself into. Meanwhile, he's barely hanging on, regretting everything. He curses himself for being greedy enough to even think about tasting dragon blood in the first place. Before all this chaos began, back when he was still holding off the army of monsters, he had slashed through them quickly, not even sparing a thought, until all that remained was the dragon. Seeing it up close had him practically vibrating with excitement, staring at the mythical beast with wide, awe-filled eyes. But the moment didn't last. It went aggressive fast, blasting a column of fire his way. He dodged and scrambled for the high ground, launching a flurry of attacks in return, but each strike only pissed it off more. Then came the tail swipe, hard and fast, smacking him through the air like a rag doll. Before it could follow up, he switched to martial arts, pounding it with heavy, rapid blows across its body. Still, it wasn't enough to bring the beast down. As he prepped for his next move, something unexpected happened. It stopped. Then it simply turned and flew away. But of course, being the impulsive little gremlin he is, he leapt after it without thinking, grabbing onto its side like a maniac just to steal a taste of its blood. That's how he ended up stuck, clinging to its back, powerless and exposed. She demands to know why he hasn't used her to fight back. At this rate, he's going to get himself killed. He screams back that if anyone sees him use his powers now, he'll be fried alive. He can't let that secret get out. While they're still arguing, they spot the Duke beginning to cast a massive, high-level magic spell, an 8-star incantation. Panic hits immediately. That serious look on his father's face means only one thing. He's about to target the dragon, even knowing his son is on it. The spell launches. Blades of magic shoot into the air, slicing through flesh with terrifying force. He leaps off just in time, trying to dodge the raining blades mid-air. As he falls, she yells for him to use his powers to escape, to fly out before it's too late, but he still can't risk being seen. Desperate, he scans the area and spots a river of blood not too far off. As a last-ditch effort, he shifts his trajectory and aims for it, hoping it'll cushion the fall. Somewhere else in the valley, a pair of demons had been watching the commotion. One, the older of the two, remarks that it must have been a young dragon getting itself into trouble. The white-haired one next to him counters, saying something incredibly powerful must have scared it off. Only a high-level beast could do that. But the elder casually corrects him. That section of the valley is populated solely by humans. Still, if curiosity's got him, he's free to check it out for himself. Just try not to massacre everything in sight. The younger nods, spreading his wings and flying toward the chaos. Back near the river, he somehow survives the fall. Crawling out of the bloody water, breathless and drenched, he drags himself onto the shore to rest. He quickly checks on her, making sure she's alright too, but she's too furious to even speak. He tells her to relax, promises they'll head back soon, but she snaps at him to be careful. Right now, they're standing in the middle of demon territory. He laughs it off, saying there's no way their luck is that bad. Not enough to run into a powerful demon this late in the day. But right on cue, fate slaps him across the face with a voice he knows far too well. A voice burned into his memory for years. The voice of Valkyrian, the Demon King. In the past, everyone who had ever laid eyes on him said it felt like staring directly at the personification of darkness itself. That very presence now looms before Kyan. Instinctively, he shifts into a defensive stance. With a furious tone, Valkyrian demands to know if he is a human. Too tense and hyper-focused to respond, he keeps his silence. In an instant, the Demon King blinks toward him, clearly extending an invitation to fight. Cyan reacts immediately, slashing with Karam, but only manages to shear off a bit of his hair. Valkyrian appears intrigued, impressed even, by the speed of his movement. Karam quickly asks who the hell he's trying to fight, and Cyan answers with a weighty pause. It's the Demon King. That alone sends her into a panic. She says there's no way he can beat someone of that caliber at his current strength. Now stuck in a dire situation, he realizes he's got no real chance of winning, and even escaping could end with him being caught. He locks up briefly, trying to process what to do. But then Valkyrian surprises him by calmly telling him to relax. He claims he won't lay a finger on a kid like him. He even lies down casually, suggesting they just talk for a bit. Cyan finds this strange and out of character, completely baffled by the Demon King's demeanor. Once again, Valkyrian asks if he's really a human and how he ended up here. He answers that yes, he is, and that he ended up falling into the Blood River, which dragged him all the way to this place. Valkyrian, however, isn't fully convinced. He senses something odd emanating from our MC and asks if this is truly his first time here. Cyan nods, but the other still isn't buying it. He then questions whether our MC has seen him before, to which he firmly denies. That answer, however, does feel genuine enough that Valkyrian believes him. After all, how could a human possibly know him when the latter had never even met a human before? Still, Cyan remains unsure, his mind racing to figure out if this really is the same Valkyrian he remembers from his previous life. He decides to ask why he's even here, The Demon King replies that he sensed an unusual surge of energy from this direction and came to investigate, explaining that as ruler of these lands, it's only natural for him to look after them. Our MC's lack of surprise actually reinforces his suspicions. His unbothered expression makes it seem like he already knows him. Valkyrian continues to talk, clearly thinking aloud, but Cyan isn't really listening. He's too caught up in how wildly different this man is from the version he once knew. If everything unfolds the same way it did in his past life, the demon invasion will begin soon. But looking at him now, he just doesn't seem like the type who would trigger such chaos. If this is his real personality, then something must have gone wrong to alter him. So Cyan takes a risk and asks what he truly wants to achieve as Demon King. Amused by our MC's boldness, he says that all he desires is to ensure safety and prosperity for his people, and if anyone threatens that peace, he won't hesitate to wipe them out. For a split second, Cyan glimpses the real core of Valkyrian, a raw force of evil restrained deep within. Something must have set him off in the past to awaken that beast, and our MC knows he has to prevent it from happening. He warns that soon, either Valkyrian or his empire may face a dire turning point. The Demon King frowns, puzzled by the vagueness, asking what he's getting at. Cyan admits he doesn't know the exact details, but if events spiral, a massive conflict between humans and demons could erupt, and he wants terms to stop it. Valkyrian wonders aloud why he'd want to start a war with humans to begin with. Cyan responds with a plea. No matter what happens, promise never to invade the human lands or declare war. That raises an eyebrow from him, who presses, what's in it for him? Cyan promises that whatever threat comes his way, he'll do all he can to support him. Valkyrian still finds it amusing, but there's something about our MC's courage he respects. He asks for his name, and upon learning it, solemnly vows, as Demon King, that he will never initiate war with the humans or encroach upon their lands, regardless of circumstances. But he warns that Cyan must uphold his end. With that said, he takes off into the sky. Not long after, our MC is spotted by frontline scouts patrolling the river. Word spreads fast. He becomes known as the one who survived the Devil Dragon. Later, back within the abbey near the Velius border, Cyan rests in a hospital bed. Erin sits nearby. With flushed cheeks, she hesitantly gathers her words and asks him if he would be hers. Cyan can't make sense of what's unfolding around her. From the look he gives, she picks up that he clearly doesn't want to go through with it, and it hits her hard. Tears start building as she admits it actually tracks that he'd avoid someone like her, just a useless royal with no power to offer. Her reaction starts to wear on him, her mood, her desperation, the way she's laying it all out. It's beginning to grate. Deep down, he already knows she's got nothing practical to bring to the table, but her emotional mess is tugging at his patience. She quickly brushes her tears away and forces a smile, insisting she just needs to level up, get stronger, become powerful enough that someone like him might finally look her way and accept her presence. She locks in that goal, swearing she'll grow so terrifyingly capable that resisting her won't even be on the table anymore. Just before stepping out, she pauses at the door and throws a quiet thanks his way for not dropping dead on the front lines the other day. Some days later, off in the shadowed edge of the forest's rear border, a man slips through the trees, making sure no one's trailing behind. He pulls a cube from his pack, arcane and faintly glowing. The moment it's exposed, dark chains of cursed magic lash out, locking his limbs in place. A voice cuts in behind him, Cyan's, remarking in disbelief that Reynold Crimson was the rat all along. The smuggler immediately launches into a frantic explanation, rambling about how the cube's no ordinary item. It's packed with enough raw mana to give it near-limitless storage, a design straight out of the Garam Kingdom's mage labs. The assassin yanks the cube away and pulls off his mask, revealing his face and casually reciting his full name like he's reading it off an arrest warrant. Reynold freezes, stunned that Cyan's the one who got the jump on him. He demands to know what brought him out here, but the other man doesn't even acknowledge the question, already digging through the crates and supplies the smuggler's been hauling. He notes everything, contraband parts, demonic remnants, and it clicks. Reynold's been draining corpses of their corrupted blood, packing the stuff into carts, and slipping them through the borders with inside help. He's sure of it. Someone's been feeding him access. Reynold shrugs it off, swears he has no clue what his captor's going on about. But Cyan's way ahead. He's seen the demonic blood floating around the underground markets. Somebody's selling. While he tries to piece together who the mole could be, Reynold tries to blindside him with a fireburst. He thinks it'll land, but instead, Cyan's already closed in, slicing through his hands and pinning them into the bark of a nearby tree. Then comes the deal. Either Reynold spills everything, the smuggling path, the identity of the traitor, the whole operation, and gets a clean end. Or he holds out and gets dragged through a torture so drawn out and merciless he'll be begging for death before long. Later, over on the western edge of Velias, inside a trade station near the border, a group of merchants crack open a box of supposed blood shipments, only to recoil when they spot Reynold's decapitated head hovering in a swirl of black mist inside one of the containers. Not far from the scene, Cyan keeps watch from a concealed vantage point, monitoring quietly as his plan unfolds. Karam, standing beside him, questions why he's letting these traitors walk free. He replies flatly, "They just need something to shake them." A warning. He remembers all of this from his last life. Reynold Crimson, deep in bed with Garam's government, had been trafficking corrupted blood right under everyone's nose. Every shipment led back to Garam's mage society, the same people fanatically obsessed with unraveling magic's source and stretching its limits beyond reason. Right now, they're still focused on creating handy tools like the Dimension Cube. But he knows what comes next. Soon they'll push further, start crafting horrors with that blood, twisting magic into something far worse, and he's dead set on stopping that spiral. Karam throws in a jab, mocking him for suddenly doing the Empire a solid after swearing he was done with all that, said he'd live for himself this time. Back in one of the estates owned by the Ushif, Ashel lounges in a room, having just wrapped up some private time with a woman. His attention perks up when she mentions something. Cyan apparently went off to the front lines, and he took their father with him. That's all it takes. Now Ashel's ready to pay his brother a visit. The bastard's been getting on his nerves lately, and he's not letting that slide. Emily lets out a loud cheer the moment she's finally off the front lines and safely inside the castle. The relief is real, and she practically shouts her excitement. She turns to Cyan, saying the academy's going to be a total upgrade compared to this grim place they're stuck in now. But he doesn't share that energy. His face says it all. He already knows what's coming, what's waiting inside those academy walls, and it's nothing like what she's imagining. Truth is, that place isn't the bright new chapter she's hoping for. It's a maze of backroom politics and shallow alliances. Envy fuels everything, and clout outranks talent. Actual learning takes a backseat to social climbing. She, on the other hand, is hyped because she's heard the academy's full of good-looking guys, and she's convinced it might finally be her shot at finding romance. Time passes, and eventually the entrance day arrives. Cyan reaches the front gates and on his way in, runs into Crayons. The moment the guy notices him, he bolts without a word, still spooked from the last time he completely wrecked him. Karam, confused by the sudden retreat, asks what's up with him. Cyan brushes it off, explaining he's just his half-brother. She comments that he doesn't really resemble the rest of the family, but he disagrees, saying he's not all that different from Alice. Once inside, the academy staff greet him, excessively polite, overly respectful, and he clocks something odd. None of them will meet his eye. Their behavior reeks of someone important lurking nearby, probably his father, the Duke, or maybe even his older brother. But he doesn't dwell on it. After grinding non-stop for the past year, he decides to take it as a win. Maybe this is what reward looks like. He moves through the hallway until he reaches his assigned room. Before he even opens the door, a familiar aura cuts through the space. It's strong, unmistakable. Ashel is on the other side. He already knows. And right on cue, as he pushes the door open, there he is, his older brother, standing there with a smug, "been a while" greeting. Cyan keeps himself in check, trying not to do anything reckless. Ashel comments that he probably doesn't even remember him. It's been years, not since before he entered the academy. That flicks a switch. Cyan snaps, fury rising, and moves to grab Karam for a counterattack, but she intercepts him just in time, urging him not to lose it, reminding him that one wrong move here could get him killed. He listens, barely. Instead, he greets Ashel through clenched teeth, saying he'd never forget his older brother's face. The elder laughs and ruffles his hair, pleased he still remembers. Then he strolls deeper into the room, casually mentioning that he's heard Cyan's gotten way better at fighting this past year, and that maybe now he might actually be of some use on the battlefield. Cyan bites back the disgust, says he's looking forward to it too, but the hatred in his eyes says something else. Ashel catches that glare and pauses, says he just dropped by to see him, nothing more. But Cyan knows better. He doesn't waste time on people he thinks are beneath him. If he's here, there's a reason. And oddly, that thought calms him down. Meanwhile, just down the hallway, Emily's lugging his stuff toward the room. She yells out, pissed he didn't come help carry it. But as she approaches, she freezes. Ashel walks out instead. He brushes right past her, telling her not to mind him and to just get back to work. Once he's gone, she vents her frustration, demanding to know why the hell Cyan didn't warn her he'd be here today. He doesn't respond, just tells her to leave him alone for a bit. He locks himself in the bathroom, leans over the sink, and throws up. The pressure, the tension, it all hits him at once. When he steadies himself, he turns to Karam, demanding to know why she stopped him earlier. To him, it made no sense. It was the perfect opening. She could have taken over his body right then. She shuts that down, says she didn't hold back because she was being soft. She just wants his rage to keep growing. The more twisted it gets, the better he'll taste. Cyan smirks, says he prefers her this way. Over in Ashel's private room, a butler enters with an update. As ordered, he's been tracking the second princess, and now he's found her. She's deep in the northern region of the White Elves' territory, Fruina. Ashel raises an eyebrow. Fruina's not exactly welcoming, especially to outsiders. But of course it's her. She's got away with people, Makes sense she'd pull it off. He tells the butler to notify him right away if she ever decides to return. The servant nods, but before exiting, asks if something happened during the meeting. He looks different. Happier even. Ashel laughs, shaking his head. Says it's actually the opposite. His mood's crap. All he can think about is that look Cyan gave him earlier. Sharp and heavy, like he was staring down a sworn enemy. He orders the man to keep tabs on Cyan from here on out. The butler promises to assign someone for surveillance and leaves. Ashel stays behind alone, still thinking. Still trying to figure out what the hell his younger brother might be hiding. Just outside the castle walls, a formation of royal knights waits in full gear, lined up to escort Cyan on his way to the academy. Emily lingers nearby, clearly downcast. She's not allowed to ride along with them, and it stings. He says his goodbyes and tells her to behave, wishing her well before stepping away. Right as he's turning to leave, she calls out to remind him not to get discouraged if people mess with him once he's there, and to take care of himself no matter what. Her words catch him off guard, not because of what she says, but because it proves she hasn't changed at all since his last life. Still the same, still kind, still exactly as she was back then. Like that one time when he was 8, down with a brutal fever, blacking out again and again with no one around to even notice. No one but her. She'd picked him up and carried him on her back, running all the way to the closest doctor. Stayed up through the night beside him, watching over him the entire time. If not for her, he'd probably have died somewhere in a forgotten corner of the castle. Leaning his head out from the cart, he yells back at her, half joking, telling her she better behave, or she'll be punished when he returns. She waves after him, eyes glossy with tears but smiling wide. To him, she's never just been a maid. She's someone he holds close, someone who genuinely matters. Once back inside the cart, something starts to feel off. The escort, 6 nights for one person? It doesn't sit right. He starts to suspect there's more to this than a routine trip. Whatever they're planning, it probably won't wait until he reaches the academy. Hours pass before they pull over. One of the knights tells him they'll be camping here for the night. Curious, he asks where exactly they are. They respond vaguely, claiming it's a location in the center of Saffron, and that they should be arriving at the city by morning. But he knows better. The landscape doesn't match, not even close. No forest like this exists near Saffron. Judging from the surroundings, they've dragged him somewhere isolated, deliberately out of reach. He climbs out of the cart and right away the group closes in, surrounded. Calmly, he asks the only thing that matters. Who's pulling the strings? Who's behind this setup? They don't answer. One of them simply tells him the only thing he needs to know is that he's dying today. A knight steps forward and moves to swing at his neck. He sidesteps effortlessly, then takes the man's head clean off in a single counter. Raising his sword, he levels it at the rest and repeats the question. They rush him all at once, but they don't last long. Within seconds, he cuts through them like dead weight, limbs and armor crashing to the ground. He leaves just one alive. The last knight, staring up in sheer terror, finally understands how he managed to walk away from a demon dragon encounter. The moment they accepted this mission, they were already screwed. He walks over, weapon still drawn, and asks again, "Who ordered this?" No dodging, no delay. Panicking, the knight blurts it out. It was Mrs. Margaret. She's the one who issued the kill order. He doesn't kill him. Instead, they both return to the cart and resume the ride toward the academy. Along the way, the knight offers another piece of the puzzle. Apparently, Kranz had gone to Margaret and asked her for a favor. This hit job? Most likely his request. He grits his teeth. That's enough. He vows to settle things with Kranz later. The knight, looking dejected, asks quietly what's going to happen to him now. He responds flatly. He's useful for the time being. So for now, he can drive. Not long after, the outline of the academy finally comes into view in the distance. They've reached their destination. Back at the estate, Margaret completely loses it when word hits that the mission's gone sideways. News spreads that most of their men were found dead near the road, their corpses discarded like trash. Yet somehow Cyan survived, and worse, made it to the academy. Her nerves spike, disbelief setting in. None of this tracks. The butler calmly suggests they may have misjudged his abilities, but the idea that a kid pulled this off doesn't sit right with either of them. He figures there has to be a hidden hand orchestrating this mess. He floats the idea of sending a cleaner to the academy to finish the job. She cuts him off before he can finish. If they try that, he'll go straight for Kranz. She orders a full blackout. No retaliation, no leaks, no word of today's incident. The servant bows out and leaves, but outside the room, Ashel's butler has been eavesdropping the entire time, undetected. It's been 10 days since Kyan and Brian rode out from Saffron. By now, they've probably figured out he's still breathing. That means the road to the Royal Academy is finally safe. But now he has to figure out what the hell to do with Brian after this. Not long after, as he lounges in the back of the cart, soaking in the quiet, the escort gives him the heads up. They've arrived. He glances out and spots the academy building. Nostalgia hits hard. A flood of memories comes rushing in, some good, most crap. He walks in and hands over his credentials at the front desk. A wave of whispers follows. People stunned to hear the name Cyan Vert. He's instructed to head to his dorm and wait there. In 2 days, he's expected to attend the entrance ceremony and elemental assessment. The staff hands him an ornate key paired with a sealed letter. He gives both a once-over, baffled, then stunned when he learns he's been assigned a royal hall, all to himself. No one in his bloodline has ever gotten that honor, so clearly someone's pulling strings. Brian steps inside with him, still trailing along. Tyan turns to him. Now that the escort gig's over, it's time to settle things. The guy freezes, convinced his time's up. But instead of a blade, he gets a hefty sack of gold, payment for his work, more than enough to start over somewhere. Caught off guard, his eyes well up. He drops to one knee and begs to serve for life. The request throws Tyan completely. Why would anyone want that? So the man explains, his father always told him, if you ever find someone worth your loyalty, don't hesitate. The whole thing annoys Tyan. He thinks it's a stupid way to live. How can Brian be so sure he won't get betrayed down the line? The answer's simple. If it happens, it happens. Tyan shrugs it off and decides to skip the ceremony. He's going straight for the elemental test. Meanwhile, inside the dean's office at the Royal Academy, the man sifts through the latest elemental results. This year's batch brought in plenty of impressive candidates, like Aaron, who scored 2-star mana and shows a 50% alignment with the light element, and more beyond her. He's honestly impressed with what the kids are packing this year, but one name jumps out above the rest. Cyan. 2-star mana, S-rank physique, and most shocking of all, 92% darkness affinity. Not even his sister Alive Ver, the so-called child of God, hit those numbers. She only scored 88 in water when she graduated. He admits it's wild. None of the other prodigies match up to her little brother. Instructor Sarika points out that his element is still darkness. He knows, but she should also know that he was granted a royal hall on direct order from the Emperor. The kid earned it after saving Aaron from a monster attack at the front lines. Now the Emperor's thinking about marrying them off. He asks Sarika what she thinks would happen if the overlooked 5th princess married into the Vert family, known for churning out elite talents. The answer's obvious. Succession drama, empire-wide chaos, maybe even civil war. She cautions that pushing things too far could shatter the realm. But he brushes it off. No need to get ahead of things. He wants to see how this plays out, whether Cyan becomes the empire's savior or its downfall. Elsewhere, Cyan paces the halls, going over his elemental results in his head. He's still stunned by the numbers. He only had 80 in his past life. He figures guzzling all that demonic blood must have given him a boost to 92. Out of nowhere, he runs into Kranz, who looks like he's seen a ghost. The guy clearly thought he was dead. Right next to him is a chubby jerk from back in the day, Popper Panarin, another asshole who used to make his life hell, just like Kranz. Cyan practically lights up at the chance to deal with him early. Popper charges forward trying to start something, but doesn't even get the words out. Cyan slams him into the wall with one clean kick before the guy can make a sound. He leaves Popper knocked out cold on the floor, then turns to Kranz, asking for a quick talk. Stepping in close, voice low and smile unsettling, he says flat out, he doesn't give a damn what schemes the guy runs behind the scenes, but if he lays eyes on him again, he's leaving the academy in a wheelchair. Kranz's legs give out. He drops, eyes watering, completely broken. Cyan walks off grinning wide, pride practically spilling out of him. Sarika, still lingering on the dean's words, replays the whole conversation in her head. She's now convinced she needs to keep tabs on him, tight ones. Just as she goes to pull a book from the shelf, she notices it's gone. Behind her, his voice breaks the silence. He's holding it, asking if she was searching for this. She whirls around, caught off guard. She didn't sense him get that close. She reminds him students aren't allowed in here and tells him to hand over the book. The second she gets it back, she strikes. Black fog lashes out. He narrowly sidesteps the hit and calls her out as the hall master of the assassin group, Mist. That throws her. She has no idea how he knows that. In his past life, their first meeting had felt completely normal. She'd casually asked about his day, assumed he wanted to be done with counseling fast, but insisted it was for his own development. Back then, it made zero sense. What growth was she expecting from someone constantly humiliated by his own brother in front of the whole school? She'd admitted she found him intriguing. Not every day someone shows up with an 84% darkness element, but he'd always been told darkness wasn't worth much. She disagreed, said that was just because humanity barely understands it. His potential, she claimed, was limitless, and she was looking forward to seeing what he became. Her sweet tone and soft smile had fooled him completely. The whole instructor act? Just a cover. She's hiding out in the academy, smack in the middle of royalty and nobles, while working as a real assassin. Her demeanor shifts. She tells him they'll continue this in her lab. He's a bit thrown off by how calm she is. Inside, it's just like he remembers. He takes a sip from the tea she pours and instantly knows she laced it. She laughs it off, but he shrugs. Poison doesn't work on someone who's been chugging demonic blood. He tells her she'll need a better recipe next time. She asks how the hell he knows all this, especially the fact she gets her orders from specific books in the library, the exact spot he went for. Now she's suspicious he might actually be Miss too. He tells her there's no better proof than that. That pisses her off. He brings up how, before he left for Chatan, someone questioned whether one night would be enough. Nobles have been dropping like flies lately. He grins and casually asks when the purification project kicked off. She plays dumb, claiming she has no idea what he's on about, but he calls her bluff, says he's on to the assassinations. She warns he's going to regret running his mouth. They both gear up to fight. Fog thickens around the lab as she suddenly hurls the table at him. He doesn't dodge, just drives his fist straight through the wood, splitting it in two. He tells her he's already shown more than enough to prove who he is. No reason to keep this going. She ignores that and keeps the pressure on. Even if he was part of Mist, she'd know. She's the Hallmaster, and she's never seen his face. No way she's letting him walk. He draws Karam, slicing through every strike she throws with clean, quick counters, saying he'll give her all the proof she needs. That's when her eyes land on the weapon, the demonic blade. Only someone chosen by Eru can wield it. She freezes, rattled. He tells her he knows Mist is still searching for the successor. They can stop. He's standing right in front of her, and he wants her to take him to Eru. In a shadowy valley tucked somewhere deep in Lewin, Sarika pushes open a hidden basement door, revealing a tunnel that dives far beneath the surface. She finds it odd that Cyan doesn't seem remotely surprised that Mist's base turns out to be in such a grim, back-alley place. From this point on, she tells him, he's on his own. He'll have to walk to the altar alone, just like he wanted. He steps through the doorway, letting it shut firmly behind him. What lies ahead isn't ordinary space. It's a constructed realm formed from the god of fog's power, which makes the interior stretch far beyond what the entrance suggests. He already knows what time each group of Mist operatives appears. 2 show up at 4 p.m., 3 more at 11. As he walks down the dim path, a barrage of flying daggers comes at him out of nowhere. With a sharp swing, he bats them away cleanly. Honestly, this kind of violent greeting is exactly the sort of thing Mist would pull for new arrivals, though this might be a little much, even for them. A cluster of masked assassins leap from above to catch him off guard, but all they land on is his afterimage. He's already out of range. They throw another round of blades, but he isn't stupid enough to fall for the same gimmick twice. Hell, it didn't even work the first time. This time he swats the daggers back mid-air, sending them straight into the ones who threw them. They pause, clearly impressed by his reaction time and control. Now serious, they spread out and encircle him, ready to strike from every direction. He unleashes his fog magic, Bloodthirst Wave, a special mist-only technique that channels killer intent into a physical force to restrain opponents. The red mist wraps around their bodies, squeezing so tightly they can't even breathe. One by one, they crumple to the floor, passed out. But not all of them. One remains standing, unaffected by the spell. He clocks right away that this one is clearly higher ranked than the others. He gears up to cast Unshakable Roots, something more powerful, but the assassin blitzes in before he can finish, cutting him off. The attacker's mask falls in the scuffle, and it turns out it was Sarika the whole time. She inserted herself into the fight to personally test what he was really capable of. A total combat freak obsessed with powerful mages, she just happens to see him as the perfect target. He knocks her back using Karam, but she's still too hyped up to quit. While she keeps rambling about how skilled he is and how badly she wants to keep going, he abruptly takes off. He already knows what kind of lunatic she is, someone who fights for the thrill and doesn't stop until either she or her opponent drops. Only people who've faced her firsthand would understand. She's the kind that chases until one of you is dead. She sprints after him, casting a speed-enhancing spell to close the gap and launching an attack that he parries without much effort. Still, he has zero interest in throwing down with her right now. She slows and says he doesn't need to worry about people outside detecting his magic. This whole zone is sealed off, built by Eru himself. The outside world doesn't even know this place exists, which means he can go all out and use whatever he has in his arsenal without restraint. But she also warns that if he does, she might not walk out alive. Before he can respond, his legs give out, and he collapses right in front of her without warning. Then Karam materializes into her physical form, stepping between them. Sarika instantly recognizes her and bows in respect. The spirit demands an answer. Why the hell was she attacking Eru's chosen successor? Sarika casually replies it was all just a little test to see if he really was who he claimed to be. Karam is not amused. She's pissed and threatens to take over the fight herself. Before she makes a move, they both notice him on the floor, bleeding out and unconscious. When Karam enters her true form, it drains the life force of the host, and right now his body isn't built to handle that kind of load. She cradles him in her arms, yelling at him like this is the last thing he needed added to his plate. Sarika, still grinning in that weird, creepy way, interrupts to say she's not going to reject the duel that was offered. He forces himself upright, barely holding steady, and asks why the hell she manifested without warning. Karam tells him to stay out of it and rest. She'll handle this round. Sarika lights up at the idea, thrilled to fight the spirit instead. They square off, and she's clearly loving the threat, acting like a full-blown masochist. Before they can trade blows, Eru's voice cuts through the realm, booming from a portal overhead. ordering them to knock it off and send Cyan to the altar. Finally, things might go as planned. He's about to meet the god of darkness. People from long ago speak of the god of black fog as a heartless force, one who takes lives without pause or reason. They defend it as an act of mercy, twisted in a way only they seem to understand. It was their will, their call, what they claimed to want in the end. They insisted no one else had the right to define right or wrong on their behalf, and if killing was the only option to protect your beliefs, then fine, so be it. Most folks label that mindset insane, totally unhinged, but in truth he has been shielding the vulnerable this whole time, which to Cyan just makes him a deluded fool. He steps through the portal, heading straight for the altar where Eru resides. The moment he arrives, he's asked if he knows who stands before him. He answers without hesitation, Eru, the god of black fog. Even though he's technically the chosen successor, the god has never heard his name before and wants proof, something solid to back the claim. But the fog energy already pulsing inside him says enough on its own. There are only two paths to becoming a successor. Either Eru handpicks you, or the Mist Stone does. Since the god doesn't recognize him, it can only mean the stone chose on its own, especially considering it vanished completely last year, which lines up even more with his identity as the next in line. Eru is honestly impressed that he managed to awaken Karam, let alone control her with such ease. And those eyes, sharp, focused, nothing like a kid's, tell him immediately this boy is from a time and place far removed from his own. Cyan once suspected the god had meddled in his trip through time, but Eru isn't the all-powerful being he used to be. His divine power has been long gone, and Cyan already knows that. Still, he came here hoping for better answers. Eru shrugs it off, saying it's actually worked out well. Less effort for him now that the successor found his own way here. Lazy as ever, just like Cyan remembers. But jokes aside, the god notices something off. His guest didn't come empty-handed. He can feel it, an object giving off a nasty aura. It's the hilt of the holy sword. He questions him. Wasn't the power of the demonic sword enough? Now he wants both? But Cyan has no intention of doing anything with it for now. He just doesn't want the world to remember the blade exists. Let it fade into irrelevance. The way he thinks catches Eru off guard, but he doesn't press further. It's none of his business. Still, tradition is tradition. He has to ask the successor what he intends to do with the power he's about to receive. This isn't the first time Cyan has faced that question. Last time his answer was dumb. Live for his brother. That answer got him betrayed. Got him killed. What's strange is how no one seemed bothered by it back then. Eru even warned him not to put blind faith in others, almost like he already knew how pathetic that ending would be. But this time things won't play out the same. Cyan isn't chasing some grand mission or noble dream. He'll use that power for one reason, himself. Eru tells him it's on him to figure out what's right or wrong, but he'd better think carefully. Depending on his answer, he might not leave this place alive. Cyan doesn't flinch. No fear, no second thoughts. He decided from the start he's done following orders, done living by someone else's rules. Now curious, Eru asks what he's planning to do with that kind of freedom, but he refuses to answer. It doesn't matter. As long as he fulfills his duty as successor, the god won't pry. He gets the message and doesn't bother asking anything else. He turns to Karam. He's got something to say to her. She's his daughter after all. The scary god routine drops immediately. His whole vibe softens as he cups her face and gently asks how she's been managing under her new owner. On her end, she hasn't changed a bit. Still sharp-tongued and cold like always. He leans in and plants a kiss on her forehead. It isn't just a kiss. That touch snaps her into her true form, and it doesn't drain any of Cyan's mana this time because Eru gives her a portion of his own life force, allowing her to maintain that body without wearing him out. Then he jokes that she'll need a body if she wants to get freaky with her master. She absolutely loses it, yelling and tearing into him for saying something so disgusting. Honestly, they're kind of perfect for each other. Same chaotic energy. The following day, inside the royal hall, Brian asks what the hell is going on, but Cyan is just as lost, watching it all unfold. At the center of the room, Sarika and Karam stand face to face, tension building with every glare. The sword spirit tries to rile her up, saying it's suspicious how close the constructor and Cyan must be if she's sneaking into his room early in the morning. Sarika doesn't react. She just gives a calm smile and lets it slide. Still, the air thickens like two wild animals sizing each other up before a brawl. Midway through the awkward standoff, he dips, saying he's going for a walk, and leaves Brian stuck between them, right before things finally boil over. Outside, though still within academy grounds, Cyan perches high on a rooftop, quietly observing the students down below. No one can see him. It's his go-to escape spot. His peace doesn't last. The metallic tang of blood hits his nose. Down below, a group of older students are ganging up on a younger kid, beating the hell out of him. One of them brings up doing a little experiment, and the others go along without question. The blonde one forms a glowing sphere of mana and yanks the kid's mouth open. They're about to force-feed it to him. Before he can shove it in, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and clear, telling them to back off. Princess Aaron steps forward, aura flaring, calling them out. How could nobles stoop so low and attack the helpless? The ringleader straightens up and introduces himself as Barrett Louis Mill, eldest son of a duke from the Garam kingdom, then asks who the hell she is. She hardens her expression and gives her name with full authority, Aaron, 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. Barrett doesn't seem all that fazed by the princess title or the fact she's the emperor's daughter. He already knows she's the youngest of the imperial bunch. Puffing up his chest, he steps closer, clearly trying to intimidate her. She refuses to shake his hand and warns she'll report everything to the academy. In a sloppy attempt to defuse things, he spins around and points to the kid they were beating. He insists it's all just one big misunderstanding, claims they weren't bullying anyone. Turns out the kid's a girl, and according to him, there's no harm being done. He offers to let her speak for herself. The girl stands, trembling and bruised, eyes dulled with resignation. She quietly tells Aaron nothing's wrong, they weren't hurting her, and it's best if she just walks away. He bursts into laughter, the kind that screams villain reveal, but she doesn't buy a single word. It's painfully obvious the girl's lying out of fear. Before she can lead the girl away, he grabs Aaron's arm to stop her. He tells her it's already too late. Leximus made her choice. Right as things are about to spiral, Cyan steps in, sweeping his legs out from under him and sending him crashing flat to the ground. The inflated aura vanishes instantly. One glance is all it takes for Cyan to recognize Leximus. Hard to forget someone you had a brutal deathmatch with in a past life. She was the continent's top swordswoman, born in the Ushif Empire, but after messy events post-graduation, defected to Count Klein's house in Garam. That duel had been long and savage. He was ordered to assassinate her. Instead, he challenged her formally. He didn't gain a damn thing from doing it that way, but she'd earned it. She never used mana and still held the title of best sword user alive, so he faced her head on. No tricks, no sneak attacks. Back on his feet, Barrett dusts himself off and locks eyes with Cyan. He knows who he's dealing with. Word spread about a battlefield survivor who even stood toe-to-toe with a dragon. Rather than start a fight, he offers a spot in their game. It's called Mana Marbles, a twisted pastime where you jam mana orbs down someone's throat until their internal mana tears itself apart. They're no threat to Cyan, but he's not in the mood for a fight either, so he cooks up a scare tactic, forming a mana marble in his hand and building it until it balloons to the size of a damn cow, then calmly threatening to force-feed it right back. They take Leximus to the dorms to get checked out. She looks okay on the surface, but she'll need to rest a few days to let her internal injuries mend. Aaron stands beside the bed, proud and unshaken, telling her to take it easy. She assures her this was something they had to do and she doesn't owe them a thing, then teases how those cowards bolted the second Cyan showed up. At the far end of the room, he stays quiet, remembering how tough she really was. Cracked ribs, a concussion, still pushing forward. Exactly what you'd expect from the best swordswoman the continent would ever see. She catches him staring and asks if they've met before. He apologizes, saying no, but it's a lie. Aaron asks where her room is. She wants to walk her back so those guys don't mess with her again. Leximus mentions she lives in the commoner hall. That throws Aaron off. She didn't expect that. She blurts out, "Wait, you're a peasant?" Leximus nods. She got into the academy thanks to instructor Veltain, who promised to cover her fees, but after getting dismissed with no explanation, she's left without support. Cyan suggests she withdraw from the academy entirely. Things aren't going to get better here. Aaron, clearly upset, watches his face. He changes tone, telling her to take Leximus in as a servant, train under her, learn swordsmanship along the way. Leximus blinks, confused. Wait, why is he calling her a girl? She'd thought he didn't know. Turns out no one ever told him. She apologizes for the misunderstanding. She dresses in boyish clothes, keeps her hair short. It's easy to see why people assumed wrong. Aaron is embarrassed but shakes it off. She actually likes the idea. Having Leximus under her wing means no one will dare mess with her again. She can stay in school, study, live comfortably, and train in peace. Leximus thanks her and swears to grow into someone worthy of that protection. She turns to thank Cyan too, but he's already gone, slipped out without a word. He's done enough. Aaron can handle what comes next. And now he finally understands why Leximus abandoned the Empire and defected to its enemy. It was because of Barrett. He was the reason she lost her mana, but now she hasn't lost it. So the question is, how powerful could she become with both sword skill and mana? Maybe strong enough to give even him a hard time. Still, that's a concern for another day. He's just been given his first mission as a member of the Mist. Earlier that morning, Hallmaster Sarika handed him the target. A new assassination awaits. She'd already given him a hell of a first mission to start with. He's already stressing out, wondering how much worse it'll get from here. As he moves through the corridor, a sudden crash rips through the silence and part of the wall explodes outward. A massive figure steps out from the debris, towering and broad-shouldered. His first thought is that some kind of demon creature has broken into the academy. The guy calls out, asking if he's Cyan Vert, the famous one with an S-rank body type, also the youngest in the Vert bloodline. Turns out he's not a beast at all, just another 11-year-old, Seth Chaharkin. Apparently, he's heard the stories, the kid who walked off the battlefield after fighting a dragon and lived to tell it. But the thing that really got his attention? The S-rank physique, a level even he couldn't reach. So now he's shown up just to throw hands and see how he measures up. Cyan finally spots the emblem pinned to his uniform and clocks where he's from. The Sparnia Empire, a desert-based nation tucked on the eastern edge of the continent. Back in his previous life, that place gave even the Ushif army trouble because of its brutal military, led by none other than Seth himself. But for all its might, it still crumbled after the prince suddenly dropped dead from illness. Dude had built himself into a walking tank, but forgot to take care of the basics, like not dying. And now, here that same guy is, standing in front of him way earlier than expected. The timeline doesn't match. They weren't supposed to meet this soon. Fighting random children isn't on Cyan's to-do list today, so he shuts it down. He says the academy doesn't allow street fights. If you want a duel, file it properly with the main office. Muscle mass clearly doesn't equal brainpower, because Seth bolts off in the completely wrong direction. Cyan just watches him disappear and lets out a breath, glad he won't have to deal with that walking dumbbell for a while. He's got a mission to focus on anyway. Out behind the academy, tucked away in a shadowy corner, two men are speaking. One's a knight, confirming that everything's ready to go. The other gives him the order to move, deliver it to the buyer immediately. This man is Zickerman Albus, one of the richest 3 on the continent. On the surface, he looks like a saint, donating to charities and handing out cash like a hero. But in reality, the man's a monster, the kingpin behind the slave trade. He runs it, manages it, and even breeds creatures specifically to sell them off. Today, he's about to unveil the jewel of his twisted collection. He shouts at the staff to handle it with care. This one's his masterpiece. From the lack of guards, Cyan figures this is probably the best chance he'll get for a clean hit. But just as he's about to move, Karam senses something odd, an energy she doesn't recognize. There's something unusual here, something that isn't human. Albus, meanwhile, is too distracted admiring his captives to notice anything wrong. Then it hits. A pressure in the air, and dark mist begins curling through the space. One of his attendants suddenly drops, his head gone in a flash. Before anyone even thinks of reacting, Cyan's already sliced through the rest, silent and precise. In a matter of moments, every last bodyguard inside and out has been dealt with. Albus, now pale and shaking, begs for his life. He pulls out money like it's a shield, offering it desperately. Cyan isn't impressed. He responds by severing the man's hand. For someone who's tortured and trafficked lives, built a business out of breeding and breaking others, death is the only sentence that fits. Still, he gives him 60 seconds to confess, say his piece, and go out without screaming. The man crumples, bawling. He knows how this ends. He starts ranting, saying he was just filling a need. It's the buyers who are the real villains, says the demand's out there, and he's just the supply guy. Cyan isn't moved. That pathetic excuse isn't even worth a reaction. He had his shot at redemption. Now he'll bleed for it. Cyan opens him from the torso down, letting him writhe and slowly slip toward death. He then scans the room, hunting for whatever it was Karam had sensed earlier. She guides him toward one of the cages, where the energy feels different, off. He rips the steel bars away. Inside, a woman lies limp, looking dead at first glance, but she's holding something tightly. Turns out she was clutching a dragon egg. He takes it with him. Back at their place, Brian sees it and immediately flips. How the hell did he end up with a dragon egg from the street? Cyan brushes it off. He's not spilling anything. Besides, it's not like it matters. Dragons are basically mana given form, and unless someone can pump that egg full of magic, it's never going to hatch. As far as they're concerned, the thing might as well be a paperweight. But of course, right on cue, the moment he finishes that sentence, the shell starts cracking. To make things even stranger, what emerges from the egg isn't a dragon, but something in between a dragon and a human. This is already spiraling into something far more tangled than he ever expected. The little creature locks eyes with him and blurts out, "Papa!" Without hesitation, she leaps onto him, clinging to his torso like she's found her long-lost father. He immediately turns to Karam, throwing blame her way for letting things end up like this, while she's doubled over in laughter. Back when the mission had ended, she was the one who urged him to keep the egg, just to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands and being used. He argued it would never hatch anyway, not without its mother, and at this point it was no more than a volatile rock. Turns out he'd been completely wrong, and now they're stuck with a half-dragon kid and all the chaos she brings. The issue isn't just weird, it's massive. Her very existence is dangerous. Being a hybrid of dragon and human, she belongs to neither world. The Academy would purge her the moment they discovered her, just to preempt any potential disaster. As for the dragons, they're fanatics about keeping their lineage pure, and if they learn of her birth, they'll execute anyone involved. He's cornered and doesn't know how to handle her. The risk of sheltering a hybrid is astronomical. Logic tells him the kindest option might be to kill her now, spare her from the grim fate waiting ahead. Karam watches silently as he battles through the dilemma, visibly unsure what his conscience will decide. His hand moves around the girl's neck. His choice is made. He'll eliminate her. But just before he follows through, she opens her eyes and calls him Papa again, arms wrapping tightly around him. Her warmth and a strange, foreign emotion sweep over him. He lifts her slowly and takes in the small, bizarre creature clinging to him. Something changes. He decides he'll raise her. With Karam, back in the halls of Vert Castle, Margaret paces in circles, spiraling over what to do about him. If she lets him run free, there's no telling what he might do to her precious spoiled child, Crans. Her anxious storm is broken when Ashel interrupts, offering to lend an ear if she needs someone to talk to. She quickly dismisses him, brushing it off with an excuse and making a swift exit. Once she's gone, he calls for Kellen and asks for an update. The report says 6 of their knights have turned up dead in the Velius forest. The only survivor appears to be in Lewin, most likely staying close to Cyan. The person who orchestrated the assassination? His mother? The most recent update says he has been taken into a royal hall, but after that, all communication was cut. None of this surprises Ashel, and he's clearly let down that after all this time, they still haven't uncovered anything new. Kellen asks for permission to head to the academy personally. He promises to dig up something concrete. Ashel gives the go-ahead. Find out what Cyan is keeping hidden. Back inside his royal quarters, he's midway through feeding the dragon kid when Sarika barges in. She spots the child and starts questioning him, but he cuts her off and asks why she's even here at this hour. The reason is urgent. Disturbingly so. Seth has filed for an official duel. She's livid that things have escalated to this point. His actions are now drawing far too much attention. He hadn't actually thought Seth would pull it off, but the request went through. And worse, the duel is set to happen in just 2 hours. 2 hours later, they're both in the arena. Seth looks amped for the fight, though he's a little annoyed by the rules. They only allow swordplay and magic. No freestyle chaos like he prefers. He proposes they ditch magic altogether and fight with nothing but pure skill. The challenge is accepted. Seth launches into the first strike without hesitation. His speed is no joke, and Cyan makes a mental note of it as he blocks the blow with ease, undeterred by the force behind it. He knows strength alone won't win this. What he needs is precision, clean movement, and speed to dodge and counter everything coming at him. Seth pours everything he has into the barrage, but he can't land a single hit. Even though his opponent is only using a rapier, every strike is parried with tight, controlled movements. In one last desperate move, Seth speeds behind him to try and land a sneak attack, but Cyan doesn't even raise his sword. He flips the match in an instant, grabbing Seth's leg without him noticing and slamming him into the ground. Right before he hits the ground, he jerks himself upright and lashes out with a kick to break Cyan's grip. That quick recovery finally manages to catch his attention. The audience is absolutely locked in, watching what feels like a duel to the death. Seth rises, admitting he's lost the edge when it comes to swordplay. Now he's going all in. Whatever he's got left, he's throwing it. He shifts into stance, readying a high-tier spell. Off in the distance, the dean observes in silence, clearly invested in how this match unfolds. There's a glint in his eye, waiting to see how Cyan reacts to the next move. Cyan may hold an A rank in physical ability, but his opponent sits 1 tier higher, an S rank. If this were only about raw stats, the outcome would already be written. But Seth carries an ace. His mana rank's a rare 3-star, the highest among any student here. Sarika watches from the sidelines, holding back the urge to yell at Cyan for dragging things this far. Seth summons a magical fist, ready to strike. Cyan barely shifts, dodging it takes no effort. The spell is redirected mid-air, forced to track him, yet he still evades with ease, not even breaking focus. He's studying the way the caster works, and it's starting to click. This guy might actually be channeling above his level, possibly a 4-star spell. Pissed, Seth accuses him of cowardice for refusing to meet the blow head-on. He decides to up the ante, this time no dodging. A 4-star sandstorm tears toward him. Cyan, ever the aura cultivator, plants his feet and takes it full on. Elsewhere, Brian is busy keeping the dragon girl occupied. He's had plenty of practice raising his younger siblings, and that experience is suddenly paying off. But before he can process it, she shoots up in size, now able to stand on her own 2 feet. Back at the duel, the advanced spell hits dead center on Cyan. The barrier around the arena strains under the pressure, nearly coming apart. Spectators shout for the dean to step in. It's clearly gone too far. He waves them off, insisting they wait. Cyan activates a technique, siphoning the attack into a single point, the Void Sphere. Within seconds, the entire storm is gone, absorbed completely. Gasps echo. No one expected that, not even the dean. Sarika watches with rising anxiety, worried that move might have blown his cover wide open. A stunned silence falls over the crowd. Cyan turns and asks if Seth still wants to go another round. He concedes and drops, drained, defeated in both magic and steel. Though frustrated, he takes it as fuel to push himself further. He walks over, hand extended, offering mutual respect, saying he hopes they'll meet in combat again someday. Cyan declines the handshake without a word. When he returns to his spot, he's hit with a shock. The dragon girl's not just taller, she's aged up in appearance too. Everyone knows dragons age differently than humans, but watching it unfold in real time is something else. She now resembles a 6-year-old human, and at this pace, she might look his age by the end of the week. She greets him with a bright smile, but all he can think about is how the hell he's supposed to raise her without getting caught, telling him flat out he won't be able to keep her hidden forever. She's still able to shield his identity, but covering for the girl is beyond her. Then she tears into him for putting on such a spectacle during the fight. She also spots how much the girl has grown during the short time she was gone. Still, it's his mess to deal with. He chose this, and now it's his to manage. But dragging something like this around is bound to put everyone at risk. He takes full responsibility for raising her, already placing a magic barrier around the room to make sure neither Karam nor the girl can be detected by others. That setup is solid enough to ease Sarika's concerns. Before heading out, she hands him a crimson envelope and warns him not to pull this kind of stunt again. Inside is a formal reprimand for causing trouble during the duel, and a threat that he could be expelled over it. The girl looks up at him, asking innocently if they'll end up living on the streets now. He reassures her with calm certainty. Nothing bad's going to happen. He'll sort things out with the school. He already knows the dean sent it personally, not the admin office, which likely means it's more of a summons than a punishment. In his previous life, he had once gone to that same dean to request entry into the Knights of Light. He had finally decided to follow his father's wishes, surrendering to his brother's commands. The dean hadn't supported the choice. He knew it wasn't a good fit, but he hadn't been able to stop him either. Right before granting entry, the dean had given him a warning, one that proved to be true. Nothing worthwhile would come from chasing that path. Whether he faced consequences or a miserable ending, either way, he'd come out empty. That's the reality of living like someone else's puppet. No matter how things turned out, the resentment would always circle back to his brother. That's what the dean told him the last time they spoke. But now, the situation's changed, and whatever the dean thinks this time, he's about to find out. Brian brings up a suggestion. They need to stop calling the girl Kid and just give her a name already. Without hesitation, he casually names her Nana. Brian snorts at how basic it sounds, but she lights up at the name, running in circles and repeating Nana Vert, completely delighted. Back in his office, the dean is still mulling over what happened during the duel. He already had high hopes for Cayenne, but what he saw today shattered those expectations, absorbing a 4-star spell with a 1-star technique and doing it without breaking a sweat. The kid's raw potential is too massive to ignore. He wants to know exactly how deep that power goes. Kundal Kuzel once trained Emperor Dayan himself, and also taught the father of the last empress. He's one of the rare few alive who hold a 9-star mana rank. But after his sister Dana died, he stepped back from the battlefield and focused solely on running the academy. Even so, there's one thing Cyan has always wondered. He's never actually seen the man fight, and assumed he was a peaceful figure. But in this lifetime, Quazel has thrown himself into the royal succession crisis, yet his personality doesn't seem any different. On his way to the office, he runs into a dense wall of magic blocking the path. The dean clearly expected him to show up, and this 9-star ward was planted as a test. From his office, he waits to see how the challenger handles it. Only a capable mage could break through. He acknowledges the challenge, but instead of forcing the barrier, he circles around the building and hops in through a rear window. He introduces himself face to face and says he's here to formally complain about the warning letter. The dean accepts the confrontation and asks what the issue is. Cyan points out that the letter came straight from him, but after seeing the tomb, he's certain now it was just bait to test him. The dean doesn't deny it. He admits the trial was excessive, but Cyan passed it, no question. Still, the warning stays. He repeats it. He's not retracting the warning. Cheyenne insists on asking something first. Does the dean want to expand the empire, or protect his family's legacy? The older man replies, calling it a gutsy question, but claims he doesn't care about either. Cyan isn't buying it. He presses further. If Emperor Dayan dies and the 3rd or 4th prince makes a play for the throne over the 1st, wouldn't the dean pick a side? The dean's tone sharpens. He's clearly pissed, and calls him arrogant for pushing the question. He says Cayenne was a pawn for Ashel, but from where he stands, the dean isn't any better. In his previous life, he had been just another puppet for Ezreal, and nothing about the man in front of him seems any less controlled. The dean slams his desk, voice rising. Does he really think a century of peace is that easy to break? He thought Cyan was a prodigy, but now sees nothing but a naive idiot. Then he throws another question at him. Does he honestly believe the mother of the 1st prince and 2nd princess just died of illness? Does he think the 3rd and 4th princesses are fair competition for the 1st prince? The Napulis family, the one Empress Cassandra comes from, is notorious for hoarding power. That clan would do whatever it takes to stay at the top. In Cyan's view, peace in the empire is already collapsing, and once it does, the academy goes down with it. And the dean? He's scared. It's hard to believe a kid barely 11 is analyzing politics like this. He seems to understand the whole mess like someone twice his age. The dean asks what he wants from sharing all this. He says it plain, he wants to negotiate. He's willing to help preserve the Academy's future and the safety of the Dean's family, but he wants the warning rescinded in return. The Dean just laughs. He casts a spell above, conjuring magical restraints that snap tight. Chains wrap around Cyan, locking his movements. Then the Dean stares him down, wanting to know what kind of power he thinks he holds to even dream of offering a deal like that, because now he's going to learn what it means to screw up. The Dean activates his spell, latching Cyan in place with his chains of judgment. Magic coils around him, restricting movement entirely. He looks confident, convinced the protagonist won't be breaking free from a 9-star spell like the Chain of the Tower. He quietly wonders if he might have given him too much credit, but that thought doesn't hold for long. Cyan calls on the Void Sphere. To his shock, the supposedly weak 1-star spell starts pulling in the high-rank magic. Cyan meets his gaze, asking if he still seems useless now. The Dean admits it. He's impressed. And yeah, he'll revoke the warning. But that can't be the only thing the kid wants from this, right? Meanwhile, Brian has stepped out to grab food for Nana. He ends up buying a random collection of sweets, already picturing how happy she'll be devouring them. But something's off. The streets are unusually quiet for this time of day. He brushes it off, assuming it's nothing. That is, until he feels something strange coming from a shadowed alley. He calls out, telling whoever's hiding to show themselves. When they do, his eyes go wide. He recognizes them instantly. Before he can react, they take him. Back at the academy, after wrapping up his talk with the dean, Cyan decides to attend his final class of the day. He's there, but mentally, completely checked out. It's hard to stay interested in material he already mastered 30 years ago. He tries to sneak out mid-lesson. No assignments today, planning to head straight to training. Aaron catches him mid-exit, asking where he thinks he's going. Class isn't over yet. He throws out the bathroom excuse, hoping to slip past, but she's not buying it. Wrong hallway for that excuse. Leximus chimes in, reminding her to carry herself like a proper princess. She ignores him and presses Cyan again. If he's not going to the bathroom, then where? He tries switching topics, asking why she lets Leximus speak to her so casually in public. She shrugs, saying she only allows him to use her first name in private, then adds that Cyan should do the same, since they're friends now. He replies that he's just some nobody while she's the Emperor's daughter. She calls him too uptight. Before their exchange can go further, two upperclassmen step into view. Aaron freezes when she sees them. One smirks, saying it's been a while. Pavian stands in front with his brother Nerovian beside him. She bows politely, showing deference. Nerovian mocks her, asking why she's running around with peasants she once had chained up. Cyan clocks them immediately, the Neptune brothers, her half-brothers, and they're clearly not fond of her. Then they notice him. He steps forward and introduces himself as Cyan Vert, youngest heir of the Vert family. They nod, saying they'd recognize a duke's son anywhere, and mention they caught his duel earlier. It left an impression. They tell him next time there's a gathering, he should come. Might even become friends. Then Pavian turns back to Aaron, telling her flat out to stay in her lane, drop the arrogance, and remember her place. With that, they leave, dragging her pride along. Leximus looks over, confused, asking if those two were really her brothers, and what the hell's wrong with them. She keeps her voice calm, saying they're still family. She can't just abandon blood ties. Cyan disagrees. To them, he says, she's beneath dirt, less than a stranger. Blood or water, it means nothing without power. That's why they treat her like that, because deep down, they're afraid of her. This is just their way of keeping her in check. So she has no reason to hang her head. The words hit harder than she expected. She goes bright red, clearly moved, unable to believe he'd say something that kind to her. He returns to the royal hall and immediately notices something's off. No one's around except Nana. He calls out for Karam and Brian. Only Karam responds. He notices she's in fireball form, hovering. When he asks why, she says it helps conceal her energy whenever she needs to stay hidden, then asks what's so urgent. He says he needs her to track Brian. She pauses, focuses, then says she can smell blood, and it's coming from the direction he went. Elsewhere, Brian is getting slammed around by a group of thugs clearly working under Barrett. The man crouches nearby, sneering that Brian should have listened when they were still playing nice. But now they're done holding back. They're going to cut him up and mail the pieces to Cyan like a present, all because he dared act bold in front of him. Brian just laughs, unshaken, telling him he's still got nothing. That's the last straw. Barrett loses it and gives the order, kill him. Now, they raise their swords, ready to strike, but Cyan cuts in with a sharp question. What exactly do they think they're doing? Barrett freezes the moment he hears that voice. He knows who it belongs to. The S-rank mage turns his attention to Brian, who looks absolutely wrecked, barely able to speak. The eldest Louis Miles sees the moment as perfect. This might be his shot at payback. He growls out a threat, saying he'll rip out Cyan's organs. The other boy cracks a smile, welcoming the fight, then unleashes Thick Fog, 8th form, Assault, slicing the knights into bloody fragments in an instant. Barrett stands stunned, speechless as every mercenary he brought drops dead in seconds. There's no chance he can beat someone like that. It's beyond what his brain can process. Cyan's strength is too unreal. He tries casting a spell in desperation, only to get cut off by a brutal kick to the gut that sends him flying. The mage glares down at him, asking if picking on weaker people is what he calls fun. The would-be noble coughs and laughs it off, saying it's just one of his hobbies. He wants to know if Cyan's really going to kill him over that. Barrett, the eldest heir to the Lewismile family, is effectively the shadow ruler of the Garum Kingdom. His reputation for being twisted is well known. Beating people up was the least of his crimes. He once set a small animal on fire just for fun. Then came the moment he crossed the line entirely. He murdered a female classmate. His excuse? She was simply practicing magic. Eventually, the Mist issued a purification order against him. When Cyan broke into the Lewismile residence after the exile, he discovered piles of corpses, dead servants stuffed into the basement. He hadn't planned a quick death. He intended to make him suffer first. But then the criminal laughed, telling him to skip the drama and just get it over with. He claimed he didn't mind dying, said he'd already wrung all the pleasure out of life. Now thinking back on it, Cyan realizes that killing him like that wouldn't have been punishment. It would have been mercy. Barrett already got what he wanted out of life before dying. Just dying won't ever come close to repaying what he's done. The mage grabs him, pries his mouth open, and begins forming a marble of mana. The Lewismile heir recognizes what's coming and suddenly panics, begging him to stop. He throws out threats, warning what'll happen if Cyan dares hurt someone from the Garum Kingdom's most powerful bloodline. But before he can finish, the sphere is jammed down his throat and swallowed. The victor tells him it's fine if he wants to hate him, talk trash, curse him, whatever. But there's one thing he better not forget. Never lay a hand on someone under his protection. Barrett writhes in agony as the mana marble detonates inside him, permanently shattering his internal mana flow. From a nearby rooftop, Ashel's butler has been watching everything. He's stunned. Cyan's power far exceeds what he expected. He realizes he has to report back to his master immediately, before the mage ruins everything. But he doesn't even get the chance. A cold blade presses against his neck. It's Sarika. She's finally tracked down the stalker who's been tailing her student for days. Meanwhile, Cyan heads over to Brian, checking him for injuries. The injured man apologizes, saying he didn't expect them to gang up on him like that. The mage straightens up and asks if he truly sees himself as a subordinate. Then why the hell was he fighting a losing battle? He says charging into a hopeless fight might be noble, but it's still dumb. A dead loyalist is useless to him. He cuts the scolding short, telling him they'll finish this conversation back home. He then calls out, demanding Sarika reveal herself. A group of mist assassins appear, with the woman leading them. She's impressed. He noticed them despite their perfect concealment. She drops down, dragging the butler with her, saying she brought him a present. But Cyan already knows the guy's been shadowing him for a week. The assassin acknowledges his growing capabilities, outclassing a mist assassin, outwitting the dean, and handling a demonic sword without losing his mind. He checks all the boxes of an ideal successor. Still, she warns him, it can't go on like this. More people are getting suspicious. He promises to be more discreet, but he has no plans to keep playing the idiot who takes abuse from others. He makes it clear, if anyone touches one of his people again, he'll destroy them. No exceptions. Sarika gets it. She respects that he wants to protect his own and prepares to leave. Before she goes, she tells him to deal with the butler and that she'll handle the situation with Barrett. The captive has been listening to every word. He thinks he's about to die, but Cyan has something different in mind. He asks if the man is Ashel's top subordinate. He clearly never leaves his master's side. The mage used to envy that loyalty in his past life. He could kill him here, but there's a better use for him. Cyan casts a shadow personality spell. The butler screams as the dark energy pours into his body, taking control from the inside. Leximus and Aaron are sparring nearby, using their match as part of their training routine. She struggles to keep pace with his speed and precision. Eventually, he slips behind her, gently placing the blade near her head and declaring the match in her favor, still addressing her formally as Your Highness. She yields, accepting the loss, but insists he should drop the title and just use her actual name instead. Elsewhere, they hear Brian groaning through clenched teeth as he trains with Cyan, who's been running him into the ground. He's taking hit after hit but holding up thanks to his high stamina and brute strength. Cyan's already considering he might be a decent asset down the line. He checks if Brian wants to pause for a break. The other boy brushes off the pain, pretending he's still fine and ready to continue. Not that it would have mattered. Cyan would have kept going regardless. He knows there's no telling when someone like Barrett might strike again. Brian needs to be prepared to hold his own. Brian brings up Kellen, asking if he's really alright after the spell was used on him. Cyan tells him not to stress about it. Kellen's with them now. He explains the spell. It hijacks a person's personality and puts them under external control. He's only used it once before, back in his previous life. Cyan questions Kellen directly, asking who he is now. The knight answers without hesitation. He's Kellen Diego, a guardian from Velias, assigned to monitor Cyan. He pushes further, asking who his master is at the moment. Kellen says it used to be Ashel, but that's changed. He wants to serve Cyan now, and asks to stay under his command. Cheyenne gives a sly smile and tells him to deliver his next message exactly as dictated, word for word. Kellen nods, fully on board. Back on the field, Aaron asks if Cheyenne's here to train. He gives a nod and returns the question. She says she trains here every weekend with Leximus. Lately, she figures it's a smart move, especially after last week's chaos. Barrett had been found collapsed outside the infirmary, completely unhinged and covered in bruises. No one's been able to get a word out of him about what went down or who was responsible. Thing is, it's not that he's unwilling to talk. Sarika straight up erased his memory, and just to twist the knife, he's now permanently blocked from using any form of magic. Still, what throws Cyan off is Leximus's reaction to hearing all this. He expected her to be satisfied, but something in her expression says otherwise. His thoughts are interrupted when Nana drops from the sky, screaming his name. Apparently, Karam left her unsupervised again. The little half-dragon crash lands straight into Aaron's arms, still shouting Papa, while staring at Cyan. Aaron stares at the kid, baffled, and asks what the hell is going on. He gives her the whole backstory, start to finish. Once she understands, she's clearly relieved. Nana isn't actually his daughter, and there's no secret affair with some mystery woman. He braces for blackmail or some school scandal fallout. Instead, she quietly reassures him she won't say a word to anyone. Not the faculty, not the students. He's thrown off. Why help him when there's nothing in it for her? She simply pities Nana. She belongs nowhere. Neither humans nor dragons will ever accept her. If he's willing to care for her, Aaron's fine with it. But there's one condition. She wants to visit whenever she feels like it. She tries to cover the request with her usual detached tone, hiding whatever she's really feeling. He agrees anyway. He doesn't exactly have room to argue. He jokingly calls it their little secret. As he leaves, she blushes faintly, feeling a weird mix of giddy and flustered, like she's finally stepped closer to him. Meanwhile, in the other room, Karam is roasting him for letting Nana show up in front of classmates. She smirks, teasing that maybe they should get a look at her too. He snaps back, blaming her for passing out when she was supposed to keep Nana in check. The mage shrugs it off without guilt and flips the blame right back at him. Brian steps in with a more practical idea. Maybe some walks around the grounds would help Nana unwind instead of keeping her locked inside all day. Cyan agrees. It's probably for the best. Above the academy, two dragons glide across the sky. One of them halts midair, catching a stench that turns his stomach. He turns to the other, Catalina, and asks where they are. She tells him they're flying over Lewin's domain. He scowls, saying he needs to drop by the academy. There's a foul presence down there, and he's not about to let it fester. Brian and Cyan head out together late at night, bringing Nana along for a walk in hopes of shifting the atmosphere a little. During the outing, she figures out how to use her wings and speak clearly, now zipping around wildly through the air without any control. She seems completely drawn to wide open spaces, darting from one spot to another without slowing down. He watches her with a quiet grin, clearly enjoying the sight of her having so much fun. He's brought her to a secluded area far away from the academy grounds so she can move freely without drawing attention. Karam notices the unusually big smile stretched across his face and throws in a sarcastic comment, telling him he might as well go get Aaron as her mom since he already looks the part of a dad. Their moment of peace doesn't last very long though. An intense, powerful presence suddenly cuts through the air toward them. Brian quickly reacts, bolting forward to intercept Nana and yanks her away from a fast-approaching attack, barely managing to save her. All three duck behind Cyan as two hostile figures make their appearance known. Two dragons, clearly of high rank, step into view, Lucian and Catalina. Lucian's eyes land on Nana, filled with pure revulsion, as both stare at her like she's an abomination. They demand to know if Cyan is her father, having recognized the demonic blade he's carrying. Karam doesn't appreciate the implication and immediately snaps back, only for them to fire off more insults, looking down on the group as if they're dirt. The tension spikes, and they're seconds away from fighting until Lucian signals Catalina to hold back. He says he's not interested in wasting energy on creatures beneath him, and there's no need to fight if they just hand the child over. Cyan doesn't flinch and fires back by calling him a lizard-faced piece of trash, which instantly pisses the dragon off. He blasts a beam of raw mana toward the swordsman, but it's sidestepped in an instant before he activates his demonic transformation. They both instantly recognize the aura. This is the power of the exile. Even so, they don't take him seriously. But he moves faster than expected, and closes the distance without Lucian even noticing. The dragon just manages to block the incoming blow and create space between them for a moment. He fires off a shockwave spell, catching his opponent off guard, but the impact doesn't seem to do anything. Cyan breaks out of it almost instantly. Before the dragon can react, the swordsman sweeps around and attacks from behind, only to be blocked by Catalina's shield. Lucian tells her to back off, warning she's no match for him, but she holds her ground, trusting that her shield, reputed as the strongest among the dragons, will be enough. It isn't. He makes one clean movement, cutting straight through her magical barrier like it's nothing, and slashing her apart using one of his fog-based techniques. Lucian is left stunned. He can't wrap his head around how a human is wielding this level of strength. Even the god of fog has already lost his dominion, so it shouldn't be possible for anyone else to channel that kind of power. He demands to know who the man really is, but the swordsman keeps quiet, refusing to say anything at all. Desperate to turn the fight around, Lucian activates his polymorph, transforming into his full dragon form in one last effort to win. The opponent stays composed, not shaken in the slightest, and charges directly toward him. He knows this is when the dragon is most exposed. Lucian doesn't see it as a problem. He doubts a human would know anything about a dragon's weaknesses, but the swordsman leaps and lands a hit right at the center of his forehead, the core vulnerability. The dragon tries to escape into the air, but fog chains latch onto him and drag him down, sealing his fate. Once the dust settles, Brian runs over to check on things, only to stop in shock as he sees his friend standing there over the defeated dragons, already eating them. Kellen steps into Ashel's quarters and informs him that an unknown force seems to be backing his brother. He also suspects the scouts they sent have likely been eliminated by the same group. Ashel narrows his eyes and asks if that's all he's discovered. Kellen apologizes, admitting he doesn't have anything else to report. But something feels different. Ashel senses a shift in his demeanor. The desperation he showed before leaving for the academy isn't there anymore. He seems like a completely altered man, and that immediately sets off alarm bells. To be sure, Ashel decides to test him with a question. Kellen catches on right away that he's being evaluated, so he bows deeply and begins reciting holy blessings to Lumendel in a show of unwavering devotion. Ashel chuckles and tells him not to be so dramatic. It's just part of standard procedure, nothing personal. He waves a hand, dismissing him from the room. Kellen exits, quietly noting to himself that he'll need to tread more carefully next time. If suspicion grows even slightly, he won't be walking away so easily again. Just as he opens the door, he almost bumps into a young girl. He instantly recognizes her. She's Cyan's personal maid. Curious, he asks what business brings her here. Before she can respond, Ashel appears behind him and places a hand on his shoulder, saying that he's the one who summoned her. He flashes a polite smile and gently requests her help with something. She looks puzzled at first, but agrees, ready to assist however she can. Elsewhere, the dragons hold a private emergency meeting. They've realized that Catalina and Lucian have gone completely off the grid. The last trace of their presence was a massive divine power surge recorded near Lewin's borders. After that, nothing, just total silence. What's alarming is that both were above 8-star rank, and their mana cores were shattered. All that remains of the battle site is raw destruction. No bodies, no clear evidence, just overwhelming magical residue. Whoever killed them went through the trouble of wiping every trace clean with magic. That suggests a dark element caster was involved. The only one they know of who could kill both is Kundal Kazeli. But Kundal doesn't possess dark affinity, which leads them to one conclusion. There's someone out there with dark element powers they haven't identified. They already know of Cyan, who's enrolled at the Royal Academy. To them, he's just a teenage boy who happens to wield dark element mana. But now the rumors are piling up. Apparently he survived a clash with a devil dragon. They also suspect he might be tied to the deaths of Reynold and Zykerman, two major players in the slave trade. Both men had been supplying the dragons with human test subjects and magical materials. The leader of the meeting decides they need more information about Cyan. He turns to his granddaughter and tells her to start getting close to him. Back inside the royal dorms, Aaron arrives carrying a pile of sweets for Nana. Cyan stays seated off to the side, watching quietly as the two interact. Despite the peaceful scene, he can't help but stay on edge, worried other dragons might sense Nana again if they aren't careful. He's determined not to let anyone mess with those he considers under his protection. He's already made up his mind to live for himself this time around, and to wreck whatever schemes Ashel has planned. Aaron notices the soft, unguarded smile that crosses his face as he watches them laugh together. She pauses but writes it off as him simply enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, over at the Vert residence garden, Lenal Severus, the first prince, sits with Ashen for a private conversation. It's been some time since they last saw each other. Lenal leans back and asks how long he plans to stay cooped up, wasting away out here in the middle of nowhere. He's also heard rumors that Alice left on some kind of journey. Ashen confesses that he's genuinely worried about her, but admits he has no idea where she's gone or what she's up to. Lenal smirks and teases him, suggesting that maybe he's more concerned about his influence and position than he is about Alice herself. Ashen warns him not to discuss sensitive topics out in public, but the prince shrugs that off, saying they're close friends. It's fine to be honest with each other. He then asks if Ashen's brother is named Cyan. Apparently, the Emperor is starting to take an interest in the protagonist. He's even been thinking about arranging an engagement between Cyan and Aaron, the fifth princess. Lenal admits he's not sure why the Emperor is so adamant about it. Maybe it's his way of trying to shield his daughter. Ashen advises him not to act impulsively. He believes the more attention Aaron gets, the more her value and influence will rise, and the more useful she'll be to them. Lenal raises an eyebrow and chuckles, clearly entertained by his calculated approach. A butler arrives with drinks, offering them politely. Ashel, who's now joined them, glances over and asks who this knight is, as he doesn't recognize the man. Lionel replies that he's a rare find, a real gem he discovered while scouting through the slums. Ashel nods, commenting that he certainly looks like an impressive specimen. The butler introduces himself formally as Burris Lahallam, the same figure who appeared back in the story's opening chapter. 2 years go by, and Alice makes her return to the academy. She keeps a low profile, trying to ease herself back into the routine without drawing much attention. But despite her efforts, people notice her everywhere she goes. Eventually, she steps into the dean's office. He greets her warmly, welcoming her back and asking if she enjoyed her time away. She explains that she visited Phryne. His expression shifts. He's visibly surprised. That's not a place where humans are usually welcomed. He recalls telling her it might take more than a year to adjust, but that the journey would help her reflect on where she belongs. Now it seems she's made up her mind. Alice tells him that she's decided to join the Knights of Light. He asks whether this means she intends to carry on her family's legacy. She responds that someone has to take responsibility and continue the path. She also mentions being worried, specifically about him. The dean lets out a mischievous laugh, knowing exactly who she's referring to. He reassures her that Cyan can handle himself just fine. And right then, Cyan shows up behind her. She turns and stares, caught completely off guard by the sudden reunion after all these years. She notices he's gotten taller, broader too. He now stands nearly level with her, maybe even poised to surpass her any day now. He teases her, saying maybe she's just shrinking instead. The date is July 2nd, year 988. He remembers this exact day from his previous life too. That was the final time he saw his sister alive. She asks if he's planning to return home for summer break. He tells her no one back home would even bother welcoming him, except for her. She's caught off guard by that. She asks if that's why he's avoided coming home for 2 years. The truth is, his reasons for staying away run much deeper. Ashel is one of those reasons, and the Duke's wife has been hunting him down, grasping at every opportunity to end his life. And their father? He does absolutely nothing about it. Going back would be no different than signing his own death warrant. He's made up his mind to stay away until graduation. She then asks if he's gotten close to Crayons. He replies that there's no chance of that, at least not right now. She reacts with visible surprise. He explains it's because the guy has been nothing but hostile, even tried to kill him once. She freezes in disbelief, shocked silent. Brian steps forward then, ready to confirm every word. She asks who the man is. He introduces himself plainly. Brian Kendrick, a guardian knight. Cyan walks her through everything, how things played out between him, Crans, and their mother. Her expression twists with a mix of emotions, mostly rage, completely blindsided by the truth. But he is quick to tell her it's not her fault. Even so, her anger only keeps rising. She asks if he's told anyone else about this. He answers that there's really no point. It's all in the past now. But Crans shows no signs of guilt or even second thoughts. Alice suddenly throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. She says he doesn't have to bottle it all up, that she'll be his shield from now on. She makes him a promise that she'll watch over him going forward. She says she'd love to stay longer, but she's got somewhere she needs to be. She tells him to stay safe while she's gone. She even hugs the Guardian, as a thank you for looking after him. He throws the knight a deadly glare, simmering with jealousy over his sister. They say their goodbyes and she heads out, but he can't shake the image of how pissed she looked. He hasn't seen her that furious in a long time. In his past life, during sword training with Crans, he was getting ragdolled. The older boy told him to stand up and keep fighting, but he had given up and told him to stop. Crans didn't care what anyone thought. He kept landing punches right to his face until Alice stepped in, ordering him to quit it. She'd made him apologize, wearing that exact same furious face she had just now. It was the only time he'd seen her that mad. Things at the Duke's estate are about to explode, and she needs to learn the truth about her family so he can protect her properly next time. Brian walks up, holding out one red envelope and one black. The red's from the academy, the black one from some janitor. He takes the black letter and flat out ignores the red. He figures the red one's from the palace. It's sealed with the imperial crest. He even asks what it might be. Cyan says the palace usually throws a banquet this time of year. But the black letter? That's something far worse. It's an assassination contract targeting the Drenian Nephilis. It had caused major chaos during the banquet back then. Considering the man is the younger brother of the reigning empress, it's no surprise Karam is stunned to hear he's attending, especially since he already has other matters lined up. But when Cyan thinks back, someone else pulled off that mission in his past life, which makes it pretty clear the Hallmaster is showing him favor. Karam opens the red letter and finds it's from Princess Erin. She jokes about how he's not a kid anymore, even if he still acts like one. Basically, it's a confession letter disguised with jokes. In response, he activates the demonic sword's curse to give her a light punishment. She just laughs it off. The letter also talks about prep for the upcoming palace trip. Suddenly, the doors slam open. Nana charges in, loudly announcing that she's starving. Everyone turns to look at her, all of them stunned by what they see. She now looks like she's their age. The speed at which she's grown is wild and hard to believe. Meanwhile, back at Vert's castle, Alice storms into the royal hall, every step loaded with fury. She demands to know her mother's whereabouts. One of the servants quietly answers, "She's in her room, sitting there." Alice enters without hesitation. Margaret, her mother, greets her kindly, but she doesn't wait. She walks right up to her and slaps her across the face, with everything she's got. The guards rush in after hearing the screaming, trying to figure out what just happened. Margaret demands to know if her daughter has lost her mind, but Alice fires back that it's her mother who's insane. She accuses her of trying to murder Cyan, causing the woman to freeze for a moment in stunned silence before muttering a question, asking if there's any proof. That was the wrong thing to say. By asking for evidence, she's basically admitted to the crime. Alice snaps at her, furious that she dared to lay a hand on him without even having the courage to deny it properly. She screams at the guards to throw her out. 5 guards lunge toward the princess, but she flips back, dodging the rush, then launches into a barrage of attacks using both water magic and spirit arts, taking them down in seconds. The older woman stands there, wide-eyed, watching her daughter dismantle the guards alone like it was nothing. Alice walks right up and says that Cyan's guardian has come clean. He's confessed everything, including naming her as the one behind the assassination attempt 2 years ago. Even if Cyan has chosen to stay quiet, she won't be able to hide anymore. The accused tries to shift the blame, insisting her daughter shouldn't take the word of a commoner over hers, but Alice doesn't care. She calls her by her full name, sharp and cold, then says she'll inform her father, and once he knows, she'll see what real consequences look like. Alice leaves the dormitory feeling victorious, believing she's finally bested her mother. But the woman only grins behind her, amused by how clueless her daughter still is. Even after all these years, Alice hasn't figured out the truth. The Duke has never cared about Cyan. His only priority has always been Ashel. She barges into her father's office and spills everything she's just found out. But the Duke doesn't look angry. He stays perfectly calm and tells her he already knows about the assassination attempt his wife made. Alice stares in disbelief and says his child almost died. Shouldn't he feel something? He replies bluntly that he doesn't see a problem, so long as Cyan ends up dead. She snaps that 6 knights were surrounding her brother, and he would have been slaughtered if Brian hadn't stepped in. The Duke laughs and corrects her. Brian didn't save him. He's just an errand boy. Now she's truly confused. That would mean Cyan took out all 6 knights by himself. Her father lets out another low chuckle, realizing she doesn't know her brother at all. He hands her a red envelope, an invitation to a royal banquet. He says he won't be attending, and that she should go in his place. Then he casually tells her not to worry about Cyan. He's far stronger than she thinks. Alice leaves the room, but his words keep echoing in her head. Just then, she runs into a girl with white hair, returning from a long absence. She lights up and throws her arms around her, demanding to know where she's been hiding all this time. The newcomer is Cecilia Rain, a high-ranking member of the Knights of Light, and once Alice's maid, mentor, and close friend. She gently cheers her up and invites her to come along to the banquet with her. Meanwhile, Cyan and Brian have already begun their journey to the banquet. Nana is thrilled, staring wide-eyed at all the scenery and wildlife they pass. He reminds her to hide her tail. He doesn't want trouble. She uses magic to disguise both her tail and wings, making it easier to blend in. He asks if she still remembers what he told her. She quickly nods and says she'll introduce herself as his maid, but he doesn't look too convinced she'll manage to stay normal in public. The cart rolls to a halt. They're being blocked by bandits. Cyan glances at Brian and tells him to deal with it. It's nothing major. Without hesitation, the swordsman slices their throats and finishes them off in one clean movement. He's clearly come a long way since their training sessions. With the road clear, he hops back onto the cart and they continue the trip. In the office of the hallmaster, Sarika flips through some papers handed to her by her assistant. The aide comments that this year's banquet has way more attendees than expected. Maybe they should delay the plan. Sarika refuses. The assassination of the Drenian Nephilis needs to happen now. The assistant hesitates and asks why she's so insistent. Sarika flatly states the truth. He's a predator who uses his magic to violate married women. Someone like him shouldn't live another day. And worse, he's also her fiancé. As she sorts through the papers, something catches her attention. A child she recognizes is on the guest list. She's a rare prodigy with perfect elemental affinity, 20% in every category, but her weak body keeps her from attending most classes. She's the granddaughter of the Garam Mage Association's head, Lunav Reaver. She's never made a public appearance before, so why show up now? The assistant says she heard the association leader personally ordered her to attend. That sets Sarika on edge. She's sure something's up. This banquet won't be simple. Back in the city, Cyan, Brian, and Nana are walking through the streets of a town they've just arrived in. Nana carelessly bumps into a stranger, but her innocent smile makes him forgive her instantly. Cyan makes a mental note. She needs to stop thinking the world is always nice. Suddenly, Brian notices something's off. Her eyes have shifted. She looks like a predator, dragon pupils back, radiating a strange hunger. She says she's starving, and they need to act fast before someone notices her aura. Cyan tells Brian to take her to the nearest restaurant. A few hours and countless dishes later, she's back to her sweet self. Good thing he brought enough money to handle her appetite. Just as he's relaxing, he senses an unfamiliar mana approaching from behind. A voice calls out, asking if he's really Cyan Vert. Cyan reels for a second. She knows his name. That alone puts him on edge. He keeps his tone guarded and asks her location. She doesn't answer. Instead, she casually takes a seat right beside him. He repeats the question slower this time. Eventually, she responds and introduces herself as Lunav, explaining that she attends the same school and is currently in her second year. The name rings a bell. He swears he's heard it before. Still, something about her doesn't sit right. Why the hell is she being this friendly? He coldly replies that he doesn't waste time on underclassmen. She shrugs and says that's fine. Compared to him, she's practically invisible anyway. Brian and Nana both pick up on the interaction. The maid leans in and asks if that girl is one of his friends. The knight, squinting, admits he has no idea who she is, but she sure doesn't seem like one. The girl comments on how close the knight and maid appear to him. With a playful edge, she notes that he feels warmer than the rumors make him out to be. He tries to brush it off, but the way she just complimented him out of nowhere only spikes his suspicions. She asks if he came to the capital because of the banquets. He nods, then immediately questions how she knew that. She answers flatly, there's no other reason he'd bother showing up in this city unless it's for those events. With a flirty little grin, she tells him they'll be seeing each other again at the venue, since she's been invited too. He figures that if she's attending, she must belong to nobility. All of a sudden, she rises and says she's heading out. Time to wrap up the introductions. She tosses him a wish, don't forget her. Then she drops her full name, Donald Rayner. And just like that, it clicks. He remembers her from before, granddaughter of the Gun Major Association president in Rain River. That man must have sent her here. In his former life, she died while studying at the academy. He can't tell if her death was from illness or the grotesque experiments the association had been running. This is uncharted territory. People he hadn't encountered in his past life are suddenly entering his path now, which means the future is in constant motion. And to top it all off, this is happening on Banquet Day, the day history will later remember as the Banquet of Blood. Elsewhere, Erin gets dressed for the occasion. She glances at Luxemius and asks if she looks okay. He reassures her. She looks stunning, more beautiful than ever. Even so, she's not convinced about the outfit and switches into a new dress. Luxemius grins, teasing that Cyan's going to love it. Her cheeks light up, her whole face flushing red, completely flustered. It surprises her that he'll be there tonight, even though she's the one who sent the damn invitation. A maid enters holding an ornate box and presents it to her. It's a necklace, sent by her brother, Lionel, who insists she look her best for her future wedding. She blinks, caught off guard by the gesture, but doesn't dwell on it much. Finally, the banquet arrives. The atmosphere is lively. Crowds pack the place, laughter and chatter flooding the space. Cyan moves through the hall, eyes scanning for his target. So far, no luck. That's when he spots Kellen among the guests and quickly asks whether Ashel is here too. Kellen confirms he's currently with Prince Lewin. But before anything else, he has something urgent to say, urging Cyan to get out of there immediately. He pauses and checks what's going on. Kellen doesn't doubt the intel, but says that if Cyan stays, he and plenty of others could be at serious risk. Ashel had personally warned him to leave the palace before the event began, mentioning he was preparing something. Unexpected. That final piece falls into place. Cyan finally sees the full picture. The one pulling the strings behind the Banquet of Blood is Ashel himself. Kellen admits he couldn't stand the idea of him getting hurt, so he begged him to leave. But Cyan tells him not to worry. He'll be fine. Kellen, on the other hand, better watch his own damn back. He heads off, mulling over what kind of stunt Ashel is cooking up now. Every passing day proves his brother is even more unhinged than he thought. Kerm shows up, casually mocking him, asking if he's suddenly grown a conscience about innocent lives. He shoots her a look and says, nah, it's just that the plan's kinda cute in a twisted way. Still, if things spiral, it's gonna get real ugly. He needs to intervene before it's too late. Using Ashel's astral lens, Cyan taps into Sarika's psyche and nudges her thoughts. He starts with a compliment about her dress. She immediately catches on that he's manipulating her mentally and cuts to the chase. What's he after? He tells her to delay the purification mission. She wants to know why. He says he got a tip-off. The banquet's about to go full massacre. He promises to explain more later, but right now, they need to confirm if any monsters have infiltrated the venue. She questions whether the intel is legit. He assures her he even knows who's pulling the strings. The dread's been creeping up for a while now. That scream in his head hasn't shut up. He didn't have full confirmation until now. He tells her to forget the target for the moment. With a smug tone, he adds that her creepy fiancé is probably going to die in the chaos anyway. He walks off while she stares after him, clearly pissed. Alice sees her and calls out. Sarika hears the voice and turns. She didn't expect to see Alice here. This wasn't part of the plan they agreed on. Alice replies that she just wanted to step out and get some air. But this isn't good. Alice is about to get caught up in the shitstorm. Sarika grows anxious about the mission. Then another voice cuts in, addressing her as Miss Sarika and calling out to Alice too. His tone practically drips with sleaze. And just when things couldn't get more chaotic, the target makes his grand entrance. He introduces himself with a smirk, Drainian Nephilis. That grin says it all, trouble. Meanwhile, Cyan pulls Brian aside for something critical. The knight perks up, eager to jump in. Cyan can tell he's getting more into this protector role lately, probably the excess dragon blood. He gives him orders to check the palace's underground tunnels. Brian takes off, ready to go. But before Cyan can say anything else, he stops him with a reminder. This isn't a game. The mission matters. Before he finishes, Brian picks up on movement behind him. Cyan immediately senses the presence, but before he can react, the knight leaps into action, assuming danger. He crashes into the figure. Turns out it's Emily. He stammers an apology as she hits the floor, unconscious. While that mess plays out upstairs, someone is already deep inside the palace's lower levels. He performs a ritual, issuing commands. Dozens of armed fighters begin to stir. The room is filled with shadows ready to strike. Inside the banquet hall, Princess Erin stands still, visibly irritated. Cyan and his group are nowhere to be seen. She had gone out of her way to invite them personally. This wasn't the response she expected. Out of nowhere, Lunav approaches, offering a polite greeting and saying it's an honor to meet the princess. Aaron turns to her confused and asks for her name. She responds with a proper introduction. A moment later, Erin places her, same academic year, back at the academy. She remarks she could never forget someone that brilliant. With a dignified tone, she welcomes the girl to the event on behalf of the Empire. Lunav seems genuinely moved by the kindness and remarks aloud that Cyan should see how thoughtful the princess is. That catches Erin off guard. She hadn't expected her to know him. Lunav casually mentions they spoke just yesterday. Without meaning to, Aaron blurts out the question, "Are they close?" That's all Lunav needs to confirm her theory. So the princess is jealous, and in love. Their conversation is cut short by a woman's scream from across the hall. She yells for help, begging the guards to protect her, but it's already too late. A soulless fighter from the depths of the palace slashes her throat clean. Aaron stands frozen. A monster has made it inside. The killer turns his head and locks eyes with her. There's no doubt she's his mark. Elsewhere in the palace, Cyan is in a side chamber, introducing Nana to Emily. He refers to her as his mate. Emily collapses to her knees, stunned. It hits her like a truck. He swapped her out for a younger, cuter maid. He doesn't humor the idea. He moves on, asking if Ashel was really the one who brought her here. She nods and says Ashel was so desperate to have her, he even offered her a job. She recalls how, a few days ago, he summoned her to his office. He asked her to work as his personal maid, claiming that since Cyan was away at the academy, she must be feeling lonely. She had declined, saying she'd rather stay and wait for him to return. He narrows his eyes and asks if she's absolutely sure, but she doesn't have any more answers. That's all she knows. He turns to Brian and tells him to stay close. Emily and Nana aren't safe on their own. Brian checks if he's heading out. Cyan confirms it. Emily wasn't supposed to be part of this timeline. Now, with spies crawling around and Ashel clearly pulling strings, he sees the whole play. His expression turns sharp. Ashel's crossed a line. Without another word, he storms off, set on reaching Aaron and whoever else is in danger. After he leaves, Emily breaks down crying. She clutches a bow tie tightly, the same one Ashel had asked her to give to Cyan. As she weeps, Nana senses something off. The gemstone on the bow tie radiates a faint, unsettling magic. She stiffens. Something about it feels wrong. Meanwhile, in a private chamber, Ashel and Prince Luenel talk in hushed tones. They both know the mission is officially underway. After everything, the moment has come. Luenel's gift is about to be delivered. Ashel gives Boris a nod of approval, calling him surprisingly effective. The prince grins and says, "This is only the beginning. Their unit will become even more valuable from here on. They're not just disrupting a party. They plan to tear down this peace-soaked empire and remind it exactly who it needs." Back in the grand hall, panic ripples through the crowd as the monster's attack causes chaos. Aaron keeps calm, helping direct people toward safety. Lunav urges her to leave while she still can, but she shakes her head. She won't leave until she's made sure everyone else is safe. She insists on staying to help. The creature overwhelms the frontline guards with ease. Then it splits. Identical copies spawn into the room. One clone grabs a guard and rips him apart before he can even scream. While everyone focuses on the copies, a demonic beast breaks through from behind. It tears through half the defense force in seconds. Despair sets in, but a new figure steps in, Sarika. She cuts down one of the beasts with expert precision, immediately commanding the remaining guards to focus on evacuating civilians. Then Alice appears, seamlessly entering the fight. Together, the two begin clearing out the enemies. The head guard tries to pull everyone into a coordinated retreat. Meanwhile, they hold their ground, preparing for the next strike. But to their shock, the creature doesn't even glance at them. Its focus is locked solely on Aaron. Just before its tentacle can reach her, a guard throws himself forward and slices it off. He dies instantly. A cluster of tentacles tears through the guard's body, killing him instantly. Aaron rushes to catch him, trying to keep him upright, but he's already gone. Tears run down her cheeks as guilt sinks in. She blames herself. Meanwhile, Lunav pushes back the advancing monsters, launching bursts of aqua blast mixed with gusts of wind. She turns over her shoulder and shouts for Aaron to get to safety. They'll handle things from here, and she's not letting that captain's death mean nothing. While they beg her to go, the princess stares one last time at the fallen guard. She whispers a promise that his sacrifice will count. The creature's roots are soaked in lethal toxins. Just brushing against them would mean instant death. This shield will block the poison. She commands the survivors to stay alive and fight back. The guards, fired up, charge in. Swords flash as they slash at the enemy, pushing through injuries and exhaustion. Even with her spell, the tide starts turning against them. That's when Alice steps in, releasing a freeze spell to halt the advance. One of the royal guardians pleads with Aaron again. She needs to evacuate, but Sarika finally reveals what she's really capable of. Drawing a dagger, she slices through monster after monster with precision. Although she teaches alchemy at the academy, wielding a blade like this risks exposing her true identity, but that's irrelevant now. She shifts to her fog sword technique and slays the towering demonic tree beast. An assassin lunges out of nowhere, catching a guard off guard. The alchemist spins and splits his face in two. She yells to the remaining soldiers. There are still more out there, and they can't lower their guard. Her plan is for Elise to get the princess out while they hold the line. But something itches at her. This still feels wrong. Alice and Aaron sprint down a hallway, escaping the chaos. The princess's thoughts swirl. If this girl really is one of the Verts, that would make her Cyan's sister. The thought snaps her back to him. Is he okay? Is he safe? Their train of thought shatters as a skeletal creature drops into their path. The thing doesn't seem lost. It knew exactly where to find them. Alice eyes the monster. Her gut tells her she can't handle it alone. It's a nightcrawler, a high-tier one. They team up, binding it in place with chains and coordination. Hope sparks as reinforcements leap in. Maybe they still have a shot. The nightcrawler swings with a brutal left hook. Lunav leaps in, throwing up a barrier that absorbs the hit. Alice seizes the moment, already on its back. With a smirk, she launches her attack, declaring her name and promising he'll regret ever showing up. The strike lands hard enough to finish him on the spot. Back in the banquet hall, Sarika brings down the last creature with a strike of fog-forged magic. Something nags at her. She walks over to one of the assassins and pulls off its mask. A chill runs through her. They're not living beings. They're corpses, puppets reanimated through dark magic. It's a twisted resurrection technique requiring ridiculous amounts of mana and setup. With this many, it couldn't have been a solo caster. Someone big is behind this. But the why is still a mystery. Elsewhere in the palace, a squad of marionette soldiers descends on the Emperor. He wipes them out easily, but his body gives out. Collapsing, drained, and gasping, he looks up to find Ashel and Luenel already in the room. The Emperor thanks them for their support, unaware they're the ones orchestrating the chaos. Ashel hurries to his side, swearing loyalty. It's all part of the setup to win his trust. Meanwhile, Elise cuts down one more creature and runs into the next chamber, but it's no better in there. More puppet assassins flood in, relentless. They just keep coming. Emily informs Brian that Ashel has given Cyan a bow tie, but he had already left before she could hand it over. Brian finds it odd that Ashel would give him a gift and admits he has a bad feeling about it. She asks if something is wrong. He isn't certain but notes that Ashel has never sent Cyan any presents before. From what he's observed, Cyan harbors a deep-seated grudge against his older brother Astral, far beyond typical sibling rivalry. From across the room, Nana warns Brian that they need to get out immediately. He asks why, but she only replies that something dangerous is approaching. Before they can respond or ask further, a monster bursts through the wall behind them. Brian orders them to flee while he handles the threat, a powerful beast, a behemoth. Meanwhile, Drainian, the target of the purification, runs desperately for his life. The others help evacuate him. He escapes faster than anyone else, but is ambushed at the front doors by a horde of marionette corpses. Fear grips him. His only hope is to survive and return to his sweet, dear mate, whom he has been tormenting and abusing in his absence. He turns to suggest retreating to the back doors, thinking it might be safer, but before he can get a response, a marionette decapitates him in one swift motion. Just as the marionettes prepare to kill more, Alice intervenes with an aqua explosion. Paired with Lunav's freeze spell, they overwhelm and destroy the marionettes. Everyone in the room stares in shock at their display of power, curious about who they are, but there's no time for introductions. The mage warns that the danger isn't over, and urges them to protect Princess Erin. They turn their attention to the princess, checking if she's unharmed. She, however, is more concerned about Lunav's frail condition. Lunav reassures her not to worry and promises to recover quickly. She warns that the next assault will begin soon, and that Erin needs to evacuate. Despite that, the princess can't shake her concern for them. The guards step forward, pledging to shield her. Alice confronts the monsters directly and commands the guards to use their magic to defend the noble guests. They must hold the line until the battle ends. The Royal Knight's priority is the princess's safety, Alice promises to do everything in her power to stop the monsters, though inwardly she doubts her chances. No matter how many they eliminate, more keep showing up, as if tracking them constantly. It seems they are being tracked through the gemstone given to Aaron. Back to Brine, he faces off against the behemoth, doing his best to keep Emily safe and the monster at bay. For such a powerful creature to invade the palace, there must be a deeper plot. Until now, he had Cyan by his side to back him up, but alone, he must defend both himself and Emily. She places her full trust in him as a monster charges. He prepares to block the attack, warning her to stay behind him and not stray. He manages to deflect the strike flawlessly, surprising himself with how strong he has become. This boost of confidence makes him believe he might stand a chance to defeat the creature. He parries every blow, matching the monster's ferocity blow for blow. Emily asks if he's okay. He reassures her that not a scratch will come his way. Then, distracted for a moment, the monster lunges with its jaws. Brine won't be able to block this attack in time. Just when it seems too late, Nana leaps in, forcefully driving the monster away. She seems transformed, like a different person. Meanwhile, Aaron and Alice continue battling the remaining marionettes. The princess raises a magic barrier to shield the knights, while her ally uses spirit water spells to immobilize the enemies. The fight feels endless. Whoever masterminded this is unknown, but clearly planned thoroughly. The knights will wear out eventually, and they need another strategy. In the heat of battle, a mask is knocked off, revealing the corpse beneath. Alice realizes these are essentially marionettes, reanimated by dark magic. To counter them, they need something that opposes dark magic. The first thought that comes to her is Lumendel, the god of light, and his light magic. If someone can wield it, they might have a chance to turn the tide. She calls out to Princess Aaron, asking her to infuse her sword with mana. Aaron replies that she can't. Doing so would break the protective spell cast on the knights. The guardian knight consoles her, saying they'll be fine without it. She hesitates but knows they have no choice. She proceeds to bless the sword with the blessing of light. Although combining two mana types is difficult, the princess channels the blessing of light into the blade. Spirit magic flows through the sword as smoothly as water, giving it a tangible mana form. Alice isn't fully confident this will work, but is willing to take the risk. On the other side, Cyan had already eliminated most of the marionettes in his path and quickly realized these enemies were nothing more than puppets and mandrakes. Apparently, he had begun assisting Ashel. This was also when Boris officially became one of Ashel's subordinates. Karam expressed surprise that humans still practiced necromancy-type dark magic, such an ancient and forbidden art. He acknowledged her observation and mentioned there was a particular individual who frequently wielded it. He explained how the use of dazed stones accelerated the monster's strength and that the mana within those stones attracted beasts. She confirmed she could sense the dazed stone's mana emanating from a specific direction. He urged her that they needed to move faster, warning that the palace was turning into a slaughterhouse, but before they left, he insisted on changing his clothes. Meanwhile, Alice, aided by Aaron, summoned the spirit Marion using light-type mana. Since mana types couldn't be combined easily, the spirit's existence was unstable and couldn't be sustained for long without risking bodily collapse. They needed to end the summon before the spirit deteriorated completely. Suddenly the spirit spoke, questioning why the girl was willing to sacrifice herself. She confessed she hadn't found any other way to defeat the enemies. The spirit expressed disappointment that a child blessed by Freen would face such a cruel destiny. As the marionettes advanced, the spirit's wishless force pushed them back with a single surge of mana. Still, the enemies kept rising repeatedly. Aaron pleaded with her to stop before she died from overexertion, but the mage understood that stopping now would only worsen their plight. She needed to end it immediately. She attempted to invoke the Spirit King's authority, Rongomians. Just as she prepared to summon him, someone grasped her hand and froze her in place. Unable to move an inch, she looked at her captor, initially thinking him another marionette. However, his aura differed, and he wielded black fog magic, manifesting the fog into a consuming force. Once it enveloped the spirit's entire body, the entity began to fade away, whispering its farewells. Weakened by the fog, Alice collapsed to her knees, drained of all strength. Moments before vanishing completely, Marianne whispered that Farina would always welcome her. Everyone present was baffled by what had just transpired. Sushlona explained that the man had blocked the spirit's mana, nullifying its manifestation, and added uncertainty over whether he was even human. The marionette pressed forward to attack again, but Cyan cut through them effortlessly. Although he attacked, if he took even a small step back, all the enemies gravitated toward the princess's group, as if irresistibly drawn. He asked Karam if she sensed any mana around the group. She confirmed feeling demonic mana emanating from Aaron's necklace. He requested her help to clear the situation swiftly and cleanly. Using his creation space technique, he enveloped the entire room in a fog domain. Panic erupted as no one knew what lurked inside the fog or what threats might emerge. The marionettes began sinking into the mist, consumed within seconds. In moments, all of them vanished completely, leaving the space silent and empty. It was as if nothing had occurred. Both parties were intrigued and amused, wondering who the masked man could be. Suddenly, Lunav collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion. Cyan appeared behind Aryan, attempting to remove her necklace. She sensed a vague familiarity but couldn't place him. He shattered the gemstone that had been attracting the marionettes, but the guards attacked, fearful for the princess's safety. Rather than dodging, his body transformed into fog, dissolving from sight. He reappeared beside Lunav, performing something on her, but Aaron counterattacked with her light stinger, also turning him to fog without harm. Employing psychological manipulation, he spoke, assuring them he meant no harm and was there to help. He had destroyed the druids, so the monsters should no longer be drawn to them. He urged them to exit through the front gates, assuring the path was cleared. The fog domain dissipated, revealing the original room. The guardians checked on the princess, but she told them not to worry about her and to assist Alice and Lunav. The mage confirmed she was fine and insisted they recover and leave through the front gate as Cyan advised. She silently resolved that ensuring the children's safety was her top priority, leaving the mystery of the masked man's identity for later. Lunav had sensed his mana and had concealed his presence. In a separate room where Emily and Brian fought the monster, Nana had already slain it and was now devouring its corpse piece by piece. Emily was horrified, questioning if the girl was really a maid. Brian shared her confusion, having never seen her act like this before. She had transformed into a small dragon, radiating a powerful aura. Rumors swirled around Cyan's past life about the banquet flood incident that claimed many lives. Whispers blamed the fifth princess of the empire, Erin Severs, alleging she'd been blinded by her craving for power. The storm that day was likely the real cause, but speculation suggested either Ashel or Luenel had handed her something that sparked the disaster. Following the chaos, both were hailed as Empire heroes, emerging as the biggest beneficiaries of the tragedy. Karam struggled to believe they had fabricated the whole event to their advantage, sacrificing their own people for profit. Her disdain ran deep. She even considered humans worse than demons. He responded that this was nothing compared to the atrocities they would commit later, though he admitted feeling regret for the massacres he'd wrought in his previous life. Perhaps he was even darker than them. Rising to his feet, he prompted her to ask if they were leaving. He replied that Nana was probably waiting, and that the knights should handle the palace mess. She hesitated, then recalled her unease about the princess's necklace. She also mentioned Emily, noting the girl carried the scent of Day's stone as well. His shock was immediate. Emily was in serious danger. Nana had lost control, obsessively repeating how delicious Emily smelled as she tried to approach her. Brian stepped in to shield the girl, but was no match for the little one's ferocity. He was forced to admit she was no longer herself. Something monstrous had taken hold. Strangely, she targeted only Emily, ignoring him entirely. He faced a dilemma. He needed to stop her without harming her. Both feared their end as Nana lunged forward, but Cyan arrived just in time, intercepting the attack with his own body, sacrificing himself to save them both. Emily grabbed the bow tie from Nana and destroyed it instantly. Karam shouted at the girl to snap out of it, reminding her that her father was here. The words broke through. Her awareness returned, and she understood what she had done. He stood, a large slash across his back, assuring her it was fine and didn't hurt. Since she hadn't meant it, she hadn't done anything wrong. She collapsed to her knees, consumed by regret over her actions and the destruction she'd caused. The aftermath of her assault had demolished half the room. He turned away, telling her they needed to get out. Meanwhile, Luenel and Ashel assisted the Emperor's escape. They were surprised the rest of the palace appeared untouched, as if nothing had transpired. Both expressed relief that the crisis was resolved but sensed something was off. The Emperor heard Aaron's voice calling out. She sprinted to him, clutching him tightly and thanking the gods he was safe. During this heartfelt moment, the princess noticed Luenel standing behind him, casting her a frosty glare. In a cold voice, the mage said she was glad Aaron was alive. Aaron's contempt for her deepened. She had countless questions, but prioritized tending to the others first. Alice, Lunav, and the guards finally arrived and knelt before the Emperor. He expressed gratitude for saving his youngest daughter and promised generous rewards. Eric noticed Ashel whispering to Luenel. Suddenly, he shouted, pointing his sword at her and accusing her of orchestrating the incident. He declared knowledge of her identity as the granddaughter of the Garam Mage Association president and demanded her arrest. The Emperor rebuked him, ordering his sword lowered, while Aaron defended Luenel, noting she'd saved many lives and was an ally. Eric insisted it was a trick, and claimed the Garam kingdom had long awaited a chance to destabilize the Yushif Empire through assassination and chaos. Luenel, unmoved, challenged him to provide evidence. Ashel interjected, revealing a suspicious mana aura had been detected at her residence the previous night. The Emperor demanded proof or for the issue to be dropped. She explained that she had invited them in peace but kept watch as a precaution. She assured him she would uncover more evidence if given time. He consented, though Aaron voiced frustration. Luanel remained uncertain whether this was a trap or part of her grandfather's design. Lunav of Rain Reaver and her group from the Garam Mage Association were imprisoned for investigation. Meanwhile, Luxemius, separated from Aaron, collaborated with other knights to safeguard nobles and oversee funerals for Marquis Dranian and many others. Funerals took place openly on the streets. Cheyenne had prevented far more deaths than in his past life, yet the event would forever be remembered as the Banquet of Blood. Still, it could have been much worse. Alice tended to his open wounds, cleaning and bandaging them. He protested that she needn't go to such lengths, but she insisted it was her duty as his sister. She remarked on how dangerous the situation had been and was grateful he had escaped alive. She mentioned the masked figure. If not for him, she would have perished. His identity remained unknown, but his height was close to Cyan's. Realizing how much fitter he'd become and noting the fresh scars from training, she reached out teasingly, but he shrugged her off and walked away. Then Ashel entered, his fake cheerfulness casting a darker shadow. Cyan's wariness grew. Alice noticed and suspected he knew of Ashel's cruel and vile nature. He inquired about the progress of the investigation. Ashel said he'd come to discuss it. He revealed that a bracelet containing a day's stone had been found in Lunav's room. She claimed it had been given to her. Cheyenne suggested whoever gave her the bracelet should be a suspect. Ashel nodded and asked if he recalled receiving anything during the banquet. Recognizing a trap, he denied knowing. He then asked if Ashel knew who had given Lunav the bracelet. The man replied that someone had died in the palace today, prompting the investigation. He repeated the question. Cheyenne understood this wasn't about the investigation. Ashel was setting him up as a scapegoat. This realization meant Emily was in grave danger. Cheyenne clocks it, it's a setup. Someone wants him dead. He slumps back, feigning dizziness, one hand brushing his forehead like the pain's real. Alice steps in without missing a beat, backing him up. She reminds Ashel how much he's already been through and adds that the doctor's advice was clear. He needs rest, not stress. Pressuring him like this isn't helping anyone. Ashel seems to buy it. The act is good enough to ease his suspicion. He suggests heading out, but before turning, Cyan finally gives a reply. He says he doesn't recall receiving anything, and even if someone had tried to send something, they probably didn't make it through that hell alive. Ashel gives a slow nod, acknowledging the answer. Something about it satisfies him, maybe because it means he no longer needs to take him out. Still, a part of him regrets it. This was his best chance to erase him. Cyan stays on alert even once he's gone. Alice forcibly pushes him to lie down, insisting he rest whether he likes it or not. Elsewhere, a maid runs through the halls in a panic, Boris not far behind. She keeps shouting that she did exactly what she was told. She gave the necklace to Aaron just like they ordered. She doesn't even know what the damn thing does. Her voice cracks as she begs for her life. Boris catches up and, almost calmly, tells her she didn't mess anything up. But there's still something he has to do. No choice. He slits her throat without hesitation. As she crumples, he quietly curses how all his careful planning just went to shit. Before leaving, he summons a demonic hound from the dark. It snarls, then starts tearing the body apart, erasing the evidence. Far out in a secluded forest, Emily and Brian lie low in a quiet wooden house, far from any eyes. He walks over with a handful of apples and offers her some. Dropping down beside her, they snack in silence before conversation picks up. She asks how long they're supposed to stay hidden out here. He says Cyan gave clear instructions. They're staying put until told otherwise. There's no timeline. It's open-ended. Back in the palace, just before their escape, she had handed him a gift, the bow tie Ashel meant for Cyan. He stared at it, then torched it to ash without hesitation. He told her plainly the palace and the Verd estate weren't safe for her anymore. She had to disappear, at least for now. He turned toward Brian and made it clear he had business to handle, so protecting Emily was now his job. Then Cyan crouched in front of Nana, gave her a small pat on the head. With a rare smile, he reassured her he wouldn't be gone for long. Even Brian blinked, caught off guard by the warmth in that smile. Now back on the forest bench, Emily glances over, asking if Nana's all right. He answers she's had a rough stretch, but she's looking better lately. Emily still can't wrap her head around it. She always thought that girl was just a maid. Turns out she's something else entirely. A dragonic hybrid. Emily knows she has to step up, do more. Their eyes meet, and something unspoken passes between them. Together, they quietly make a pact. They'll give Cyan everything they've got. Inside the castle, Luanel storms into the throne room, shouting. He rages at Emperor Dion for letting the suspects off so easily. Dion fires back, telling him to lower his damn voice. His decision is final. The prince snaps, dripping contempt. How's he supposed to rule the whole continent with that kind of weakness? What the hell is it about the Garam Empire that scares him so much? A flash of blinding light cuts the air just past his head, shutting him up. The emperor speaks coldly. Conquest sounds noble, sure. But the Ushif Empire borders more than just Garam. There's also the Demon Realm, Sparnia, and Fruina. If Garam becomes an enemy, they'll lose the only buffer keeping demonkind in check. That floodgate opens, the whole continent drowns in monsters. Even if they could seize power, the death toll would be unthinkable. Anyone who wants that kind of blood-soaked rule doesn't deserve the title of emperor. They're just a monster. Luenell tries to pivot, redirecting the topic back to the suspects. Dion cuts him off again, this time mentioning the day's stone. The prince stiffens. He didn't expect his father to know about that. His agents shouldn't have gotten that far in the investigation yet. Dion catches his expression. It says everything. He's known his son long enough to know that once he wants something, he doesn't let go. He looks at him, disappointment heavy in his gaze, and mutters that Aaron would make a far better emperor than Luenell ever could. And with that, he walks away, adding he has no desire to see him again. Hearing Aaron's name praised like that makes Luenell boil. He lashes out in anger and storms toward her dorm without wasting a second. He slams open her door with heavy, furious steps. Inside, Leximus immediately steps between them, warning him that Princess Aaron is resting. Luenell couldn't care less. He punches the guard straight in the face to shove him aside. Then he turns to his sister. She looks at him and asks, calm but wary, what reason he could possibly have for barging into her room. He gives a crooked, malicious smile. Says he just wants to have a little chat with his dear, sweet sister. Leximus steps forward, firmly reminding Luenell that if he keeps pulling this aggressive crap, the princess will have no choice but to act, even if he is royalty. He doesn't flinch. That same twisted grin spreads wider as he turns to her and casually threatens to wipe out her entire bloodline over a few reckless words. But before it escalates, Aaron interrupts, voice steady. She tells him to cut the nonsense and asks why he's really here. Tilting her head slightly, expression unreadable, she asks if there's something specific he's expecting to hear from her. He falters, picking up on the shift. She's not the shaky, submissive girl he used to push around. The silence drags and she answers before he can recover. She hasn't received anything from him. That shakes him more than he'd like to admit. It's as if she already knows. A few hours earlier, she had met with the Emperor. He asked whether Luenell had given her anything recently. She told him no, nothing. Dione revealed that the necklace she'd been seen wearing once contained a Daze stone, a forbidden gem from the Blackblood tribe. These stones were used to manipulate outlawed magic. Most despise them now, but rumors claim they can command monsters. Recent intel suggested someone inside the palace had been buying them on the down low. The black market merchant Gilbert and the maid Merlita had been arranging the deals. Both were now dead or missing. Shock flickered across her face. Dione pressed again. Did Luenell gift her the necklace? He had ties to both Gilbert and Merlita. She paused, held her nerve, and said again, she never received anything from him. After thinking it through, she brought up Lunav, asking if the investigation had cleared her name yet. If they already knew who smuggled the stones into the palace, then Lunav shouldn't be considered a suspect anymore. Dione nodded, assuring her he'd leave the girl out of it. Still, Aaron couldn't shake the fear that if she exposed Luenell, he might lash out at anyone close to her. She couldn't let anyone else get hurt. Back in her dorm, she repeats her earlier claim. He remains quiet, still thrown off, but doesn't deny it. This was what he came for. Even so, her sharp tone bruises his ego. He threatens to go after Leximus instead. She holds her ground, completely unfazed. She informs him calmly that she has a guest right now, and he should leave. He raises an eyebrow, asking who it could be. From the far end of the room, Cyan steps into view. He's been standing there the whole time, silent, unreadable, not making a sound. He casually says he heard everything. Luenell stares at him, dumbfounded, not sure what's worse, Cyan's stealth or the fact that he didn't notice a damn thing. He scowls, annoyed that the knight's treating the whole thing like it's a joke, but Cyan doesn't react, not even slightly. He moves to stand beside Aaron and, unfazed, asks if Luenell plans to come at him next. The prince hesitates. There's been talk that Cyan and Aaron might be engaged, and pissing him off would be stupid. He's the son of one of their father's closest allies. What Ashel had said earlier still gnawed at him. A few days ago, he had asked why Ashel was so dead set on eliminating Cyan when their father clearly trusted him. Ashel told him straight. Cyan irritated the hell out of him. He was hiding something big, and the not knowing was driving him insane. Now Luenell gets it. That presence Cyan carries, it's unsettling. He suddenly tones it down, backing off and claiming he was just messing around. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, he says he'll be on his way. Cyan finds the whole thing weird. Luenell Severus, the one history once called the Insane Emperor, actually seems reasonable, at least compared to the one from his previous life. Before leaving, the prince glances toward Leximus and gives an apology for the earlier hit. The knight, still stiff from the punch, apologizes back for what he said. Once Luenell's gone, Leximus mutters that he's a piece of crap. He thanks Cyan for showing up, but Cyan shrugs it off, saying Aaron handled everything just fine on her own. Without warning, he drops down beside her. She stiffens, cheeks flushing. She points out that he's sitting way too close. He just glances over, unbothered, and asks if he's not allowed to sit there now. The teasing tone flusters her more. She doesn't even try to hide it. Cyan had one goal, make Luenell believe he and Aaron were a thing. Now that the bluff worked, the prince wouldn't dare touch her. With that handled, he gets up, ready to leave. Leximus watches him go, visibly confused by how casually he's bowing out. He's done his part. He walks away without looking back, while Aaron quietly sinks deeper into her feelings for him. Luenell storms into Ashel's office, slamming a fist against the stone wall. He demands to know how his ally plans to fix the mess. The plan was supposed to be airtight, so why are all their targets still breathing? Even worse, he's lost his father's faith. Ashel was supposed to be the shining hope of the Yushif Empire, and now everything's falling apart. Boris enters, interrupting with a calm tone. He mentions that there's been some progress. He introduces himself and offers a polite greeting. The prince glares, asking where the hell he's been this whole time. Boris explains that Ashel had sent him out on an errand. He also brings news. Emily has vanished. Ashel asks what kind of success he's talking about. Boris pulls a small, glowing pyramid from his coat and holds it up. He says they've underestimated the people closest to Princess Aaron. Luenell asks if they're supposed to reflect on that. Boris shakes his head. It's not about reflection. It's about facing the evidence. Inside the crystal, faint traces of mana swirl. Most of it is ordinary, but there's something else. Black fog creeping along the edges. That specific aura belongs to the demonic sword, which means someone in Aaron's inner circle is wielding forbidden power. Back in the royal dorms, Emily sets down a steaming platter. Dinner tonight, a monstrous, demonic-looking scorpion. Brian stares at it like it might lunge at him. Meanwhile, Nana and Cyan eat like it's no big deal. Brian pushes his plate away. Cheyenne's already finished, brushing his hands clean as he stands. Emily asks if he can stay longer, maybe eat a bit more. He declines. If he sticks around, Ashel might find him, and that would put all of them in danger. He says he only came to check on them. Emily still can't go back yet, but Brian can handle errands if needed. Cyan quietly assures them that he's stationed people nearby. Right now, this place is safer than anywhere else. He tells them he'll be back later, then heads out. Just as he steps outside, Sarika, the hallmaster, blocks his path. Her voice is laced with sarcasm as she comments on his adorable little family. Then her tone darkens. She wants answers. How did he know about the banquet of blood? Or the death of her fiancé? Everything about him screams foreknowledge. She gives him one warning. His answer will decide what comes next. Depending on what he says, she'll either mark him as an ally or label him a threat. Her voice drops, serious now, as she asks him directly, no more games. Who the hell is he, really? Who is Cyan Vert? There's no way he could have known who her fiancé was, let alone that he died. Cyan tells her straight. Drenian, her fiancé, was bound for purification regardless. It shouldn't matter. She doesn't buy that and suggests he might actually be part of another faction, one that's been spying on them. He stays unfazed and asks her directly, if he were a spy, what kind did she think he was? Her only reply is a dagger hurled at him in a flash. Karam bats it away mid-air, stepping between them and snapping at her for daring to attack her wielder. Sarika holds her ground, not backing down when there's a chance for a real fight. They throw themselves into a clash, sharp and fast. The blade spirit breaks away just enough to ready a technique, then unleashes a dense sphere of black mist straight at her. She narrowly twists out of the way, and everything the attack touches is obliterated behind her. Had it hit, or worse, had she tried to deflect it, she'd be dead on impact. Now she gets it, why Karam stays in sword form so often. It's the only way to keep her strength in check. If she went all out, she could level the whole city. Only another demon lord could go up against that kind of power. Their standoff resets, eyes locked, both poised to strike again, but Cyan cuts in first. He activates demonic control over Karam and shuts the whole thing down. He warns them both that this much noise is going to get them noticed. They've blown their cover, and now Emily and Brian need to relocate. He steps inside the small house, ready to tell them the plan, only to freeze at the sight of Lunav, sitting casually at the table with the others. She's bypassed the barrier completely, not even a ripple of detection. She's way more dangerous than he'd guessed. He questions how she found this place. She shrugs it off, says it's just one of her little talents, and assures him no one else knows. She came alone, only to thank him. He brushes that off. He doesn't think he's done anything worth thanks, but she insists. From the moment his energy entered her, she recognized it. Everyone turns to him, confused, none of them realizing she's talking about the day in the palace when his mana surged into her body. She explains she can manipulate all types of elemental magic, blend them, and shift them. She can even trace a person's unique mana signature, a gift passed down from her grandfather. He disagrees, calling it a curse. Her body's already cracked under the strain. Her expression shifts, half wonder, half gratitude. It really was him who helped her that day. He stops her there and suggests they continue the conversation somewhere else. Emily lights up when he says they're going back to Lewin Academy. Finally, she'll get to look after him every single day. Lunav opens up, saying most of her life's been spent locked away in a freezing, dark place, subjected to brutal experiments. She didn't have a choice. It was her role, her burden, as Reigen's Rainreaver's granddaughter. She asks if he also has some fate he's bound to. He says no, So she presses, then why save them? Why wear a mask while doing it? He answers bluntly, fame's a headache he'd rather not deal with, and she can figure out the rest. She falls quiet, then conjures a swirling orb of black mana in her palm. She tells him that when they first met at the restaurant, she thought she'd picked up pure darkness from him. He's clearly caught off guard. He didn't know she could read mana through touch. Not something he'd come across before, not even in his last life. She continues. The day she collapsed in the palace, the energy he pushed into her didn't match any element she knew. She's convinced it's his, but it's like nothing she's ever seen. So she asks him, what exactly is it? He figures out why she's really here, and asks if she plans on handing that information over to her grandfather. She shuts that idea down, saying it sounds like a hassle. He pushes again. So she's defying him now? She doesn't answer, just leans in and wraps her arms around him, thanking him again quietly. Her body had become a volatile mess, like a boiling pot overloaded with all types of mana. Someone had slammed a lid on top, trapping it all inside. The heat built up until the pressure began to smother her life force. She'd been standing at death's door. All he had done was poke a hole through that lid, enough to let some of it out, just enough to relieve the pressure. In his eyes, she looked like someone else's pawn, and that hit a nerve, because she reminded him of who he used to be. He gently pushes her back and tells her she owes him nothing. He asks her to keep it quiet. He's gotta go. Just before leaving, he turns and warns her not to overdo it again. Next time, it might kill her. A soft look crosses her face. Now she's sure, he really is a good person. Meanwhile, deep within the Garam Empire, inside Raigan's chamber, the Emperor's expression twists with fury the moment he hears the news about Lunav. His butler tries to calm him, saying no formal charges have been filed. But that's not what's eating at him. She still hasn't returned home. He orders them to track her down and bring her back, no matter what. Cyan and the rest of his group finish gathering their things, preparing to depart, and begin making their way back toward the academy. Among them, it's Emily who stands out the most, her mood brighter than anyone else's. Curious about her enthusiasm, he looks over and asks what's gotten her in such a good mood. She happily responds that it's because she gets the chance to serve him again, just like before. But then she adds something else, reminding him that the academy has a strict rule against bringing in maids and wants to know what exactly he's planning to do about that problem. He explains that the headmaster might allow it just for him, though he's definitely not in favor of the idea. If the principal lets it slide, he'll take responsibility and make sure no one notices her at all. He then adds that he plans to ask for special permission, but only for himself. The dean replies by asking why he should even consider making such an exception in this case. Trying to find a quick deal, Cyan offers to never skip class again, hoping it would be enough to win him over. But the man isn't impressed. That's clearly not good enough. Instead, he shifts the topic and asks why Cyan has shown up with 2 maids instead of just 1. He then presses further, wondering aloud if this has anything to do with the incident known as the Banquet of Blood. He doesn't believe for a second that the request would be made unless there was something more behind it. Cyan suggests a trade. He'll give him the answer, but only if the dean agrees to his request first. Condal gives a nod and agrees. In turn, Cyan admits that it's not easy to explain the situation at the moment. However, there is one thing he's absolutely sure of. He had nothing to do with the Banquet of Blood in any capacity, and he knows full well that this is the answer the dean was waiting to hear. The older man asks for confirmation, still not quite convinced, and wants to know if Cyan is truly certain about that. Although his reaction shows skepticism, he doesn't press further. The conversation ends on a relatively positive note. Even so, Cyan can't shake the thought of what might happen if the truth ever came out. If Condal realized that the real person behind the Banquet of Blood was none other than his own grandson, things would fall apart. From what he knows, it couldn't possibly have been Luanel, too sloppy for something that precise. He's pretty confident it was Ashel who came up with the plan, while Boris likely worked things from the shadows, pulling strings as usual. That's always been the pattern. Ashel runs the front while Boris manages things behind the curtain. Later, when Cyan returns to his dormitory, he's surprised to see someone outside his room doing push-ups on the floor. It's the same guy who challenged him to a duel a few years ago. As soon as he spots him, the guy jumps up and immediately asks for a rematch. Apparently, he's been showing up every single day for the past 2 years doing this routine. Cyan doesn't even acknowledge him. He just walks past and enters his room without a word. Inside, he stops when he sees Brian lying unconscious on the ground. Turning to Emily, he asks what's going on. She calmly explains that Brian passed out after eating some cookies she'd given him earlier. She then offers Cyan one, asking if he'd like to try them too. He immediately shuts her down, telling her not to feed Brian anything again, ever. Dropping onto the couch, he's ready to finally get a moment of rest. But his mind won't quiet, already stressing about what kind of chaos his new group might bring. That's when he notices a white envelope sitting on the table. He asks aloud where it came from. Opening it, the first thing that catches his attention is that it's from Lunav. Before he can get past the first line, she walks through the main door in person, stepping in casually and asking how things have been. Without hesitation, she tells him she's officially run away from home. Meanwhile, not far away beside a quiet lake, two unknown individuals are having a private conversation. One tells the other that guards from the Garam Mage Association are already on their way, so there's no need for concern. He assures them everything has been taken care of. The older man speaks again, saying this is the only option left if they want to stop Reigen's Rainreaver from completely losing control. The woman responds without flinching, telling him not to worry about her having regrets. Even though Lunav was once her student, she feels no guilt over what she's doing. She's revealed to be Mela Aronis, a teacher at Lewin Academy. She tells him plainly she isn't so naive that she'd feel pity for someone like that. She says she'll go to the designated location now and adds that her team should have already reached Lunav by this point. Back with Cyan, he grabs her by the arm and drags her out of the town toward a bench just outside the city. Once they're seated, he demands to know how she managed to bypass the warding spell on the dorm entrances. She tells him she examined the spell's structure using her mana, then used her own spell to cancel it out. He stares, stunned. What she just described goes way beyond basic analysis. She can dissect and reproduce magic instantly. It's not just about scanning. She can flat out replicate. She then asks if he had time to read her letter. He hasn't. She showed up before he could even finish the first sentence. She admits she came early because she didn't want to wait for his response. He presses next, wanting to know if her grandfather sent her here. She freezes, saying nothing. So he pushes again. Did Reigens tell her to approach him specifically? She takes a breath and says that yes, it started that way, but not anymore. Whether he believes her is up to him. Then she shifts the subject and mentions something strange happening at the association. Two dragons affiliated with them suddenly went missing near the Lewin region. On top of that, some smugglers transporting illegal goods from other countries were recently found dead. Now that she's pieced things together, she realizes he's tied to every single one of those incidents. Up until now, it had just been a guess, but now she knows for sure. Cyan hadn't realized the dragons were tied to the association in the first place. He chuckles and asks what she plans to do with that knowledge. She responds quietly, saying she won't be alive much longer. Even though he helped her before, she's convinced her body's already beyond fixing. If she's lucky, the best-case scenario is 3 years left to live, all thanks to his help. He doesn't accept that and asks how she can be so calm about dying. He doesn't understand why she isn't reacting or breaking down. She smiles faintly, saying she wishes she was capable of feeling something, anything at all. That irritates him. Getting up, he tells her it's not his problem and she should go back to where she came from. He walks away, saying he's not interested in being dragged into another mess. They part without another word. Kram shows up beside him, asking if he's really just going to leave her behind like that. He figures that's the best move. He's already sensed the Garam Association lying in wait nearby. Right on cue, a squad of guards in all-white uniforms appears and surrounds Lunav. She watches them close in and mutters that she thought she'd done a better job escaping, saying they showed up way too early. The guards order her to return with them, telling her that her grandfather is looking for her. She narrows her eyes at them, guard rising as suspicion creeps in. Something feels off. She points out that it's always Victor who comes to pick her up, not a bunch of unfamiliar guards. They explain that he's caught up with something important, so they've come to take his place today. That response confirms her doubts. She's never known anyone named Victor in her life, let alone from Garam. Without hesitation, she unleashes a gust of wind, using the brief distraction to bolt away. She manages to break free from their grasp and slip out of sight, but a hand touches her shoulder, and just like that, she collapses unconscious. Her escape fails. The abduction has worked. One of them gives the order to carry her to the carriage and move out. Meanwhile, Karam glances at Cyan and quietly mentions she's picking up signs of fighting nearby, clearly referring to those fake guards. He tenses slightly, now genuinely concerned they might not be affiliated with the Garam Association after all. The group brings the unconscious girl to an abandoned chapel hidden in the outskirts. Once they arrive, one of them notifies their teacher that the mission was a success. She assures them with eerie calm that the girl will serve a greater purpose. While the kidnappers hang around just outside the church, lazily keeping watch, something unnatural starts to creep in. Thick black fog rolls over the area, and before they can react, blades slice through the mist. Screams erupt from the guards as they're cut down in seconds. The whales reach inside the chapel, and the teacher calls out, ordering Ralph to go out and eliminate whoever's responsible. Outside, Cyan stands alone, surrounded by corpses, barely winded from the massacre. He knows that wasn't the main threat. The one he's really here for is still inside. Ralph storms out of the church and lunges at him, striking without a word. Cyan immediately senses that the man shares the same chaotic energy as Lunav, though far more unstable. Minutes later, the fight ends with Ralph collapsed in the dirt, fully defeated. Lema arrives and freezes, clearly not expecting to find her ally in that state. Cyan stares her down and asks if she's the last one left, and what her reason was for taking Lunav. She gives no answer, Instead, she launches straight into a violent barrage, merging fire with thunder in a single burst. Just like Lunav, she's using dual elemental magic. He counters the fire spells with Karam's help and instantly closes the distance. Lema hurls a blast of wind to shove him back and immediately follows with a lightning strike, but the sword spirit materializes behind her mid-cast, interrupting the attack before it lands. The lightning had force, but her aim was off, leaving him untouched. Cyan traps her with his black fog chaining spell, locking her in place so he can interrogate her directly. His first demand: who ordered the kidnapping, and how many more are involved? She breaks into a twisted laugh and tells him they'll come find him soon enough. Her skin begins to deteriorate, rotting as her body starts fading from view. Karam watches the strange decay for a moment, then deduces what's going on. It must be the effect of a heart curb. That's a special artifact that traps mana in the heart, preventing it from circulating. It would also explain Lunav's condition. She's likely under the same effect. Lima raises her brows, startled by how much they seem to know, and demands to know how they figured it out. Cyan, voice low and cruel, tells her she'll get her answer in hell. He drives his hand into her abdomen and tears out a stone pulsing with magic. In his past life, he once discovered an ancient tome locked away inside a Garam research lab. That book detailed everything about the heart curb, how to activate it, control it, and how to destroy it. Karam quietly asks what he plans to do with the artifact now. He tells her to bring Lunav to him. She carefully lays the girl on the ground, preparing for what comes next. Cyan takes the stone in his hand, crushes it, and lets the released mana pour into her chest. If she's been bound by the same artifact as the teacher, this should be enough to shatter it from within. Inside the main building of the Garam Mage Association, Lunav opens her eyes with an odd sensation running through her. Her body feels strangely light, like some invisible burden has been lifted off her shoulders. There's something different. She can channel more energy to Cyan than she ever could before. Across the rooftops, Cyan and Karam stand in silence. She turns toward him and questions what exactly he's planning. He responds plainly that he figured she might still be useful later on. Killing her would have been a waste. She scoffs at that, throwing it back at him. So what now? He's doing charity work? Then she hits him with a pointed question. What happens if she stabs him in the back? Funny, considering it's the same one trying to hijack his body. She waves it off like it's nothing, and he cuts the chat short, saying it's time to move out. There's nothing left for them here. Meanwhile, over in the Garam Kingdom, Rygans is boiling with anger after hearing what she had to say. She admits she remembers nothing after the moment she was snatched and later dropped somewhere near the royal grounds by some unknown figure. She stands by that explanation, but he doesn't look convinced. He tells her the kingdom's already in chaos. People are calling it the Banquet of Blood. She's being careless with her words, and the butler steps in, apologizing. He says he should have gone to find her sooner. Riggins shakes his head. It's not his fault. She just acts on her own whims. He walks closer, claps the man's shoulder, and remarks that things only work because of his granddaughter. Then something shifts. His palm ignites, searing into the man's skin. He glares at him, saying he's known for a long time that the butler was a traitor. Now, he won't let that betrayal slide, not after what happened to her. The man drops to his knees, pleading for his life, insisting it's all a mistake and begging for a second chance. But Riggins shuts that down cold. No more talking. Flames erupt inside his body, consuming him from the core outward until only ashes remain. Lunav just stands there, frozen, shocked. Riggins turns to her and explains that the butler was one of the people who ordered her capture. Then he asks something else. Did she learn anything about Cyan? She lies, saying there's nothing notable about the guy. It's a weak lie and she knows it. He isn't buying it. His eyes narrow, asking what she really means. She tells him she was up late that night to meet Cyan. Their conversation didn't reveal anything special. That was it. He places a hand on her shoulder and says that's exactly the kind of answer he wanted. But then he asks again, what is Cyan hiding? Riggins knows he's one of the Verts. That alone means he's got secrets or backup. With a straight face, she tells him he's just got a bodyguard and a useless maid at his side. Nothing that connects him to anything major. She pushes back, asking why he's so hell-bent on him in the first place. That question strikes a nerve. His mood shifts instantly, annoyed now. He says it confirms it. Cyan's definitely hiding something. Then he cuts off her questioning. She's a Rain Reaver by blood. She doesn't need reasons, just orders. He tells her to leave unless she has anything important to add, and that she's not allowed to step outside for now. She stays put, gaze stuck on the pile of ash where the butler once stood. She's had enough. She's not just family, she's supposed to be a consultant in this house. Back at Lewin Academy, some buff dude's been loitering on top of Cyan's dorm roof for a while. 0 classes, just standing there. Cyan catches sight of him and immediately turns away, not in the mood for whatever that is. As he passes by a few students, he overhears them gossiping. Apparently, classes have been canceled for days and one of the teachers is missing. Then he hears a familiar voice, Erica. She walks up behind him and casually mentions that instructor Nella Aronis has disappeared, and she's got a feeling he's involved. She confronts him directly, asking why he killed her. He looks confused and tells her he's never even met the woman. He doesn't go to his lessons anyway. Nella Aronis had a rep as a powerful mage from Garam. Not unusual for Garam mages to hang around neutral grounds like Lewin, but rumor had it she wasn't a fan of the Rain Reavers. That's why the Mist had eyes on her. Lunav's kidnapping wasn't part of her plan. They were about to make a move, but he handled everything before they could even act. Erica says she's the only one who knows any of this, so he doesn't need to stress. Instead, she hands him a new job. He'll need to lay low outside campus for a bit. He asks who'll take over Nella's spot while she's gone. She tells him the other instructors will rotate for now, but they're already scouting for a new mage. She figures the recruitment flyers are already out. Somewhere in the countryside, Boris is riding with a local farmer. He gazes out at the landscape and compliments the view. The farmer asks what brings him all the way out here. Boris says there's a position he's after. He heard it opened up recently, so he's rushing to apply. The farmer connects the dots quickly. He wants to be the new teacher at Lewin. Back in Cyan's upscale dorm, Emily is sprawled across the couch, practically dying from boredom. Karam isn't thrilled about the overcrowding and tells her to move off her favorite spot. They get into a spat, and she doesn't wait. She forcibly kicks her off the seat. Cyan steps into the room mid-chaos and calls her over. They've got a mission. Emily perks up, begging to go with him. But he tells her she's got a more vital role. Her job, make sure Nana never goes hungry. Ever. At first she's offended. It sounds like the dumbest task imaginable. Then she hears a deep growl from the other side of the room. Nana's already starting to shift, predator instincts kicking in. Emily panics, shoves a cookie into her mouth, and immediately reassures him she's got this. No problem. Feeding duty secured. He reminds her, don't give Brian any food yet. He's still recovering. She tells him she's already cooked and prepped. They're covered. Karam asks where they're headed. He tells her, Southwest Ushif Empire, Lambaster, a city built on blood, corruption, and coin. The strong rise, the weak vanish. Below its surface lies a massive underground arena, echoing with the roars of a bloodthirsty crowd. Tonight's fight? A no-rules deathmatch between two warriors, Zalbard and Zyber. Their size difference is almost absurd, yet both are locked in, focused, and ready to kill. Zalbard makes the first move. One punch from him craters the floor beneath their feet. Zyber dances around it, movements quick and precise, but not quick enough. Zalbard grabs him mid-air, fingers closing around his body, and crushes him with one hand. The crowd goes absolutely feral, screaming his name as the victor. Karam and Cyan make their way through the grimy streets of Lambaster. The place reeks of chaos, with drunks passed out in every corner and the air heavy with rot and lawlessness. Even the demon cringes at how gross and unregulated it all is. He explains that unlike Lewin, which maintains neutrality because of formal treaties, Lambaster is a different beast entirely. It's not neutral by diplomacy, it's just completely ungovernable. While they keep walking, a pack of sleazy men steps into their path, eyeing her and trying to flirt like it's going to go somewhere. It's clear now the city's flooded with lowlifes and criminals. They barely get a sentence out before he tells them to back off. Cut to moments later. Those same guys are face down in the dirt, groaning, already dealt with. They head into a bar attached to a hotel. He tosses a fat coin pouch onto the counter with a thud and asks for the best room they've got. The waitress raises a brow, shocked by how young he looks, and casually asks his age. He repeats the order, but this time his voice drops. No more kid energy, just cold authority. He tells her this isn't how you treat customers. That shuts her up. She straightens and gives him a proper welcome to the Lambaster cage. From the window upstairs, he spots a crew of shady-looking men heading off in formation. He knows immediately they're going down to the cage under the hotel. He needs to move fast. The waitress, Lisa, asks if there's anything else she can do. He says he wants access to the cage. She politely refuses. Newcomers aren't allowed. He quickly clocks what's going on. Illegal trades, probably drugs, and she's playing it safe to avoid trouble. He pivots, asking if he's the only new face around lately. What happened to the other guests? That's when he catches the shift in her eyes. Sharp, cold, ready to kill. She apologizes again, hiding behind the excuse that she's just doing her job. He's not buying it. He flicks a handful of gold coins at her. Instinct kicks in. She whips out blades and slices them midair, scattering them across the floor. Even she looks surprised at how fast she reacted, confused that some kid with coins could radiate such intense killing intent. He bends down, picks up a coin, and deadpans that she just ruined him. Then he asks if she just tried to attack him. Lisa scrambles to explain it was a reflex, not an attack, and begs him not to take it the wrong way. But his face hardens. Annoyed now, disgusted, he tells her she has to take responsibility. Backed into a corner, she finally agrees to let him into the cage. She opens a door to the basement and says the staircase will lead him directly to it. She also gives him a VIP token, something reserved for guests in special rooms. If he wears it, it should protect him while he's down there. She still doesn't get why he's so eager to dive into that mess, but warns him to stay out unless he's got more than one life to spare. He ignores her and starts down the stairs. The demon watches him go and asks why he doesn't just order Lisa to drag out the cage's owner, the one who runs the whole underground scene. That's the actual mission. He replies that they don't even know what she looks like. No leads. But they'll have their answers soon. She glances at him suspiciously. He's acting like he knows this place already. He confirms it. He's been here before, in a previous life, back before this whole city went up in flames during the Civil War. She asks just how bad it's going to get. He tells her she'll find out soon enough. The real story behind the Lambester cage. They finally reach the giant door leading to the underground arena and walk straight toward the ring. Elsewhere, the same thugs he flattened earlier are kneeling in front of their boss, reporting in. They explain that some punk kid wiped the floor with them. At first, the leader laughs, thinking they're joking, but they double down. This kid isn't normal. They swear it happened just outside the city gates. Now the boss is paying attention. They tell him the kid checked into the Lambester cage and even booked a VIP room, so they couldn't touch him anymore. That's why they came to report instead. He asks if the kid's from any noble family. They shrug. No idea. One of them pleads, calling out for help and referring to the man in charge as Mr. Gunther. Gunther raises an eyebrow, intrigued. He says he's heading to the cage himself to see what kind of kid causes this kind of mess. Back in the underground arena, a fight is already going down. Linda Weasley stands victorious, having just finished off another opponent. He watches silently from the shadows. The demon now sees exactly what's wrong with this place. These brutal underground matches are what dragged the city into chaos. That's why he's here. If he can't approach Linda Mihalov directly, then he'll flip the script and make her come to him. Security around the ring spots him and walks up, warning that this isn't a playground. Perfect timing. He throws down, takes one out, then another, then the rest. When it's over, he dusts himself off and asks flatly where he can register, not as a spectator, as a fighter. The energy in the arena turns wild as the crowd catches sight of a kid, Cyan, stepping into the ring to square off against Zarbark. Laughter mixes with disbelief, the audience buzzing, hyped that someone actually greenlit a child to fight. Most assume it'll be a total wipeout. The brute's no joke, a walking boulder, half human, half ogre by the looks of him. He casually raises one thick finger to squash the kid like a bug. Cyan launches off the ground, lands right on it, and snaps the finger in half. Then he drives his fist straight into the giant's face, shattering his nose and caving in part of his skull. Zarbark crashes to the floor, dropping to his knees after just one hit. For a few seconds, the crowd doesn't make a sound, frozen by the fact that a literal child just demolished him. Then the silence bursts. Cheers erupt. They chant his alias over and over, Lamai Simon. Karam leans in and asks what name he gave them. He says he can't exactly go around dropping his real one, not with noble blood and a duke for a father. She points out that his face is out in the open, so hiding his name is kind of pointless. He assures her that's covered too. He's got an enchantment running. Nothing to worry about. She catches on quick. That means Lord Fogg's power is backing him. He breaks it down. Unless someone directly interacts with him, they can't recognize who he really is. Even if they do, their memory won't hold on to his face. That's the spell at work, erasing all trace of his identity. From the shadows, Gunther watches everything unfold. But instead of being pissed, his curiosity only deepens. He's locked in, fascinated by the way this kid moves. Controlled, precise, deadly. A smile creeps across his face. In that moment, he makes a decision. He wants to fight him. Cyan's his next target, and he won't stop until they face off in that cage. Back at the hotel lobby, a tall blonde storms in. Delkia, head of the red light district. Her voice cuts through the air as she demands to see Cyan, accusing him of stirring up chaos in the underground matches. Lisa denies everything, claiming she has no clue what the woman's talking about, then firmly tells her to leave. Delkia doesn't back down, threatening violence and saying the incident happened on Lisa's turf, so she's not stepping aside. The hotel owner stands her ground, not about to let anyone cause trouble in her building. Tension spikes as the intruder's crew starts shifting, waiting on her signal to attack. Lisa's caught, torn between protecting Cyan or staying neutral. Then, out of nowhere, he strolls in like nothing's happening. Cool as ever, he casually asks if someone's been looking for him. The room goes still. No one even noticed he was there. He walks straight to Delkia, calmly suggesting they talk directly instead of bothering hotel staff. She turns to face him, and instantly her expression changes. It hits her like a drug. For a second, the world drops away. All she sees is him. She steps closer, takes his hand like it's the most natural thing in the world, and softly asks his name. He answers with the fake one, Lamaya Simon. She swoons, completely under, saying it's a bold name for a face like his. Lisa watches from the side, clearly disturbed, muttering a warning to him not to go anywhere near Delkia. He shrugs it off, telling her he's got it handled. The blonde slips him a business card, voice dipping to a flirt-heavy tone. She says she'd like a deeper conversation next time, somewhere private. The card's for her personal lounge in the Room of Pleasures, and she hints at a free service. The offer is as clear as it is shameless. With that, she struts out of the hotel, still under his spell. Once she's gone, Lisa immediately scolds him. She's already heard he stepped into the ring and won. Word travels fast around here. He tries to make an exit, but she blocks him, warning him not to even think about going to the room of pleasures. He reassures her, those kinds of places aren't his thing. After he leaves, another woman appears out of nowhere across the lobby. Her presence sucks the air out of the room. It's Linz Mahaloff, the owner of the Lambuster Cage. Lisa's eyes widen. She didn't notice her arrive. Linz asks if Delkia backed off on her own. Lisa fumbles for an answer, saying she treats Cyan like any other high-tier guest. The cage owner narrows her eyes, saying she heard Lisa even gave him advice. The hotel owner jumps to defend herself, insisting it wasn't personal. He's just a kid. Then Gunther steps in, laughing under his breath. He mocks Lisa for calling him a kid. Clearly, she has no idea who she's dealing with. Linsa swings her gaze to the fighter, eyes sharp and deadly, and demands to know why he showed up solo in her domain. He brushes it off, strolling in further and claiming the place feels ancient, saying it could use a serious update. She fires back, accusing him of being summoned. He confirms it, saying she's the one who called him to arrange a match, for him. Lisa cuts in, reminding them both that he got kicked out years ago. Linsa looks at him and asks who he plans to fight. He steps forward without hesitation. He wants Lamai Simon. Gunther's dead serious. He's ready to take on the kid, and he pitches the fight as a huge payday. Meanwhile, back in her velvet-cloaked hideout, Delkia's in meltdown mode. She's pacing, yelling, something's wrong. Her attendants are growing nervous. One whispers that she meant to seduce Cyan, but now she's the one completely undone. The script's been flipped badly. Everyone in the room can tell she's obsessed now. She'll stop at nothing to get him back. Inside, she's been sitting at her desk for hours, trying to sketch his face over and over. But every time she gets close, her mind fogs. She just can't remember what he looked like. She knows she saw him. His features were right there, but they vanish the second she tries to picture them. Frustration turns to desperation. She whispers his name, his fake name, again and again like a prayer. Lamaya Simon. To her, he's already hers, whether he knows it or not. Booze, women, and high-stakes games. The red light districts of Lombasa are notorious for indulging every vice imaginable. Cyan never willingly sets foot in a place like that. He expects trouble, but Delkia proves even more unpredictable than he anticipates. Her reputation for questionable appetites has always circulated in whispers, but he doesn't have time to dig into that now. He needs to investigate other regions for any trace of Linsa. As he cuts through a crowded alleyway, he bumps into a young girl and accidentally knocks her off her feet. She drops what she's carrying and immediately bows her head, apologizing in a panic. He blinks, confused, thinking she is saying sorry when he's the one who ran into her. Crouching down, he helps her gather her things, a bundle of cigarette packs scattered across the dirt, and asks if she is hurt. She shakes her head, still bent in a respectful bow, saying she's fine and thanks him for his mercy. He hands her the scattered packs, eyes narrowing, and wonders if she's selling them. She nods and says they're specialty smokes from the Gru Merchants Union, even offering to sell him one. He declines since he doesn't smoke, and he doesn't recall ever hearing of any Gru merchants. Before she leaves, he asks where she plans to sell the rest. She answers honestly that she'll be in the alleyways just west of the red light sector, and if she's lucky, she'll sell out before sunrise and be able to go home. Realizing she can't go back until the entire batch is sold, he pulls out a gold coin and flips it to her, saying he'll take the whole lot, then adds a second coin just for her. A huge grin breaks across her face as she clutches the coins tightly and runs off, calling out her thanks and promising never to forget his kindness. From behind, Karam shows up and smirks, asking if he's sure he isn't a charity foundation disguised as an assassin. He doesn't respond, instead watching where the girl went and noting that she's heading toward the dump zone, saying they need to follow her. They slip through the alley just in time to spot her cornered by 3 thugs, the same ones he'd already beaten up near the city gate. They yell at her, calling her a liar and threatening to teach her a lesson. She's on the ground, begging for her life, insisting she didn't steal from them. Before any of them can move, he appears behind them like a shadow, his voice cutting in cold as he points out that she's asking them to believe her, so they should just stop. The men freeze, recognizing the voice of the kid who flattened them earlier. He steps closer, mocking them for stealing from kids. One tries to play it tough, but the fear in his eyes gives him away. In seconds, he sweeps his legs out, stomps one into the dirt, and disables the other 2 with brutal efficiency. On the ground and whimpering, one asks why he's doing this, and he grabs him by the leg, saying he likes short bursts of torture, especially for creeps like them, before snapping the man's leg. The scream echoes down the alley. He turns back to the girl and gently hands her the coins the thugs dropped, telling her they won't bother her again and to be more careful next time. Before she can thank him, a slow clap breaks through the silence as Gunther steps out from the shadows, grinning and calling it a performance. He turns, tense, wondering if the guy knows him, thinking he shouldn't be recognizable under the spell cloaking his identity. Gunther laughs, saying there's only one guy who fights like that, calling him Lamai Simon and introducing himself as Gunther Lictus, the one who controls this corner of the city. Seeing perfect timing for questions, he figures Gunther may have answers. The man glances at his broken henchman, scoffs, and mutters that they're trash before casually killing one on the spot without hesitation or regret. The girl recoils in terror, and Tyan flinches, saying it wasn't necessary. Gunther shrugs, wiping blood from his fingers, saying he got carried away and just came back from chatting with Linz and Nihilov to set up a match. The name catches his attention, and without warning he throws a punch. Gunther blocks it, smiling wider. Tyan tightens his stance, feeling the resistance in the block, realizing this guy isn't just showboating. Gunther's fist comes flying back. He dodges by inches, and the ground behind him explodes from the force. Gunther leaps forward again, pumped full of adrenaline, saying his opponent is even better than he thought. He isn't fighting for dominance. He's fighting for fun, completely unhinged. Tyan tries to counter but gets caught, the heavy punch slamming into him and launching him into the dirt. Far away, in the pocket realm of the god of black fog, Sarika meditates in silence with thick clouds swirling around her. Uru's voice echoes nearby, noting the task she gave Tyan, but pointing out the name on the mission doesn't show up on the altar. His tone is curious, not angry, saying he isn't here to scold her but that she's pulled Tyan into something personal. She opens her eyes slowly and smiles, admitting Linz and Nihilov is a threat they'll eventually have to erase and calling the mission a test. Uru questions her, and she confirms it's to see if Tyan is worthy of inheriting what they've built, or if he'll fall down the same path as Linza. Uru seems intrigued. Back in the alley, Tyan peels himself off the ground after taking Gunther's full force and surviving. Gunther is impressed, saying his opponent is still standing and grinning wider as his thirst for battle grows, urging them to keep going. He slams a series of heavy blows into Gunther, each one packing more force than the last. The impact sends the man skidding backward again and again, barely able to hold his ground. Mid-combat, Tyan demands to know where Linza Nihilov is, but the fighter deflects the question, clearly uninterested in discussing her right now. Trying to regain control, he reinforces his arm and launches a strike, but it's sidestepped effortlessly. In that brief exchange, Tyan catches something troubling. His attacks aren't leaving a mark. That arm is tanking the hits, and he's charging forward without even slowing down, ripping through anything in front of him. Tyan realizes he misjudged the guy. Gunther isn't just strong, he's something else entirely. He leaps high, using elevation to create distance, and scanning the man's movements from above. Before either can land the next blow, a voice cuts through the chaos. Lisa's arrived. She tells them both to stand down. Tyan brushes her off, stating it's personal, and she should stay out of it. She ignores him and tells Gunther to back off, saying he's fighting someone marked as a VIP guest. He tries to defend himself, claiming Tyan started it, but she isn't in the mood to entertain excuses. The two of them bicker like siblings caught fighting in the living room while Tyan stays silent, just watching them go back and forth. Eventually, Gunther gives in and walks away, but not without tossing a reminder that he hasn't forgotten about their fight. Once he's gone, Lisa turns to check if Tyan's okay. His expression says enough. He's far from pleased. She immediately apologizes for showing up late and for letting things spiral like that. He studies her for a second, then points out that she looks like someone about to ask for a favor. She's caught off guard, but he already knows. Gunther told him she arranged this fight behind the scenes, reaching out to the owner of the venue to make it happen. Tyan reassures her he doesn't mind fighting, but he wants something in return. The little girl from earlier should be given a job at the hotel. The news of the upcoming fight spreads fast, rumors flying as everyone wants to know how it'll go down. Over the next several days, he drifts around the area, occasionally stepping into a fight. He picks up some intel about the lambaster cage. Turns out it's not lawless. There are ground rules, no weapons, stop if the opponent gives up. And the most important one, no killing allowed. That rule's about to be thrown out. Match day arrives, and a commentator runs down the details. Both Tyan and Gunther are informed there are no rules for this fight, the change made by personal request of the owner. Tyan blinks. This is the first he's hearing about it. Gunther, meanwhile, looks like a kid unwrapping a birthday present. He's practically vibrating with excitement. Tyan doesn't even get a chance to ask questions before the bell rings. The match begins, the crowd roaring louder with each passing second, the arena buzzing with tension. From a hidden spot in the shadows, Linza Nihilov watches silently, waiting to see what Tyan is really capable of. Gunther calls out, mocking, saying if Tyan's scared, he can always pick up a weapon. Tyan doesn't bother replying. He doesn't need a blade to win. He shifts into a stance, surrounding himself with black fog magic. This is where the real fight begins. Gunther grins, finally facing a real opponent. Without shame, he confesses that killing humans gives him a rush. That's why he was permanently banned from the cage. Tyan hears him but doesn't flinch. Gunther lunges, throwing a clean punch toward his face, but misses completely. Tyan grabs his arm, moves like a shadow, then, without hesitation, slices it clean off. Gunther screams as his right side spurts blood, the severed arm gone in one cut. Tyan gives a quiet warning. If he moves too much, the black fog will finish the job. The silence says it all. He knows it's over. Cyan wins. The arena erupts, the crowd chanting his name, electrified by what they just saw. But not everyone's cheering for the same reason. One person watching from the stands isn't focused on the fight. They saw something darker. The black fog from that strike looked too familiar. There's only one conclusion. He carries the demonic sword. After the match, Cyan can't shake the feeling that someone wanted him in the dark about the no-rules twist. He's starting to suspect Lince knows exactly what he's trying to do. As he's deep in thought, the little girl from before walks over holding a beer, grinning ear to ear and saying he looked badass in the ring. She's already started working, serving drinks as an assistant at the bar. He notices her name tag, Louie, and figures that must be her name. He pats her head and tells her to give it her best. Then Lisa calls him over. It's time to debrief. Right away, she apologizes again. He gets to the point, asking why she didn't tell him it would be a no-rules deathmatch. She sucks in a breath and shakes her head. She didn't know either. The change was kept between the owner and Gunther. Cyan exhales slowly. This approach won't work. He needs another route. As he turns to leave, he stops. An old man is standing in the doorway, the same one he spotted earlier in the crowd. The man introduces himself as Morris, representing the Gru Merchant Union, and wastes no time. He's here to ask one thing. That sword? Is it the demonic sword? And if so, would he be willing to sell it? He gives nothing away, brushing off Morris's comment with a flat denial, claiming not to know what he's talking about. The merchant isn't buying it, saying there's no reason to keep up the act and that all he's interested in is the sword. Leaning in slightly, voice smooth, he adds, there's no shame in wielding something demonic. If anything, it shows style. Cyan doesn't reply, just watches him, eyes narrowing. Unbothered, Morris grins and says they'll cross paths again very soon. With that, he turns and exits, security detail flanking him. Cyan's thoughts drift to the Gru Merchant Union. He remembers now. That group didn't exist until after he killed Zickerman Albus. Louis approaches, eyes glossy, and shakily asks if he's okay. He gives her head a gentle pat and tells her there's nothing to worry about. Then he faces Lisa. His expression hardens, eyes sharp. He wants something and he doesn't ask. He demands. He wants to meet the owner immediately. She freezes, stunned by the sudden shift in him, unable to find the words. Elsewhere, deep in the rundown backstreets of the city, Gunther is unraveling. His rage spirals, smashing everything in reach, wrecking the alley as if that'll fix what happened in the ring. People nearby try to calm him down, telling him to stop moving before his injury tears open again. He ignores them and roars the name Simon into the air, vowing to kill him. The helplessness is eating him alive. He got destroyed, and it stings. He needs a new plan, something that'll actually work. But nothing comes, not until a thought hits. Louis. Cyan's taken a liking to her, looked out for her. Maybe she's the key. Maybe he can use the kid to get to him. Later that night, with the hotel quiet and the guests mostly gone, Louis is wiping down the bar counter. The door creaks open. Gunther steps inside, that same eerie grin spreading across his face as he asks if she remembers him. She hesitates, then nods. Yes. He doesn't drop the smile and says he needs her help with something. In a nearby room, Cyan is still talking with Lisa. The conversation hasn't cooled down. He wants to know why the owner won't meet him. She tells him flatly it's not that simple. Lince isn't someone people just meet. He narrows his gaze, wondering why she's defending Lince so hard. Lisa's not surprised he already knows the owner's name, maybe impressed, but not shocked. She figured he wasn't just some average guy the moment he walked in. She explains that Lince has been watching him closely. The fight with Gunther? That was her idea. And so was the rule change. Then she gets serious, saying if he's smart, he'll leave. Fast. Because staying might get him killed. He listens but doesn't speak. He can't tell whose side she's even on right now. Maybe none. Maybe she's just doing her job. Suddenly, a scream echoes from the main hall. Louis. They both bolt from the room. What they find is chaos. Tables flipped, walls cracked, and a massive hole blown through the side of the building. Neither can make sense of it immediately. Cyan studies the wreckage in silence before muttering that he might know who did this. Then he spots it. Louis's name badge, tossed on the floor and streaked with blood. He turns to Lisa and tells her to stay put for a while. She protests, saying he doesn't even know who took her. He cuts her off, repeating the words but with ice behind them. He has a damn good idea who it was. Far from the hotel, in a private suite that hasn't seen sunlight in days, Delkia is slipping into madness. She's sprawled across her bed, sketch pads everywhere, each one covered in frantic drawings of Cyan's face. She stares up at the ceiling, face blank, whispering that she can't remember what he looks like anymore. Then a voice cuts through the silence, saying a woman's room shouldn't be this trashed. She shoots upright, demanding to know who entered without permission. It's Morris. He looks her over like she's something pathetic. She recognizes him instantly and asks what he wants. He says it's simple. He's a merchant, and he only shows up when he's got a deal to offer. Glancing at the drawings scattered across the room, he catches on quick that she's completely obsessed. Without wasting time, he pulls out a small glass bottle filled with murky liquid from the Garam Kingdom, the strongest paralysis potion they make. With this, he says, she can have Cyan completely helpless. She takes the vial, expression unreadable, and asks what it'll cost. He doesn't flinch. All he wants is whatever Cyan carries. She can do what she wants with the rest of him. The offer sounds like a setup, but Morris insists. That's it, nothing else. He turns to leave, adding that he doesn't care who gets it done. He just needs Cyan out of the picture. And ideally, Gunther handles it first. That's the plan. Back in the slums, Gunther's been waiting. Cyan doesn't take long to show. The brute smirks and tosses something at him. An ear, saying it's a keepsake. The rest of the body? Inside the crate he's sitting on. Cyan stares at the severed ear, barely breathing. His expression goes dark, and his restraint snaps. He warns Gunther that he's going to kill him. The rematch has officially started. Gunther couldn't be happier. Elsewhere, Linsa sits across from Lisa, her voice calm as she asks if she believes Cyan will actually kill Gunther. She nods once, certain, no hesitation in her eyes. Yeah, he's going to finish him. Linz tilts her head, curious, and wonders aloud if she's worried about him. Lisa's tone stays even, saying whatever connection she had to the fighter died out a long time ago. Then she pauses, something lingering on her mind, and finally asks why the obsession with Cyan. Linz chuckles under her breath and says, if she's that curious, she'll ease her mind. Then she asks something strange. Can Lisa remember his face? The question lands hard. She blinks, then blinks again. Slowly, she realizes she can't. She can picture the man, his movements, his voice, but no matter how hard she tries, his face won't come into focus. Linsa smiles and tells her it's a side effect of one of Eru's divine powers, one of the authorities of the god of fog. Lisa's eyes widen at the name, Eru. Linz laughs again, entertained, saying it seems fate's digging up old roots. She says it's funny how her past is circling back like this. Lisa's voice drops, quietly asking if she's in danger. The other woman waves it off, saying no, not danger. They're just about to receive a guest worth keeping, and she plans to treat him right. Back in the junk district, the fight is reaching its peak. Gunther stands amid the ruin, a manic glint in his eye. His arm, once torn off, is now reforged with raw mana, reinforced by scraps around him. He hurls it, sweeping destruction through the air, the swing crashing into Cyan. But our protagonist doesn't flinch or budge. Gunther snarls, demanding to know why he's holding back, why he isn't using the same move he pulled last time. He says if Cyan wants to win, he'd better start trying. Cyan glances down. The ground is scattered with bones, human bones. The brawler sees his look and grins, explaining it like it's nothing, saying he's been digging up corpses of people who were worthless to him. This entire pit is a junkyard. Lambaster's always been full of trash, and he and Lisa grew up buried in it, learning to crawl through garbage just to survive. He recounts how he'd fight off anyone who tried to take advantage of them, clawing, biting, punching, whatever it took. Then one day, a boy showed up. That boy took out the old junkyard boss who made their lives hell, saying he'd dropped out of Lewin Academy just to find some fun. And today's fun? Cleaning up the trash. Gunther remembers it clearly. Blood everywhere, bodies stacked like waste. The guy's name was Ashel. He recalls how the stranger walked toward them afterward, smiling, saying everything was fine now, the junk was gone, and they were safe. To this day, he still can't forget that face. That's when everything changed for him. He started looking up to Ashel, wanting to be like him, and swore he'd clean out all the garbage in Lambaster just like his idol. He started small, grew his crew, took over the junkyard himself, got into the Lambaster cage fights to make money, and ended up killing someone. He got expelled and didn't care. The guy was trash anyway, meant to be thrown out. That was the last straw for Lisa, who cut ties. Didn't bother him though. He'd already become one with the trash heap. He repeats the promise he made to himself, to scrape out every last piece of filth in this city. Cyan interrupts, telling him enough to shut up and fight. He points out that the last attack didn't leave a scratch, and if Gunther wants a shot at breaking through, he'd better push harder. The other man doesn't hesitate. This is what he's been waiting for. With a wild grin, he pulls mana from deep within, fusing metal, bone, and debris into a monstrous arm. In one hand something glows. Cyan spots it instantly. An artifact. Old. Dangerous. Gunther smirks and names it. A gravity chamber. He activates the relic, and a field slams down around Cyan, air tightening like a noose as the gravity multiplies 20-fold. He drops slightly, boots sinking into the dirt like the planet itself is trying to crush him, then launches forward while his opponent's stuck. Karam's voice cuts in, offering backup, but Cyan refuses. No need. In the blink of an eye, he tears through the field and reappears right in front of the other man. Gunther barely sees it before the punch lands, sending him airborne and spinning. Cyan jumps after him, promising to shatter every piece of him, everything except the ear. He kicks him mid-air, then finishes with a crushing blow that spikes him into the earth. The impact rattles the entire zone, scrap metal bursting from the ground as dozens of shards pierce his body. He's not getting back up. Breathing ragged, he looks at Cyan and says he always knew this is how it'd end, but he's got no regrets. He mutters that Louis will probably end up like them. Like him, like Lisa, trash. That's just how things work in this city. rules set by the one in charge. Blood fills his mouth, but he asks for one last thing, for Tyan to stop that from happening. Our boy doesn't answer, just stares, stunned, then runs to the box Gunther had been guarding. Inside, Louis lies unconscious. Time passes. Lisa arrives with a group of guards, eyes sweeping the wreckage. She sees the corpse but doesn't react much, instead ordering her team to check on Cyan. They spot him right away cradling Louis in his arms. He tells them she's not hurt, probably just asleep. Lisa approaches and asks if he's okay. He keeps his eyes on the girl, saying there's nothing she needs to worry about, just take care of her. She asks where he's headed. He rises, setting Louis down gently, and says he's got something to clean up. Lisa asks where. His voice drops, cold and final. Lambaster. He's already walking. Lambaster is carved into 4 main sectors, with the infamous Lambaster cage planted squarely at its heart. To the west sprawls the junkyard, the commercial hubs stretch eastward, and the entertainment strips occupy the southern slice. The city has no official law enforcement, but there's a loosely kept order managed by the heads of each district, who handle just enough to keep things from falling apart. In the past, Cyan glances at Ashel, questioning how he plans to gain control over a place this chaotic. If this were just a regular state, they could storm in with force, but that option's off the table. Instead, he suggests going solo and taking down the district heads directly. Ashel grins, brushing off the idea, saying there's no need. The city's already on the brink of collapse. Even if they sit back and do nothing, Lambaster will still tear itself apart. They just need to show up at the right moment to claim it. Cyan eyes him, skeptical, wondering how he can be so sure. The reply is simple. He's seen it, and the rot runs deep. That confidence still nags at Cyan to this day. He'd inspected the place back then, and Ashel hadn't been wrong. The decay was real. But this time he isn't here to observe it rot. He's here to rip it out from the roots. He steps into Delkia's den of indulgence and is greeted with a cup of tea. The scent hits him. Sweet mint layered over what's supposed to be black tea. It's not subtle. She's barely hiding the fact that it's laced. Pulling him into a hug, she watches closely, clearly waiting for him to drink. The aroma reminds him of a standard paralysis blend sold in Garam. She thanks him for accepting her invite, promising tonight will be worth his time. In that moment, he confirms she knows he's aware the tea's spiked. He locks eyes with her, finishes the entire cup in one go, then slumps over, pretending to pass out. A crooked smile stretches across her face. Finally, she's got him. Now he belongs to her. Meanwhile, in the commercial district at Gru Merchant Union, Morris receives word that the trap worked. A Potter informs him a message just came in from the entertainment quarter. He lights up with satisfaction, though irritation lingers. Wasting the gravity chamber on Nanterre left a bitter aftertaste. He went through hell to get that from the Garam Association, but with Cyan captured, the demonic sword is as good as his. One of his guards warns things are going a little too smoothly, suggesting they check the place early. Morris approves but warns them to keep their hands to themselves. Even though they're just doing their job, their eagerness annoys him. He suspects they're after the sword too. Instead of waiting, he hitches a ride in his cart and heads there himself. Pushing open the door to Delkia's chamber, he finds her lounging on the main bed, Cyan unconscious beside her. She teases that he's early and asks if he couldn't hold back a bit longer. She was just about to start the fun. He shrugs her off, saying he doesn't care about the body. It's the sword he wants. She replies coolly that she's already removed it from Cyan. That gets his blood racing, and he urges her to hurry and hand it over. She tells him not to rush, then yanks a rope. What he sees next sends a jolt through him. Bodies, all stuffed and propped up, clutter the room. At the center lies another Delkia, bloodied, beaten, unconscious. He's stunned. The first one peels off her disguise. It's Karam, the living embodiment of the demonic sword he's been obsessed with. The sight still shakes him. He hasn't gotten used to the sword taking human form. A voice rises behind him. Cyan. He says Morris knows too much to walk away. Panic flashes across the merchant's face as he calls for the Shadow Assassin Squad, but a fist drives into his throat before he can finish. If he's so eager to see his men, Cyan says, he can meet them the hard way. Creation space flares to life, unleashing the fog swamp technique. Black shadows swirl around Morris, creeping up as they begin devouring him alive. Cyan calmly tells him he knows about the artifacts given to Gunther, and the paralysis mix passed to Delkia. The man stammers, begging for mercy, and swearing he'll never pull anything like this again. But once the fog swamp takes hold, there's no crawling back. The shadows drag his body into a limitless sea, drowning him alongside his guards. With Morris erased, only Delkia remains. Sarika steps up, offering to handle her so Cyan can go. He warns her not to overdo it. She smirks, saying there's no need to worry, then strides over and glares down at the woman, accusing her of laying filthy hands on her master. Sarika announces she knows Delkia is fully conscious and better get ready, because she's going to slice her into 1,000 pieces. The pleas come fast, but Sarika doesn't buy them. She slams her fist into her face, shattering her nose. Cyan steps out of the chamber. Halfway through the hallway, a ripple in the air shifts, and he senses a familiar mana. An instant later, the surroundings twist, and he finds himself in a different space. It's the fog doom technique, only this time someone else is using it. A voice cuts through the fog, mocking his stunned expression. She introduces herself. Linza Nihiloff, one of Lambaster's district heads. The name stops him cold. This is the one he was supposed to purify, and it turns out she's part of the mist. She materializes in front of him, casually noting Sarika must have missed her. He thanks her, saying it saves him the trouble of hunting her down. As far as he's concerned, she's just another backstabber. He cracks a smile, saying he's not in the mood to fight, but danger spikes as he catches an attack just in time and knocks it away. What really stuns him, though, is that Lisa from the front desk is here, and she's siding with Linza. She goes in for an attack, but Cyan blocks every strike, keeping her blows at bay with sharp precision, and tells her to step aside. He states plainly that his objective is Linza, and she's not even supposed to be involved in this situation, but she isn't responding, forcing his hand. Left with no other option, he activates a hidden spell called Bloodthirst Wave, blasting her back and freezing her in place momentarily. He finds it genuinely impressive that she's able to take the hit without collapsing. Whoever trained her clearly did an outstanding job. It takes serious discipline to withstand that spell. Suddenly, she reappears behind him and speaks, saying he could have ended her just now. She asks why he didn't go through with it. He ignores the bait and questions how long she's planning to hide in this damn fog. She starts laughing like a maniac, amused, saying she's curious about Sarika's so-called disciple and wants to see how he stacks up against Lisa, the one she personally trained. He furrows his brow, genuinely confused how she even knows that much about Sarika, and wonders aloud what kind of relationship they had. She gives him a playful nudge and tells him he should be worrying about something else. The mage is now preparing a heavy-hitting spell, one strong enough to require a full wash afterward. Dozens of blades materialize and shoot toward him, but he dodges all of them, moving like wind through thread. Lisa follows up with a leaping strike from above, and in a cold, cutting voice, tells him she's cut off all ties with Gunther, but he still needs to pay for ripping away the final piece of her bloodline. He locks onto her eyes and immediately spots it. Her mind's been tampered with. Looks like someone implanted a shadow-based persona using a memory shard and layered it with rage. Closing in on him like this, though, that was her first and last mistake. He seizes her by the neck, completely freezing her movement, and then with a swift, deliberate motion, knocks her out clean with a hit to the head. The moment she drops, it's just him and Linza, standing alone in this artificial fog dimension. He calls out to her, asking her to quit hiding. She steps forward, laughing, and says he should have figured it out by now. This fog isn't just around them, it's a domain formed from her own will. He says it's surprising enough to find out she's part of the mist, but what really makes it worse is that she's both a traitor and a damn thief. She tilts her head and casually asks what exactly he's accusing her of stealing. He points straight at her hand and calls her out. That ring she was wearing earlier is an Antbari artifact, a tool that absorbs basically anything, whether that's raw mana or divine energy. She used it to fake her identity as a mist. He smirks, ridiculing her without holding back, calling her nothing but a knockoff, a fraud wearing borrowed power. That pisses her off. Her composure cracks, and she unleashes a forbidden spell, but what she doesn't realize is that she's walked right into his trap. She taps into the power of the Black Fog God and summons Absolute Flag, her trump card. The fog bends into a sealed sphere, locking them into an isolated pocket space. Within this space, only she has freedom to move. This world is hers. But then, a new voice breaks in. Karam, sharp and sudden, calling out that she's finally located it. A tear rips open across the rail, and through that tear steps Kira, calm and ready, asking if Linz is really aiming for her master. Linza freezes completely, eyes wide in shock. She just watched someone slice open her domain like it was made of paper. She can't believe it. Kira's power is rivaling that of the Black Fog God. Her brain stalls trying to process it. Excluding Uru, there's only ever been one person who could pull this off, and there she is, the blade-turned being. With a calm, vicious glint, Kira playfully asks how many parts Linz wants to be cut into. She snaps her fingers and tears down the entire fog barrier with a single gesture. The woman stumbles back, mouth open, reeling from how casually Kira just walked in, yelling that there's no possible way this brat is the true heir. She insists it's impossible. 300 years and now some random kid shows up? No way. The demon leans in, speaking in a sharp whisper, asking what her deal is. He gives her a look and mutters that she's just throwing a tantrum. Karam boils over, rage spiking. She calls him a child again and follows it up by calling him a fake successor before dashing forward, ready to strike. He doesn't flinch. He grabs Kira, shifting her into weapon form instantly, and with a grin, comments that she's way too sloppy to ever pass as a decent assassin. Both of them activate a high-grade fog skill, Russian Fogstorm, and their weapons crash violently. But even in that clash, Linz has no real power to push back. He asks if she still doubts that he's the real one chosen. He says fine, if she still won't accept it, he'll just show her the real deal. As she stumbles, trying to regain her stance, he unleashes one of his highest-tier fog techniques. A massive orb of dense, churning black energy begins forming. The spell is called Adamant, the mana charges spiraling violently. Before she can even get a breath, the sphere launches toward her. Flashback, years earlier, at the Temple of Black Fog, Sarika looks at her and asks if she's really going to walk away now. The woman replies that she's sick of waiting for a successor who may never appear. She turns her back and asks if Sarika plans to kill her. The priestess calmly denies it, saying there are far worse people in the world, and no reason to kill her yet. Still, the second she senses the fog has corrupted her soul, she'll eliminate her without hesitation, and when that time comes, she'll also reclaim every piece of stolen gear she took. The woman shrugs, almost smug, saying no one even knows she stole anything, so there's no need to be nervous. She offers a farewell and says to stay decent, as if they were still friends. That was the last moment they shared. She left behind an empire's shadow and built a faction in secret, her goal being to create a system where strength got noticed. She didn't want to rot in silence waiting for someone else's legacy. She truly believed she could have been the chosen one herself. And now, this is where it ends. Half her body is burned away, completely gone from the blast. She didn't have a prayer of dodging it. She drops to her knees, breath shallow, life slipping. She asks him to pass a message to Sarika, tell her she was wrong, and finish it. He honors the request. Using her own fog, he dissolves what's left of her body in silence. No one sees their downfall coming. Not hers. Not even his. Following Linz's death, her domain begins to unravel and dissipate. As a result, it collapses into a space just outside the hotel, cutting down the time Cyan would have otherwise spent traveling. Lisa breaks the silence, asking why he let her live. After all, she had tried to kill him and clearly knew far too much about the mist. There was no logical reason for her to still be breathing. In a detached tone, he asks whether she plans to report what she knows. She firmly says no. That's enough for him. He says she's free to go. Bewildered, she asks what she's meant to do now. Before he can respond, the door bursts open and Louis rushes in, calling out her name in a panic. The girl is nearly in tears, saying how scared she was when Lisa suddenly disappeared. Lisa gently assures her she's fine, asking if she's hurt. Louis says she doesn't care about that. She just doesn't want to be left alone again. Lisa had been the kindest person she had ever met, and she begs her not to vanish again. Cheyenne tells her she's just found her new role. The district of Forva has no managers left, so she should take over and make sure Louis grows up better than either she or Gunther ever did. Lisa silently nods in understanding. He bends down and pats Louis on the head, telling her to listen to Lisa's guidance. Louis then asks if he's leaving. He confirms, saying he has to check out. Lisa follows with a question. Will he come back? He answers with a maybe, but deep down, he hopes he never has to witness what he saw in that place again. He heads back to the Fog Temple to follow up on Sarika's mission regarding Linz. When he arrives, she seems surprised that he managed to purify Linz Nialof. She asks whether it was difficult. He gives a dry response, stating she already knew how hard that mission was. Sarika nods and notes that he seems to have some questions. He asks about her past connection to Linz and whether she was ever part of the Mist. She confirms they trained together but left when she disagreed with where the Mist was heading. She even took the Hallmaster's ring with her, something passed down through the Order. Cyan pulls the very ring out of his pocket. She tells him it was supposed to be hers, but she wants him to keep it. He's confused, since that ring was only meant for Hallmasters, but she says she no longer needs it. She's strong enough without such symbols. He admits he thought her true motive for sending him on that mission was to retrieve the ring. He hadn't expected this. Karam materializes nearby, remarking that Sarika probably resented Linz, which explains their dynamic. She says she was only keeping a promise, and that most people eventually break under the ring's power. He wonders aloud whether this is a test to see if he too would be corrupted. He asks if she plans to warn him like all the others, that if he succumbs, he'll be purified just the same. Then he questions whether she even accepts him as the next successor. Sarika grins slightly, saying she's simply watching to see whether he becomes a menace to humanity or a hero. Testing a successor is a tradition. She even admits Karam may have chosen wrong. The spirit reacts with anger, but Cyan remains composed. He understands what she means. Days pass. At Lewin Academy, in the dean's office, the administrator is in conversation with a newcomer. With instructor Nella's sudden disappearance, student anxiety has risen. He acknowledges the weight the new appointee carries, but expresses faith in him. The man responds calmly, promising to be understanding toward the students. This is Boris, the newly appointed substitute instructor. Once the meeting wraps up, he excuses himself to tour the academy, but the dean watches him go, sensing something odd in his demeanor. A moment later, Sarika enters the office, apologizing for being late. She was responding to the dean's earlier summons. Boris greets her, introducing himself formally. As he speaks, she immediately senses his ominous aura and the unmistakable stench of blood clinging to him. He radiates danger. The dean mentions that Boris comes from the capital and privately asks her to keep watch over him. Though polite and skilled, there's something unsettling about him. She agrees. That level of blood on someone can't be washed off. It clings, thick and permanent, like the scent of death walking in a man's skin. Later that day, inside the academy, a large assembly of guards has formed, standing in organized lines. The sheer number is staggering. Even Aaron is taken aback. She had heard the guard force had expanded since the banquets of blood, but this is excessive, overwhelming even. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. She turns and recognizes Lunav, who approaches with a warm smile. They walk together, chatting. Lunav expresses her gratitude and happiness, saying she's been doing well lately, all thanks to Aaron's help. Aaron, being modest, returns the compliment, saying her friend has done a lot for her too. Then she introduces her to Leximus. The three chat and laugh together as they wander, but then they run into Boris. He introduces himself as the new instructor, asking specifically for Princess Aaron. She greets him with a polite smile, mentioning she's heard quite a bit about him. She inquires if he's teaching mana application. He then makes a casual request. Could she spare a moment? He claims it's nothing urgent. He just wants to assess her mana levels. He asked her to produce her mana sphere. Without hesitation, she creates and presents the sphere. Leximus and Lunav exchange wary glances. Something doesn't feel right. But Aaron brushes it off, insisting it's just a routine check. What could possibly go wrong? As Boris prepares to do something with the mana, a blur of motion interrupts. Cyan appears beside her, grabbing her hand just in time. His expression darkens, eyes sharp as blades, fixed on the instructor. In a low, threatening voice, he asks why the hell he's in Lewin. 1,000 years before the founding era, the Demon King's army had already launched its brutal campaign. On the front lines, human soldiers struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught, desperately casting barrier spells and defensive wards, only for them to be torn apart almost instantly by savage blows, like those of a giant demonic spider. The casualties climbed quickly. They scrambled to regroup, trying to re-establish order in the chaos, but the enemy pressure didn't let up. As they faltered, a blur of motion caught their eye. A figure approached at speed. Cian. In one swift move, he severed a monster's leg clean off. He'd finally arrived. The rumors weren't lies after all. Though they had believed he'd been deployed to the Western Front, the stories were true. He always showed up when it mattered. He pointed toward the wounded, telling them to fall back. He'd handle things from here. The demonic spider charged up and fired a laser blast directly at him, but he leapt aside just in time, landing clean. Excitement flickered in his chest. He'd hoped it would be a special class monster, but it was too slow to be worth the effort. Disappointed, he summoned the Void Sphere and obliterated the creature in one blow, vaporizing its head entirely. Moments later, he caught the sound of clapping. It was Boris, clearly impressed, grinning as he commented that no wonder Sir Ashel kept him close. He had assumed Cyan was stationed in the rear lines, same as him, but had come north after hearing this front needed reinforcements, only to find the situation already wrapped up. Cyan noted the obvious. These soldiers had been seconds from being wiped out. This war wasn't ending anytime soon. It had been a full year since the Vare family ordered the elite knights on the front to relinquish their power to Emperor Luinel. The monsters seized that moment of vulnerability and began their advance, resulting in an unbroken war ever since. All of it, a direct result of Luinel's greed. Cyan admitted that if Ashel hadn't personally asked him to show up, he wouldn't have bothered. Boris let out a low laugh, admitting he was pushing his luck by saying that aloud, but he understood. He was in a similar boat. Cyan assumed Luinel had sent him too, but the other man corrected him, saying it was his skill set that got him picked. Even so, his values aligned more with Ashel's than the Emperor's. Cyan tilted his head, asking what sort of skills Boris even had. Boris lifted a hand, pulling in mana from the surrounding air. Cyan watched as he pulled residual traces of his own magic, compressing them into a dense sphere. Something about the sphere's energy felt off. He studied it, then admitted there was something in him, maybe even what he'd been looking for. Looking back now from the present, that might have been the moment the hunt really started. He wouldn't let himself slip up again, which was exactly why giving mana access to someone like Boris was a terrible idea. Boris recoiled at the sudden shift in tone. The aggression caught him off guard, unraveling whatever plan he'd been running. Leximus stepped in, shielding Princess Aaron and snapping at Cyan to rein it in. Boris tried to smooth things over, claiming it was just a misunderstanding. As a newly appointed instructor, he'd only meant to assess student aptitude. Cyan wasn't having it. That was a weak excuse. He'd never heard of that kind of protocol, and he'd only just learned about the appointment. Boris shrugged, saying he'd step back if they felt pressured, adding a half-hearted apology if he'd made anyone uneasy. Cyan gave a curt nod, accepting the apology but telling him to get lost before things got worse. He kept hold of Arin's hand as he said it. With no room to argue, Boris turned on his heel and walked out, thoroughly thrown off by the hostility. Lunav blinked, clearly puzzled, whispering to herself, wondering if she'd ever even heard of that instructor's name before. Cyan released Aaron's hand and muttered an apology for snapping, but she brushed it off, saying she understood and trusted he was on her side. Her cheeks lit up mid-sentence, and flustered, she grabbed Leximus's hand and bolted, muttering something about urgent business. Once they were gone, Lunav turned to him and asked if he knew Boris personally. He said not really, just barely. That surprised her. She'd never seen the guy before. He cut her off, warning her clearly, "Don't dig into him. Don't approach him. Stay the hell away." Later, back in his dorm, Cyan cast a candy waterfall spell, thanking Emily and Brian for holding things down while he'd been out. Brian perked up, but Emily looked annoyed, complaining that he kept interfering with her cooking. He smirked, teasing that he thought she liked being cooked for. She shot back that it felt like her job had been yanked out from under her. He turned toward Brian. Training time. They headed to the academy's practice field, but they were late. Someone else had beaten them there. Leximus was already mid-drill, her claymore nearly as tall as she was, moving like it weighed nothing. Cyan wasn't shocked. Impressed, sure, but not surprised. She was bound to be called the continent's top swordsman one day. He grabbed a wooden practice sword and told her to show what she'd learned. She paused, confused by the challenge. He rose to his feet and gave her a slight nod. First strike was hers. She hesitated. She had a real blade, he was holding wood. That didn't feel fair, but before she could finish the thought, he lunged at her. She barely managed to parry, rattled by how a wooden weapon could hit that hard. He adjusted her stance, correcting her form. Leximus grit her teeth and launched back at him, warning she wasn't going easy anymore. She charged at him, swinging hard, but he intercepted every strike without breaking a sweat, redirecting each blow with practiced precision. As he parried, he casually threw in a few compliments, admitting he was genuinely surprised at how far she'd come. His tone shifted as he started messing with her, poking at her rhythm, asking if that was really all she had. He told her to stop holding back, to come at him like she actually meant to kill him. She kept going, attack after attack, her breathing picking up. Fatigue crept in, but she refused to let up, still unable to close the distance or land a single cut. Desperate for an opening, she leapt high, aiming from above, but he cut her off mid-air, slamming her back to the ground. The spar ended with her on the floor, and his sword aimed straight at her face, making it clear who the winner was. He pointed out the obvious. Letting her emotions spiral opened up a dozen weak spots, all of which he had just exploited. She dropped her voice, admitting she didn't even come close to his level, then quietly muttered how nice it must be to have that kind of strength. He reassured her right away, saying she had skill, real, rare skill. Not everyone could handle that kind of sword, especially not as smoothly as she did. She was doing something even veteran knights still struggled with. If she kept up at this pace, he honestly believed no one was going to be able to match her in a duel. She blushed a little, caught off guard by the praise, especially after getting wrecked like that. He shifted the subject, asking Brian to start training with her from now on, then paused, thinking for a second. Of course she was confused. He explained, a little awkwardly, that regardless of her current ability, he had other matters to handle and couldn't train Brian himself right now, so he was leaving him in her care temporarily. She nodded, saying she'd bring a wooden sword next time so they could get to work. Brian piped up, asking where Cyan was headed. He just said there was somewhere he needed to be. Leximus looked more than fired up to get into the next session. As Cyan walked away, that eerie sensation he'd felt earlier still lingered, creeping around the edges of his awareness. Then he spotted her, Lunav, standing dead center on academy grounds beneath the night sky, unmoving. He walked closer and realized she was watching Boris's tower, eyes fixed on the searchlight. He asked if she was planning to sneak inside. She grinned knowingly, saying he already knew she would. Just curiosity, she claimed. She'd never heard the guy's name before, not even once in the entire Garam Mage Association. For someone labeled an 8th Circle Mage, that was not just weird, it was suspicious. That grin of hers didn't fade. She was clearly sticking her nose where it didn't belong and loving it. Then she turned to him and asked if he was coming too. It felt like he already knew Boris, maybe even hated him a little, enough to get involved. He exhaled heavily. She was dragging them both into a mess, and they both knew it. They waited for Boris to finally step out of his room. Once he was gone, Cyan led the way and cracked the door open with a spell. The room inside was stacked with books, dense with ancient symbols and magical writing. One glance was enough. They both thought the guy was a total academic freak. She picked up one of the texts and flipped it open. Most were heavy on old, forgotten spells, stuff that probably hadn't been used in centuries. Then he froze. He felt Karam slipping away from his body. He asked her where she was going. She answered from afar, saying she was heading to the rooftop, telling him to chill, they could keep poking around the lab. He narrowed his eyes, confused by her sudden departure. Before he could dwell on it, Lunav called him over. She'd found something, a strange, dusty volume older than the rest. From one glance, his expression darkened. This wasn't just any book. It was Hearthcrea, Boris's armor. Meanwhile, up on the roof, Karam lifted her head, catching a foul, almost rotten smell in the air. She muttered that it was already about to emerge. She called to it, Hearthcrea. A presence descended from above. A voice echoed out, calling her by name, saying it had been far too long. 3 centuries to be exact. She forced a grin, anger barely held in check, saying she was doing perfectly fine until he showed up. The voice teased her, saying her personality hadn't changed one bit, joking that maybe that was why she ended up picking Cyan as her wielder. That hit a nerve. She snapped, lunging at him, but he calmly held up a hand, telling her to relax. He wasn't here to fight. He just wanted to talk. She demanded to know what he was really up to, what his endgame was. Down below, Cyan and Lunav were still locked on the old book, Hearthcrea. She studied it closely, saying it didn't read like any magic text she'd seen before. It had the structure of a historical chronicle, but everything was encrypted in strange glyphs and codes. Decoding it would take time. She flipped a few pages and pointed out one image, a half-drawn sun. It was the only symbol she recognized, but even that looked off, unfinished. She asked what he thought it meant. A sun, trailing darkness behind it. His face shifted immediately. He slammed the book shut and told her they had to destroy it now. That book was the core of everything, the banquets of blood, and all the disasters that followed. But before they could move, a voice cut in from behind. Boris. Calm. Cold. Cyan hadn't even noticed him coming, too caught up in the book's danger. Boris casually took it back, holding it in his hand like it was nothing, saying he'd been debating whether to drop by, but now they'd saved him the trouble. He called it an interesting coincidence, but spying, that's where the fun stopped. He lifted a hand and cast a spell, blasting Lunav clean through the window. He apologized, sounding almost sincere, saying Cyan didn't need to worry. She was fine. He'd only sent her back to her dorm. Now that they were alone, he said they should talk. He'd been curious about Cyan, about the version the world saw and the one hidden underneath. Cyan clenched his fists. This was bad. He wanted Boris dead right now. But Hearthcrea complicated everything. The timing was awful. Karam was still gone. Cut to Karam now lying stretched out on the roof tiles. Hearthcrea, or what was inside it, spoke again, asking what she thought it all meant. He told her that the one he served wasn't just powerful, he was chosen, blessed by a god. That meant she was already on the losing side. She didn't blink, didn't care, saying she was a demonic sword, not one of Lumendel's lackeys. She wasn't turning on her wielder just because some divine clown said so. He shrugged, saying that was fine. There were ways around that. If she took over Cyan's body, became the wielder herself, she'd be even more dangerous. She laughed, low and sharp, calling the idea stupid and asking what half-baked schemes they were even trying to run this time. Good versus evil, light clashing with darkness, creation opposed by destruction, dualities locked in an endless cycle of conflict. And as always, light wins in the end. That's how the story wraps up, just like all the others. It's been 300 years since the war between gods and demons reached its final blow. Life on the surface is thriving like never before, but gradually the world is moving on. The old legends are fading. Reverence has turned to apathy, and eventually, they came to a decision. After long debates, they agreed. Maybe what the world needed again was darkness. Darkness to make the light shine brighter. Karam scoffs at the reasoning. So what? She takes control of Cyan's body and goes berserk, and then Hearthcrea and Lumendel show up to end her and be crowned the new heroes? That's the plan? He nods, grinning, saying that's exactly it. She doesn't take it well, swiping at his face with disgust and calling his whole pitch complete bullshit. Hearthcrea sighs, clearly disappointed. He figured a demonic sword's fate was to one day possess its wielder and asks if she's changed somehow. Her temper flares. She snaps that they were the ones who labeled them evil in the first place. They never once tried to understand. They just handled their own crises and dumped the rest on others. He had hoped talking to her would be as smooth as it was with Eru, but clearly not. So he says farewell and vanishes into the night. She stays there for a beat, rethinking everything he said, and her resentment for Eru only deepens. Back inside the lab, Boris offers Cyan a cup of tea. He doesn't bother responding, cutting straight to it and asking why the man said he was so interested in him. The teacher chuckles, saying it's only natural for someone in his position to take an interest in his students. Cyan raises an eyebrow. He's not even in his class. There's nothing left for him to learn here. Boris casually asks if the dean or his father, the duke, know about that. Cyan tells him to stop dancing around and just say what he really wants to say. The mage drops the pretense, asking if they've met before. He says he's been getting this vibe since the beginning, like Cyan despises him, like he wants him dead, but he's certain they've never met. So he wonders if maybe our MC already knows of him. The answer is flat. No, he doesn't know him. What's more shocking is that no one knows him. An 8th Circle mage should be a household name. Boris says he just likes to live quietly. Cyan shoots him a cold look and asks where he's really from. The reply is evasive, claiming it's a small, obscure place he's probably never heard of. But Cyan sees through it. He's lying. He always has been. Even in a past life, he buried his origin deep, refusing to let anyone in. Cyan asks if there's anything else he wants to know, but Boris glances at the time and smiles, saying it's late. They can continue this conversation another day. Once Cyan leaves, Boris speaks to Hearthcrea, saying he got so caught up in the moment that he couldn't even think of the right words. But now he understands why Ashel felt so threatened. It's Cyan, the one behind the dying princess, the little brother of the savior, chosen by Lumendel, bonded to a demonic sword. Hearthcrea materializes, saying this is what destiny looks like. It's Karam who's supporting him. Maybe he is the darkness they've been waiting for, and if that's true, then he will be the one to make Ashel burn brighter than ever, just like the prophecy. The black fog that blotted out the sun. The savior's bitterness will soon surface. Karam heads to the Hall of the Black Fog. Eru looks up, surprised to see her arriving alone, and asks what brings her here. She doesn't waste time, asking if he really doesn't know, telling him she just ran into Hearthcrea, didn't even know he was that close. His expression darkens, asking if the other god tried anything. But she isn't buying his act, saying he already knows everything. So why isn't he doing anything about it? They're the ones being pushed out. He tells her there's nowhere lower than where he's already fallen. He has nothing left to lose. Her voice rises, saying they're trying to use her and Cyan. Eru asks if that's truly what she wants, to protect Cyan. Then he grants her the right, giving her an official decree. All the mist will move with her, she and Cyan together. She asks him if he's really not going to act himself, if something happened between him and Lumendel. He says every decision he's made for her sake. She turns away, saying she's tired of hearing his pitiful justifications. Skolden has turned him into a recluse, a coward, and she walks out of the hall. Elsewhere, a priest finishes a blessing over Alice. She's kneeling as a proxy of Lumendel, pledging herself to the great god of light. The priest asks if she's truly ready to become a beacon in this cruel world, ready to take the front lines, to fight, to die. He calls her by full name. She accepts the vow, pledging herself to Lumendel's cause. Her expression is composed, but her heart isn't fully settled. Is this really the path she should take? Lately, the Empire's been conscripting all its strongest into the Knights' solidarity, tossing them onto the front lines. Even during disasters like the Banquet of Blood, the Royal Guard had no way to respond. She's dreamed of joining the Knights of Light for years, but maybe what she needs to protect isn't out on the battlefield. Maybe it's somewhere else. A voice cuts in. Someone congratulates her from behind. Cecilia. Alice quickly apologizes, saying she should start calling her by name now, since she's just a novice knight. Cecilia laughs, waving it off, saying she can call her normally, at least when it's just the two of them. Alice bows politely, saying she still sees her as a senior and should show respect. They walk together, chatting on a bench. Alice admits she's worried, afraid she may have chosen wrong. Cecilia faces her seriously, saying that's impossible. She's known her too long to believe she'd ever pick the wrong path. Alice confesses she's still torn. The screams from that day, the ones begging for help, still haunt her. Her companion's voice sharpens, saying there's only one way to be sure, only one way to know if the front lines are where she's meant to be. Alice leans in, asking how. Cecilia tells her to come with her. When she heads there, join her. That's how she'll find out. They talk. Villiard has given them a mission, a serious one. Their first real assignment. Alice's eyes widen. Her own father? She hadn't expected that. Brian looked like he was gearing up for something major. Emily noticed the sudden urgency and asked where he was off to in such a rush. He shrugged, admitting he had no idea. Cyan told him to get ready, so he did. Nana, sounding unsure, asked if this meant they wouldn't see him for a while. Just then, Cyan stepped into the room and assured her it wouldn't be that long, so there was no need to stress. He turned to Brian, asking if he was all set for the trip and where they were headed. The reply came. Their destination was the Valley of Lamia. At the sound of the name, Emily's expression shifted. She recognized it instantly. It was the same place they had visited last time. Curious, she asked how they were even planning to get there. It was absurdly far. He activated a portal using the ring gifted to him by the Hallmaster, saying this would make the trip quick. They needed to move fast. This was the day Alice was supposed to die. Meanwhile, Alice and Cecilia had finally made it to the front lines. Their commander informed her they'd reached their post at last. He acknowledged the tough road she had taken to get there, expressing pride in her role as one of the Knights of Light. She remained modest, replying that she still had a lot to learn. Sliding down from her horse, she mentioned the Duke was waiting for them now. She took her place behind her father, addressing him with formal courtesy and stating she had come in response to his summons. He let her know that today, the second, third, and fourth princesses were all expected to arrive, and she needed to prepare accordingly. She nodded her agreement. He was exactly as cold as she remembered. Soon after, the group spotted the royal guards approaching from the distance. The entourage had finally shown up. Among them were the third prince, Fabian Severus, and the fourth prince, Neruvian Severus. Both looked visibly bothered and unimpressed by their surroundings. The second princess, Violet Severus, offered thanks for all their efforts. The Duke stepped forward, introduced himself properly, and greeted the royals. Neruvian, clearly impatient, complained that they should just get this over with and leave. This visit was purely symbolic anyway. Fabian remarked that no monsters were going to ambush them out of nowhere. The Duke reassured him that the creatures stationed at the rear were minor threats at best. Besides, their top knight was with them, so they were in safe hands. Ashel emerged right then, noting it had been a long while since he'd seen his father. The older man eyed him with pride, expressing confidence in his ability to handle the job. Fabian gave him direct orders to wipe the enemies out before they even got close. Unlike him, their corpses held actual value. The princess shifted focus, asking about Luenel. He wasn't one to skip official visits like this. Ashel replied that Luenel had handed the task off to him due to pressing matters elsewhere. Though still unsure, she didn't push it, remarking that she was lucky to have him as her bodyguard instead. Alice shared the confusion silently. Ashel was always seen guarding the first prince, yet here he was, standing beside the royal daughters. She decided to dismiss it as coincidence. He met her gaze, mentioning he'd heard she joined the Knights of Light at the top of her class. His stare carried a chilling, almost violent intensity, and he congratulated her. The look unsettled her. His eyes held a menace she recognized. It reminded her of her 9th birthday, or close to it. Back then, he had gifted her a magical scroll. It was a 4th-star spell, far beyond what she could use at the time, clearly meant for later. Years passed, and once she gained her 4th star of mana, she recalled the scroll and prepared to activate it. But just before she could, Cecilia had stopped her, telling her it was a summoning spell, one that would have unleashed a mid-tier monster. If she had triggered that scroll, it likely would have ended with her dead. Now she couldn't shake the thought that he might have known exactly what would happen when he gave it to her. Her suspicions about him only kept growing. The royal convoy, along with their army escort, began moving toward the battlefield. Neruvian questioned why Luenel had sent him to them. Fabian muttered that the whole thing felt sketchy, maybe even deliberate. Someone like him getting slotted in as their personal guard? Definitely worth raising eyebrows. The princess cut in, reminding them that they already knew the kind of person Luenel was. If they didn't want to wind up dead, they'd better stay alert. Suddenly, the caravan ground to a stop. Everyone stepped out to check what was going on. They saw Alice sprinting toward them, panicked, yelling about screaming. An ambush had begun. They needed to get out now. The attack came from a rare creature, a Tsaraerk. The ground dragon let out a piercing roar, sending a wave that hurled soldiers backward. The guards didn't stand a chance. Alice rushed to pull the princesses out of danger. The beast's tail came crashing down, aiming to smash through the guard lines, but she summoned a mana shield to block it. The barrier gave just enough time for the princesses to escape. She couldn't believe it. How had a high-level monster ended up this deep into their secured territory? Something wasn't right. Down in the dirt, the princess heard Ashel speak up, vowing to protect them and urging them to come closer. And that's when it hit her. This whole ambush might have been part of his plan, a way to kill them under the cover of chaos. Right then, Cecilia arrived, launching her Wind Blossom spell to drive the monster back briefly. Alice grabbed the princess's hand, trying to lead her to safety. Something felt horribly off. Back when he looked at Violet, there had been real bloodlust behind his eyes. She glanced back and saw him standing next to the dragon like he belonged there. She shouted his name, telling him to watch out. A barrier flared up around Ashel, launching the monster backward with force. He clicked his tongue in irritation after noticing that both the princess and Alice had already slipped away. The creature lunged again, but he, now visibly pissed, leapt into the air and struck it down in a single blow. Elsewhere, Violet, Alice, and Cecilia were sprinting toward a safer zone. Suddenly, Violet stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Alice rushed to her, checking frantically if she was all right, offering a hand and asking if something was wrong. The princess gave a faint smile and said she wasn't going down that easily. Before Alice could react, a blade drove straight into her body. Cecilia had attacked from behind, betrayal as brutal as it was unexpected. Shocked and reeling, she managed to gasp out a question, asking why her friend would do this. She crumpled to the dirt, a vital organ pierced, shrieking in agony. Violet stood over her, explaining that she was Ashel's younger sister. She had suspected something was off the moment she learned Luenel wasn't attending, especially given how obsessed he was with being part of everything. She believed this was all a ploy to quietly remove them under cover of chaos, letting others take the blame while they stayed clean. Alice tried to explain, insisting she only wanted to protect people, but Violet cut her off, saying she already knew how power-hungry the Verts and Luenel were. She mocked the idea of sitting still and waiting to be executed like a fool. She told her to spit out her last words while she still had seconds to spare, laughing as she added that maybe Luenel would swoop in and rescue her in time. She tossed down a scroll, an emergency teleport and summon spell, to warp both herself and Cecilia away. Left behind, Alice lay stunned. She couldn't wrap her head around what Cecilia had just done. Some part of her refused to believe the betrayal was real. Maybe it was mind control. Maybe there was another reason. Tears slid down her face at the thought that her closest friend had turned against her. She glanced around. The area was crawling with monsters. Forcing herself to rise, she whispered that she had to pull it together. This wasn't where she was going to die. She had to survive, and she needed to know why her friend had done this. Blood seeped from her wound, and she used it to enchant a spell, turning it into razor-sharp blades. Meanwhile, Violet and Cecilia reappeared inside a secured safe house. The princess looked much more at ease now. Cecilia was quiet, clearly trying to mentally erase any trace of Alice or their shared past. Violet asked why she'd spared her. There had been plenty of chances to finish her off. She reminded her that the order had been to kill, not let her go. Cecilia calmly replied that Alice wouldn't last long anyway. The monsters would finish the job for them. Back in the field, Alice was holding her own, fending off the creatures with what little strength she had left, but her body kept giving out. She kept thinking, what the hell was she supposed to report to the knights? No one would believe that Princess Violet had tried to kill her. She shook it off and focused on survival. Escape came first. Then she turned and saw it, a lava salamander. Not just any beast, but a top-tier monster. If she didn't get out now, she was toast. The salamander began charging a fiery blast straight at her. Her body wouldn't even twitch. Right before it unleashed the attack, Cyan materialized, slicing through the creature mid-charge with rushing fog sword. The beast hit the ground hard, molten lava bursting from its body on impact. Brine rushed in, catching her mid-collapse and helping her escape to safety. She looked up at him, realizing that if he was here, Cyan had to be nearby. Suddenly, her salamander-affected arm got hit. The two of them ducked behind a rock as lava exploded around them. Before the flames could reach, Karam appeared, summoning a lava wall to shield them. She shouted at Cyan to take out the rest of the monsters. Alice was still stunned by the events, unable to process everything that had just gone down. He leapt forward and unleashed Void Sphere, wiping out all remaining threats in one strike. Once the chaos had cleared, she stepped toward him. She'd suspected the truth for a while now, but seeing it confirmed in front of her hit hard. She reached for the mask and pulled it away. Her eyes welled up. She saw his face. Brian stayed focused, hands glowing faintly as he tried to seal up the gash on Alice's side, while Cyan crouched nearby, attempting to walk her through the truth behind everything. He explained that Cecilia hadn't been acting on her own. She had been planted by Princess Violet from the start. She muttered that she hadn't realized until just now, and admitted bitterly it made her feel like an idiot. Even so, she still intended to move forward with her plan, to erase her family's legacy, no matter what. He cut in, telling her none of this was on her. The blame sat squarely on Cecilia, Violet, and Ashel. She blinked in shock, asking if Ashel had really been the one pulling the strings behind all this, and whether Cyan knew something about it. After all, this whole mess traced back to their father. He didn't hesitate. He was sure Ashel had pushed the idea onto their father, and she knew just how far he was willing to go when it came to him. She stared, puzzled, asking why someone would go that far for his sake. Cyan told her flatly it was so Ashel could be the one to shape the family's legacy as he saw fit. Her expression darkened, twisted with fury. She couldn't believe he'd go as far as murdering his own sister over something so meaningless. Her knees buckled, and she dropped down, still not fully healed, still worn out. She looked up, voice low, asking if he was absolutely certain about Ashel. She'd thought she was the only one who'd sensed something was off, but Cyan had noticed too. She warned him their father and the others had to be kept out of this for now. Whatever this was, Ashel had a secret weapon she didn't. During the earlier fight, something had felt wrong, like an unseen force was shielding him. Cyan's eyes narrowed. That sensation was way too familiar. He'd felt it once before, in another life, at the moment he tried to strike him down. Something had stopped him before his blade could land. He still didn't know what the hell it was. Some force that reached past the body, messing with the soul. A cursed sword? Something darker? Only one explanation made sense. He said they were out of time and needed to speak to their father now. She nodded, but he shook his head. Their father wouldn't believe them. Not a chance, she pleaded, saying if they both came forward without delay, maybe he'd actually listen. His tone shifted, serious now. He told her to trust him. If she acted recklessly and things went sideways, the entire Knights of Light could turn on them. In his last life, Ashel had always been the Golden One. Everyone had adored him, looked up to him like he was sent from the heavens. Even Cyan had once followed him without question. People treated him like a messiah, never doubting a word he spoke. But looking back now, Cyan couldn't help but think something about that had always felt off. The way Ashel had been adored, it wasn't just admiration, it was worship. And if some still questioned him, they never said a thing. Even their father, an emperor who'd died chasing his own dreams and fears, had trusted Ashel completely, not a shred of doubt. Cyan had clung to that trust too, right until the end. When the betrayal hit, he'd felt nothing but rage. And one nagging question kept digging into his mind. What the hell made everyone believe in Ashel so blindly? But the answer had always been right there. It was him. Cyan said it aloud. Ashel had become an untouchable icon, carrying the divine authority of the most revered god in human history. He was the chosen one, humanity's supposed savior. Meanwhile, on the rear end of the battlefield, the royal guards had formed a shaky perimeter around the princesses, trying to keep them safe. The girls stood frozen, shaken to their cores, unsure what to do as the ground rumbled beneath them. A massive earth dragon lunged forward, claws raised to strike. Then Ashel appeared, cutting in just in time to shield them. The dragon launched another strike, but he raised the shield of judgment, blocking the blast for everyone behind him. Then, in a blur, he shot toward its face and split its skull in one swift blow. The beast crumpled dead. He asked if everyone was all right. Cheers erupted, voices chanting his name filling the air. Even the princesses started singing his praises. Alice stared, stunned. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The savior? Chosen by Lumendel? Cyan, standing beside her, told her plainly. Lumendel hadn't chosen based on character. He just needed a savior. That's it. And since Ashel had been chosen by the supreme god himself, denying it now was basically heresy. She'd risked turning the whole church of Lumendel against her. A weight settled behind her eyes, a slow, sinking disappointment. She'd placed her faith in Lumendel her whole life. And now, this. She turned to Cyan, asking how he even knew all of this. He avoided her gaze, telling her he couldn't say. Not yet. He'd already interfered too much. She placed a hand on his shoulder, steady. She trusted him completely. If he couldn't say, there had to be a reason. But one day, she said, he needed to tell her. He didn't have to carry it alone. Then she pivoted toward Brine, giving him a small nod of thanks for patching her up. Cyan looked at her, asking what she planned to do next. She didn't hesitate. First, she had to deal with this mess. That meant finding Cecilia. She needed to hear the truth straight from her. He offered a hand, literally, summoning a porcelain gate pointing to Cecilia's last known location. Back at Violet's safe house, Cecilia suddenly felt a strange mana signature ripple through the air. Someone was getting close. Violet scoffed. No one else knew about this place. They didn't even have time to blink before a blade whirled through the air, narrowly missing the princess's throat. Cecilia's eyes widened. She knew that sword. It was Alice's. While that played out elsewhere, Ashel arrived at the last known location of Alice and Cecilia. He picked up the remnants of a magic scroll and immediately suspected it had been used for teleportation. Without wasting time, he told the soldiers nearby to sweep the area and check if any shelter was close. One of the guards called out, motioning toward something, and brought up a question. Would Princess Violet be all right? They all turned to see a corridor littered with what used to be salamanders, now ripped to shreds. He issued a sharp order to secure both princesses without delay, then took off to investigate whatever had done this. Over at the safe house, Cecilia had been tailing Cyan for quite a while now. At first, she'd assumed he'd be incredibly skilled. His mana pressure and killing intent had been off the charts, but in the end, he was just a kid. Still, something felt off, like someone else was backing him up. To close the distance, she cast a spell that flung her forward, aiming to catch and strike him directly. But just before contact, he vanished right out of her range, slipping past her blade like smoke. She barked out a question, asking where the hell he'd learned to move like that. Nothing from her world matched it. He didn't respond, not a single sound. She pressed on, demanding to know about the sword and whether he'd saved Alice, but again, nothing. He stood there, wordless. Frustrated, she amped up her speed, attacking in bursts, slicing in from all sides as she circled him. She thought to herself that only a handful in the Knight's Order could keep pace with her, and this kid was managing it. When she leapt to attack from above, he slipped away again like she was moving in slow motion. That's when it hit her. He was faster. Not a little, a lot. And he still hadn't drawn his weapon. The fact that he didn't even bother made her snap. Her temper flared, and she lunged from behind, gripping a jagged rock, going straight for his blind spot. He tanked it without flinching. Before she could blink, he conjured a void sphere, calm as ever, layering it with an obsession spell. The moment it connected, her body started unraveling from the inside. Crashing to her knees, she knew she was done. Pathetic, she called it. A humiliating way to go out. This wasn't the kind of place she ever thought she'd die in. She called him Grim Reaper, half in awe, half in horror. Even then, she asked if he was seriously just going to stand there silent, even now. Desperate, she begged him to at least answer one thing. Was Mr. Leximus still alive? He dropped to one knee, eyeing her curiously. He asked what kind of expression that was. Was that relief? He admitted he'd expected something messier. Anguish, maybe. She gave a faint smile, telling him to think of it as justice finally cashing in. That this ending, ugly as it was, kind of fit. A voice rang out across the space, asking, "Justice for what exactly?" Alice stepped into view, eyes locked on her, asking how she could do it, how she could betray her. The other woman looked up and smiled weakly, eyes wet, saying she was just glad Alice was still breathing. Alice screamed, cutting her off, demanding an answer. She wanted to know why she'd lied all this time. Years back, her village, just a nameless dot on the map, was wiped out by monsters. Every building gone, every person dead. She'd been the sole survivor. Barely clinging to life, she'd thought it was the end right there. But then came the sound of voices. A rescue squad combing the wreckage. They dug her out from beneath the collapsed rubble. Despite the shortage of supplies, the princess overseeing the mission had food and water rationed just for her. It was nothing short of a miracle. She had been pulled from death's door by either royal knights or rafters. She couldn't even remember which. and the one who took her in after that was Violet. From that moment, it felt obvious. When someone saves your life, you owe them yours in return. Later on, the chance to repay that debt finally came. A direct order from the princess. She was told to infiltrate the Vert household, keep an eye on them, and wait for further instructions. That's how she ended up planted inside as a maid, and through that, she got to know Alice. But now, looking back at it all, she wasn't sure it had been worth it. A part of her wished she'd just died with the rest of her village, buried with the rubble and silence. Then came that day. They'd all been standing by, waiting for someone to show up. Violet had pulled her aside and given the command, "Kill Alice." She was labeled a threat. Alice, stunned, asked why Violet would see her as dangerous. The maid answered without flinching. The princess had always seen the Vert family as suspicious, ever since she noticed how closely Ashel and First Prince Luenal were aligned. To Violet, that loyalty meant the Verts were probably backing Luenal, and in the paranoid world she'd been backed into, that assumption only grew worse. She spiraled, gripped by fear and distrust, because that's who she was, someone who only trusted herself when the walls closed in. The would-be assassin gave a faint, bitter smile, saying she was nothing like her, and wondered aloud how she'd spent her whole life taking orders from someone like that. And the worst part? Alice had trusted her the entire time, and in return, all she had done was betray that trust. That's when Cyan snapped awake and cut through the moment, calling it what it was: bullshit. If she thought admitting guilt was some kind of free pass for forgiveness, she was way off. Alice tried to step in, asking him to slow down, give her a second to figure out how she felt about all this. But he raised his blade toward the kneeling woman, cold and unshaken. This wasn't a minor offense. She shut her eyes, ready to take whatever came next. Alice screamed, pleading with him to just listen a little longer before doing anything final. Brian held her steady, whispering for her to put her faith in Master Cyan. The sword came down toward the condemned. Back at the safe house where Violet had holed up, the silence shattered as the door slammed open. She immediately demanded to know who dared to break in. Calling out for Cecilia, she suddenly realized she had no idea when the girl had disappeared. Ashel stepped into the room. He told her he'd come to get her out. A sharp draft crept down the princess's spine, her thoughts snagging on one question. How the hell did he manage to track her here? She flashed a calm, almost mocking smile, noting how he was practically radiating intent to murder. With a sharp edge to her voice, she called him out for barging in uninvited, tossing in how insanely rude it was. He met her gaze, voice level and frosty, admitting outright that killing her was on the to-do list, and that Fabian, Neruvan, and she were all supposed to be casualties, taken out by the monster. She threw it back at him. There was no way in hell he could walk away from something like that without consequences. Her hand went for a teleport scroll, but he shredded it mid-move, coldly stating that he wasn't finished here. She asked if he was seriously planning to carry that scheme all the way through. He answered with a shrug of uncertainty. Maybe, maybe not. Her eyes scanned the room, and that's when she spotted Cecilia's blade jammed into the wall. He demanded to know where his sister was. She hit him with it. She killed her. She admitted she wasn't entirely convinced the girl was working with Luinen, but blood was blood, and that was enough. Still, no regrets. Then she flipped the question back. What now? Was he here to avenge her? He shut that down, saying he was rethinking the whole strategy altogether. He commented on her composure, how she was keeping it together while dealing with threats she didn't fully trust. Cutting off loose ends like that was a smart call, and he was honestly impressed. She wasn't like Prince Luenal, not even close. That rattled her. She stared, wide-eyed, unsure how he could talk about his own sister like it meant nothing, unsure what his angle even was. He stepped in closer, saying the whole thing was doomed anyway. He planned to report to Luenal and tell him straight up. It all fell apart. She instinctively moved back, asking what the hell he wanted from her. He proposed she side with Enon and join his plan. She raised an eyebrow, confused. Wasn't he backing Luenal? He threw her a casual smile like it was obvious. No one said they were allies. They were just in it for mutual gain, nothing deeper. She sat down on the edge of the bed, skeptical, not buying it. He answered without blinking. Believe it or not, Luenal was part of the plan. She smirked, asking if this was about taking over the Empire, because if it was, she wasn't getting involved. He turned his back, saying he didn't give a shit who ended up ruling. His real mission was bigger. Wipe out evil completely. Strip it from every corner of the world. She laughed under her breath, thinking he was full of crap. But something shifted in the air, and he picked up on it instantly. Evil had just made its presence known. A warped, malicious mana flooded the space, sending chills straight through his bones. Was it bloodlust? It sure felt like it. Whatever it was, he'd never sensed anything like it before. The room suddenly tore apart. Walls, ceiling, all of it, getting pulled into the churning dark energy of the manosphere, the void sphere. Ashel locked eyes on it, frozen. He waited, expecting something, anything, but Cyan didn't hesitate. He launched forward and struck. The other man reacted just in time, redirecting the blow at the last second. He demanded to know who Cyan was. The swordsman responded without blinking. He was the evil Ashel had been chasing, and also the one who'd bring his end. Their blades crashed together, the two of them clashing hard, ricocheting across the space with such force it sent shockwaves, even catching the princess in the crossfire. Ashel threw up a mana barrier around her, shielding her from the fight, and moved her away from the destruction as the safe house started to tear apart. The next hit sent him flying, thrown far off course. She called out, checking if he was okay, but he was barely keeping pace. Cyan's pressure was relentless. He pushed back with a full-force attack, loaded with adamant energy, and hurled it toward his opponent. Ashel followed up with an Escalon incantation, slicing the mana sphere clean in two. The split protected them both, briefly. Cyan teleported behind him in a blur, catching him off guard. No time to counter, no chance to dodge. He went for a finishing blow, but right before the sword connected, a glowing shield activated and blocked it. Karam let out a guttural scream, like something had just torn straight through her. Cyan froze, thrown back by the force of the same barrier. The mage turned to her, watching closely. Something about this wasn't normal. He tried to steady her, assuring her he'd get through this, no matter what. Cyan stared at her, confused, asking what was happening. She barely got it out, saying it felt like her whole body was being shredded from the inside. Must be his power. It sucked for both of them. Ashel stepped closer, questioning why Cyan backed off when he swore he'd be his end. Then he moved in again. The other man hesitated. Sure, he'd love to finish this, but now that he'd seen what the mage's magic was capable of, he knew he needed to retreat. He tossed something at them, Cecilia's sword and her bloodied shield. Violet reacted immediately, demanding to know what he did to her. He answered flatly. He purified her. Ashel studied him, asking if that was the endgame, wanting to know who gave the order. Cyan said nothing about orders, claiming the mist. That's who he was from, the ones who never forgive. He didn't do this because he was told to. He did it because it had to be done. And yeah, that confirmed it. The rumors were real. The mist was back. Before Ashel could respond, Cyan faded, his body breaking into air and vanishing like vapor. The mage's expression darkened, something heavier settling in. The realization hit. The mist had been sabotaging him from the beginning. Later, far from the battlefield, Karam was still curled up in pain. She admitted it. She honestly thought she'd die back there. Cyan asked if it still hurt that much. She nodded, struggling through the words, saying it was the worst pain she'd ever felt. Even if they wanted to take him down, they couldn't touch him. And this was way more tangled than she ever imagined. He said there might be a way through. Then he revealed it, Durandark's elemental stone, the purity of the gods. It was just a theory, but he believed this could give them a shot. She grabbed his hand, pleading with him not to do it. She knew the risk. This could kill him. He knew too. It was dangerous as hell, but it was the only viable path. He had people to protect, and he refused to repeat the mistakes of his past. If the enemy's strength was absurd, then he'd just have to become absurdly strong too. After a while, Cecilia finally prepared to depart. Before leaving, Alice handed her a small token, Marianne's token. Access to the spirit realm was tightly controlled, but with it, she would be able to enter Ferwina without issue. Alice warned her to stay alert. Tears spilled down the knight's cheeks as she thanked her profusely, voice trembling with apologies. Alice turned away coldly, making it clear she hadn't forgiven her, warning never to show her face again. Cecilia nodded, understanding the severity, and said she would be going now. Without another word, she left immediately. Nearby, Cyan and Karam had observed everything. The demon asked if he was certain it was okay to just let her walk away like that, insisting it would be better to kill her now. He responded that in his past life, he had already ended her. Reflecting on it, he realized it wasn't necessary. She was already shattered by the guilt of killing his sister. This time he had eased some of that burden. He was confident she would repay this debt eventually. Hours earlier, when he struck her, he had only wounded her shoulder. He remarked that she had died once just now, but he spared her life, warning he would collect his due later and instructing her to stay hidden until summoned. She remained puzzled about why he spared her instead of finishing her off immediately, as if he could see the future. It felt like he foresaw a moment when she could make amends, and if that time arrived, she vowed to pay him back with her life. Karam kept watching him, asking if he was unwell or something, noting how unexpectedly soft he had become lately. Alice approached, and Karam asked if she had already sent the knight off. She nodded, crediting her for it. Alice apologized for being late, but thanked the demon for saving her previously. She thought quietly that maybe she could get along with the demonic sword. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. She laughed softly and asked if Karam was close with Cyan. The demon denied it, explaining their bond was more like master and subject. She fixed Alice with a serious look, warning that his body belonged to her, so Alice shouldn't try to take it away. That instantly killed any hope Alice had of getting along with her. At the academy, Dean Kendall received a message from Cecilia. She explained she had uncovered answers to all her questions, and decided to leave the Knights of Light. Their path had strayed, the people they protected weren't the right ones, and the household's will was corrupted. Even her father was letting it happen. She promised to visit soon, wanting to discuss many things. especially concerning her brother Ashel and Prince Luanal, and said she would explain more in person. The dean thought privately that both families were a mess, but she was still as concerned about her brother as ever. He vowed to at least pretend to care about Ashel, since she had asked him to. Turning around, he apologized to Boris for keeping him waiting so long and asked how life at the academy was going. Boris replied that he was slowly adapting. The teen wasted no time, asking why he had called him and expressing curiosity about when Boris would admit he worked for his grandson, Prince Luanal, and whether there was a reason he had been hiding it. Boris smiled, saying he wasn't hiding anything. It simply didn't relate to his work there. The teen leaned in, serious, asking what purpose he actually had there. Boris answered that he was searching for someone. When pressed if he had found that person yet, he confidently claimed he believed he had. Kundal interrupted, telling him to stop and warning that if the person Boris was after was Cyan, he should give up whatever he was planning. Kundal's aura darkened ominously. Boris felt the threat but respected his determination. Afterward, he retreated to a secluded spot to write a message, noting he hadn't expected such a reaction from Kundal and commenting that Cyan had impressive connections, becoming more intriguing by the minute. He sent the scroll skyward. Hithkria asked what the plan was now, warning that if another human got involved, things would get harder. Boris assured him he knew, and there was no need to worry. Hithkria cautioned that Karam wasn't like him. She had a physical form. Boris comforted him, saying he just needed to sever her connections first, and that it was under control. Suddenly, Hallmaster Sarika answered his summons, asking why he wanted to meet. Boris thanked her for coming. She replied she had wanted to meet him as well. Rising, he mentioned he wanted to ask about Cyan, saying he spent most of his time in his dorm, skipped lessons, yet was extremely skilled. She shrugged it off, calling Cyan a natural prodigy, and asked if that was what caught his attention. He said that initially, yes, he was just interested in our protagonist, but now he was curious about those around him too. Moving closer, he accused her of being a follower of the Black Fog and the Mist. They both shifted into attack stances, but before she could draw her sword, Boris summoned a hellhound that swallowed her whole. Inside the beast, she managed to slice through its insides and break free. Using fog powers, she conjured a domain that enveloped them both. Boris admired her, not expecting such capabilities. She could create an entire new realm, explaining this was how she kept her mana from leaking into the real world. Sarika smirked, admitting she didn't know how he uncovered her true identity, but this revelation would cost him his life. If he desired death, she would grant it gladly. He pulled up Hithkria's book, warning her it wouldn't be as simple as she believed. She smirked, addressing him by name, Cyan, but mocking that his confidence wouldn't last much longer. Without hesitation, he summoned Marines who immediately surrounded her from every direction. In response, she called forth her fox assassins, declaring she was ready to begin his purification. At that moment, a portal materialized inside the royal dormitory, and both he and Brian stepped through. Nana immediately lashed out at him, chiding him for how much she had missed him. She had grown noticeably larger since the last time he saw her. He asked how she had been doing, and she replied she had been training diligently with Sarika, just like he had instructed her to. Over the past weeks, she had been honing her skills under the woman's tutelage. About a week ago, he had requested Sarika train Nana to control her emotional breakdowns, emphasizing that the banquets of blood must never happen again. Nana had held up remarkably well, having slain countless monsters during her training. He patted her head, acknowledging how tough that must have been for Sarika, who was known as the best at managing instincts. She kept hugging him tightly, adding there would be no training today because Sarika had other plans. He inquired what those plans were. Karam stepped forward and revealed it was purification. Sarika had been ordered to purify Boris. He asked what she meant by that. Karam explained that since Boris was an instructor, Sarika, being one herself, should have easy access to him. He was confused as to why she would take such action, and questioned whether Karam realized the opponent they were facing. She sarcastically asked if he meant the scripture, mocking him and claiming neither Sarika nor Mist could handle that. He exhaled in relief, confirming she was aware of the decree, then asked when she intended to tell him. She laughed, saying she didn't think it was necessary. He quickly gathered his belongings, stating there was no time for rest or delay. His bloodline was the real danger here. He instructed Brian to handle things in his absence, and the man reassured him not to worry. Brian asked if they should stay put or leave, and he told him to take Nana and Emily to her new screens. Brian questioned if he was going to leave the girl behind or bring her along, but he patted her head, emphasizing it was too dangerous to remain here, so they all must leave as well. He promised to return once the situation was under control, but made it clear he was leaving everything else in Brian's hands for now. Meanwhile, Sarika struggled to maintain her defense against Boris. The more she looked at him, the more repulsive he became in her eyes. All of her fog assassins had been defeated, and the marionettes continued to reappear relentlessly. She finally realized the banquets of blood had been orchestrated by him. These marionettes carried the same aura as those involved in the banquets, but these were significantly stronger. He laughed darkly, declaring this was merely the appetizer and admonishing her not to tire yet. More marionettes pressed the attack. She wielded the rushing fog stone, slicing through as many as she could to carve out breathing room, but he used scripture spells, sending shafts of light like spears flying toward her. She barely managed to evade most of them, and each time she believed she found an opening to strike, he countered immediately with more advanced spells. The number of marionettes continued to swell, and her ability to dodge diminished rapidly. They were learning her fighting style, adapting to her movements, making it far more challenging to maneuver. When one got close enough, he commanded it to detonate beside her. The explosion hurled her off balance and trapped her within a cluster of others that simultaneously exploded. Exhausted and weakened, she left herself open for an attack. He called upon the scripture to summon a massive warhammer and launched it directly at her. The hammer crashed into Sarika, driving her deep into the ground and shattering everything beneath. She lay there looking beaten while Boris mocked from above. Murmuring quietly to herself, she finally understood. The marionettes could track an opponent's mana. These weren't ordinary puppets. She guessed his spellbook was the source of his power, something extraordinary given the mana she sensed. It had to be a divine weapon. He applauded her sharp battle instincts and extensive knowledge with a dry laugh, then shrugged it off, summoning a fresh wave of marionettes to assault her. Still, she refused to surrender. Rising instantly, she gathered mana and unleashed a secret fog technique called the expansion. Her shadow grew, twisting into a demonic form, the mammon of greed. He froze, stunned by the sight, unable to grasp how she pulled this off. The mana he sensed from her before had vanished entirely. What new kind of mana was she tapping into? The demon swung a massive arm, crushing countless marionettes in its path. The puppets scrambled onto its body, trying to attack, but it sprouted more spikes, shredding them and absorbing their energy. He found himself at a loss. She had conjured a demon familiar whose mana surpassed all expectations, but it was a temporary shield. Now she was drained of mana herself, and even casting a simple spell would be nearly impossible. Flipping open his spellbook to strike again, he suddenly lost sight of her as she vanished and reappeared behind him, completely silent and impossible to detect. He activated Holy Protection just before she plunged a blade into his back. She unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, slowly eroding the shield until it shattered. Before he could react, she slammed him to the ground, gripping his face and driving it into the dirt, leaving him helpless to retaliate. Just as she was about to slit his throat, an idea struck: to cast a spell without any incantation. She detonated the ground beneath them, propelling both into the air. He reacted quickly, firing judgment spears, but she dodged every one and teleported close, delivering a brutal kick to his face that slammed him into the earth, obliterating everything beneath. Gasping on the ground and struggling to rise, he heard a voice command him to stop the fight for today. Before he could react, she swooped down with a finishing strike, but the spellbook intercepted the blow. He reflected that they didn't have enough intel on her. He'd assumed she was just another of Uru's countless servants, but with skills like hers, she was likely a high-ranking officer. In his current condition, he stood no chance. She snapped into a defensive stance and noticed black blood trickling from his mouth. She recognized it as the infamous black blood of the tribe once thought extinct. He grinned, admitting this was why he avoided spilling his own. She finally realized the marionettes from the banquet were formed from blood and a tasting stone. The Black Blood tribe had originally created both, and he was the one who massacred them. He didn't deny it, confessing he'd been found out and that continuing his work would be difficult from here on. Launching another attack, she aimed to finish him for good, but as he tried to teleport away, the Mammon Summon remained firmly behind. She and the demon combined their assault on his protection, but even together they couldn't break through, until a portal tore open inside the domain. Surprised that anyone could interfere here, she watched as Cyan leapt through, slicing the protection open and creating an opening for their next assault. The shield abruptly shattered into pieces as Karam materialized, her lips curling into a smile while she watched Hearthcrea struggling to regain his breath. He demanded to know how she tracked him down, and what her purpose was here. She let out a sharp laugh, saying she could smell it, the foulness that a hypocrite like him spread in the air. He reminded her that he had already warned her she picked the wrong side. Without warning, he transformed into a larger, more imposing form, with wings broader than before, surpassing even the authority of the god's top seraphim. The shield surrounding Boris intensified, expanding in size and power, forcefully throwing Sarika out of the immediate area. Despite this, Cyan remained steadfast, resisting the overwhelming force. Even Hearthcrea stood in shock, unable to believe he could withstand the top god's authority, a power the angel couldn't endure even with the demonic sword's aid. Boris offered to assist in defeating him, pointing out that the demonic sword's wielder was right before them and must be eliminated immediately. Hearthcrea tried to intervene, cautioning that they weren't strong enough for this fight. Cyan shouted Boris's name as he tore through the shield and slashed at the angel's book, pushing deeper toward its core, intent on stabbing the seraph in the chest. He finally grasped that the black fog shrouding the sun symbolized Cyan. If this man was a blade destined to become part of Asher's future, then he was a threat that had to be eradicated. He kept repeating to himself that Cyan was someone who must be eliminated. The angel charged forward, preparing a final strike he believed would end him once and for all. Sarika noticed the surge of powerful mana charging in the air and realized Cyan wouldn't withstand it much longer. She knew she had to act before disaster struck. While he and Boris clashed, Cyan activated his unshakable root spell, freezing the seraph in place to prevent any escape. Boris countered by summoning a hellhound, aiming to devour him, but at the last moment, Sarika arrived just in time to rescue him, unleashing the secret technique called Unified Demonic Human Form. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the entire domain around them. She remained unsurprised, sensing that this was the overwhelming force of a god's power weapon. Because they escaped, the purification mission had failed. Cyan rose to his feet, questioning why she had intervened, and she told him she had saved his life. He bent down to pick up Karam, asking if she was all right. She stayed silent for a few seconds, then said she needed some rest for a while. He knew she had probably experienced the pain directly, but had managed to endure it regardless. He promised himself that when the real battle came, he would have no choice but to use that weapon. At Brno, Commerce City near Lewin, Alice moved through the crowd searching for someone until she finally spotted the Academy's dean. She had doubted he would appear, but here he was. They found a cafe to talk somewhere more private. He mentioned it had been a long time since he left the Academy, and she replied she was equally surprised, given he rarely left the school grounds. He explained it was because of the letter she had sent. The situation seemed serious now. The will of the household wasn't the main issue anymore. Ashel and Lewin represented the bigger problems. She asked if he knew anything about the man. He replied he wasn't entirely sure, then asked what she would think if Ashel became the household head. She looked down, mentioning that countless silenced citizens had joined the Knights of Light. He would likely become the leader of the Empire's most powerful army. The dean nodded, adding that Lewinel, his grandson, would probably command the knights alongside him. Alice looked up, saying that was exactly what worried her, then asked his opinion of his grandson. He glanced down, recalling that once, long ago, her brother Cyan had asked him whether he valued the Empire's prosperity or the honor of his household more. It was as if Cyan had foreseen the future. The dean admitted he hadn't been cautious enough about what they might do, his face darkening. She asked what he meant, and he told her he didn't know for certain, but urged her to leave the Empire for a while. A great disaster was looming. He would do what he could to make things right, but couldn't guarantee anything. She asked what disaster he meant, and he warned that a coup d'etat was brewing, signs of internal conflict aimed at seizing the throne. Alice stood before the window, her mind tangled in thoughts about the coup d'etat warning. She hadn't expected Ashel and Lewinal to plot something like this. How did Dean Kendall and Cyan already know? Suddenly the door swung open, startling her as Emily and Brian stepped into the safe house. Approaching them, she greeted the pair and immediately asked if they had been living with Cyan at the academy. Emily nodded, smirking, teasing that young Master Cyan still needed her around. The idea of him sharing the academy with two women unsettled her. Brian explained he had urgent matters and had sent the three of them here. She noticed only Brian and Emily were present and realized Nana was missing. Their hearts sank. Nana had been there moments before, but they hadn't kept an eye on her. Taking charge, she stated that if this person was close to Cyan, then she was important to them too. They needed to search for her together immediately. At Bernea's harbor, a ship slipped away from the dock. The elf confirmed they were ready to depart. The werewolf commented that the bay looked especially nice this time and suggested reporting it to the captain. Before leaving, they spotted someone standing nearby, Nana, confident and serious. Leaning in, they asked if she had been abandoned by her parents. She pointed toward the distance, shouting that she smelled something familiar there. Instantly, they recognized a chance for easy profit and tried to lure her aboard by promising candy and food. Though she looked too old to fall for the candy trick, her eyes lit up at the mention. They put on friendly smiles and laughter, but she recalled Cyan's warning about strangers offering candy. Still, she pushed her doubts aside and pretended to follow them. The basement door swung open for her. Thoughts of him flooded her mind again, reminding her never to enter dark, confined spaces if someone beckoned her inside. Yet she ignored the caution and stepped in without hesitation. Once inside, the door slammed shut behind her. The elf and werewolf exchanged smiles, feeling lucky to have claimed another prize. Her eyes scanned the basement, but no candy appeared. Instead, rows of cages filled with trapped children stared back. Realizing she'd been deceived, tears welled up. Then she caught the same scent as before and followed it until she found another cage, housing a chained, terrified dog-like creature, a high-ranked monster called Red Ganon. She reached out, gently patting his head, asking how he ended up here and if he wanted to be freed. He barked affirmatively. Without hesitation, she bent the steel bars of his cage. The children behind her pleaded to be released as well. Turning, she flashed them a sinister, twisted grin. Meanwhile, the elf and werewolf approached the captain, announcing they were ready. He commended them, saying departure from the harbor was all that remained. The man introduced himself as Red Gannon, Merchant Unit CEO Tolino. The dwarf asked if they would negotiate their sales again. Tolino nodded, explaining Maurice had gone missing, which meant the Grey Merchant Union was finished. Without having to pay Maurice's fees, they expected increased profits. Plus, the Garam Association paid premiums for younger kids, so bonuses were on the horizon. The dwarf recalled Albus was the first, and now the Grey Merchant Union had fallen. He confessed a bad feeling, trusting his woman's instincts that never failed. They looked at him, puzzled. You should just be more cautious, Tolino advised, telling them not to overthink. They had a Knoll champion backing them. As they spoke, a pig exploded on the horizon, emerging from the ship. Suddenly, Nana dashed in front of them, shouting, "Bad adults!" with fury and hatred blazing in her eyes, declaring she could never forgive them. Tolino screamed in surprise and confusion upon realizing she was a draconic human. She pointed at all of them, accusing them of being liars and bad adults. They grew angry and launched their weapons at her, but none were enough to bring her down as she punched and kicked each of them, beating them one by one. At his last resort, the man ordered the monster to bring her to him alive. She quickly ran toward him, wielding a hammer that smashed down and destroyed the ground beneath her. He shouted in frustration, reminding the beast she needed to be kept alive, but she hadn't died yet. The strike hadn't even fazed her as she held the hammer with one hand, effortlessly. She looked at him and noticed the chain around his neck and the symbol on it. He swung his sword again, and she backed away. Dodging all their attacks, he screamed, asking how they couldn't defeat a little kid, insisting he was big enough to win against her. The monster under his control growled and charged a heavy swing, but before landing it, she punched the creature, sending it straight into him. He had no time to react, so the beast fell right on top of him. Elisa and Brian noticed smoke and sounds coming from nearby while searching for her. Brian suggested she might be over there, sensing a surge of mana in that direction, urging them to hurry. Meanwhile, the man was trying to recover from the fall and used a gem, ordering the monster to kill him. His heart dropped when he realized the shackles had been broken, and he no longer had control over it. The beast growled, looking at him with a devious gaze. It approached and crushed his hand by leaning on it. She then confronted the monster, moving closer. She brought a small knoll creature and asked if he was their parent. He smiled upon seeing them. Then she said goodbye as they parted ways. Now she missed Cyan even more after witnessing this wholesome scene. She heard a voice behind her, thanking her for saving them. Turning around, she wondered what to do with all of them. She called out to the man's servants, telling them they needed to take responsibility and bring the children to their homes. But she warned that if they didn't, she would simply eat them. They complied, having no other choice, and took the children to their respective homes. She had saved them all, and wondered if Cyan would praise her for that. She had finally done a good thing without causing trouble this time, and wished he would. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted her head. She turned and saw Cyan smiling brightly. She asked how he had found her, but he said it would be strange if he hadn't, given all the mana coming from her. Seeing no one else inside the safe house, it was obvious she had been missing. He told her with a warm smile that he would find her no matter where she was, because he was her papa after all. However, he couldn't ignore the immense mana radiating right now. Suddenly, Brian and the others finally reached the place, expressing relief that Nana was okay. But Cyan was angry at Brian for not doing his job properly. Alice was surprised to learn the child they had been searching for was a draconic human. Meanwhile, in the Uchif Empire's capital, at Gwizdal Estate, someone ran to the front door, asking what was going on and why someone who usually stayed at the academy would come here out of nowhere. The dean entered the estate with servants bowing respectfully to him. The blond man asked what had brought him here, referring to him as his father. The dean, wearing a serious and angry expression, told him to talk, noting it had been a while. They have gone to a private room. The dean has told him it has been 2 years since he relinquished his position as duke, which is why he has not intended to intervene in how things have been run. But he has asked how the fees for the estate have dropped so drastically, while the funds being sent to the emperor's family have increased so significantly. He knows very well that the current emperor's family has been sending exorbitant amounts of money to them every year. Their political standing will be degraded if they do not pay such amounts, and then they will place their own person on the throne. He has shouted, asking if he does not want Luenal to become the emperor. The dean has slammed the table, saying that it is enough, and asking if he really believes Luenal has the qualities of an emperor. The man has answered that it does not matter as long as it is someone from the Quizel family. The dean has told him it is just like when he married his own sister off to the emperor, but he will say no more and orders that all support to Luenal be cut off. Rising from his seat, he says he will be heading to the palace. Meanwhile, Velius from the Third Estate has been standing by his coffee table, reading a letter. They have finally found the owner of the demonic sword. Although he has been setting plans each time, he is worried they would be ruined once again. Alice's sudden resignation from the knighthood has been unexpected, but he has held a stronger claim when it comes to inheriting the dukedom. which has been good news in that sense. Her eyes, full of resentment, suggest she probably knows something, and that has been starting to get on his nerves. Suddenly, a teleportation circle has appeared beside him, and Boris Yahello has stepped out, greeting him formally. Ashel has gotten up, asking what this is about and if this is the true appearance of the Black Blood tribe. Boris has apologized for it, saying he had not meant to reveal this form of himself. Ashel has asked who has done this to him, and the other man, with a frustrated expression, has told him that his brother Kyan has driven him to this point. Ashel has grown angry and frustrated when he has heard that name. Boris has said that at the same time he has been able to achieve his goal and has pulled out some marble-like mana, saying it is the mana of the demonic sword he found during the Banquet of Blood. Now that the owner of the demonic sword has been found, Ashel should finally understand that Cyan is the one and has been ruining all of his plans. He has expressed disappointment at being completely unaware of it until now. Boris has admitted he wanted to eliminate Cyan but was not powerful enough. He has urged Ashel to step in, saying he has fought Cyan before and knows it will not be easy, but believes he can do it. Still, he warns it is not the time yet. Since the followers of the Black Fog are with Cyan, the situation has become difficult to predict. Ashel has asked if there is a plan, and Boris has told him to follow the prophecy. The saying will guide him to where the sword is, to where the Holy Sword lies. He needs to find the Holy Sword to Durandark. Kellen has been surprised to hear mention of the sword, and has felt the need to report this to Cyan immediately, but before he can move, Boris has appeared behind him, calling him a rat and grabbing him by the neck. Ashel has confronted Boris, saying he has found him very suspicious lately and that he has been fooled for the longest time. Meanwhile, Lunav has been reading many books but has not found what she is looking for. The ancient texts she found in Instructor Boris's lab that day have been written in an ancient language, and if it were not for the spell forcing her out, she could have found out more. What she has managed to learn so far is that only 2 books in the world are written in that language, the Divine Scripture and the Demonic Scripture. It has seemed more like the Divine Scripture, but why would something like that be in his lab? She has not found anything yet about the contents or use of the books. Now she thinks her only option is to look in the Garam Association's archive of forbidden texts. Suddenly, she has been surprised from behind by Princess Erin. The princess has asked what she has been thinking about so deeply that she did not notice her presence. Lunav has asked what brings her here at this time, and Erin has blushed and turned away, asking if she has seen Cyan lately. Lunav has denied it, saying she has been spending most of her time at the library recently. Erin has smirked and asked if she has missed him. Lunav has disagreed but admitted it feels strange that he suddenly stopped coming to school, her face turning pale like white bread. She has comforted the princess, saying there is no need to worry and that he will come back eventually. Arin, confused, has asked how she can be so certain, and Lunav has answered that she just knows. Suddenly, Leximus has entered the room, saying there is a big problem and handing her a letter, telling her it is from the palace and she needs to read it. She has opened it after scolding him for reading her private letters, and the first thing she has noticed is handwriting resembling her father's. The letter's content confirms the sturdy relations between the wards and the palace, and notifies her of the engagement between the 5th princess, Erin Savers, and Sire Cyan Vert. She is frozen as she reads those words, her cheeks burning bright red, continuing to read. Inside Emperor Dejan's chambers, he murmurs a quiet thanks as Violet hands over a glass of water. She brushes it off, saying there is no reason to thank her, and that looking after him is the least she can do, considering she is his daughter. He waves off her concern, calling it nothing serious, just a common cold. She wishes he would get better soon, saying it stings to see him like this, clearly suffering. He gives her another small reassurance not to stress over it. Then, without a knock or a word of warning, the teen barges into the room. He greets the Emperor and introduces himself without hesitation. Violet quickly rises to her feet, excusing herself so they can speak in private. The Dean takes a moment, noting how unwell his host truly looks, cheeks sunken, frame withered, more bones than body. The Emperor acknowledges it, admitting he feels ashamed to receive an honored guest in such a deteriorated state. The visitor asks how long his condition has been this bad, and the ruler replies it started out feeling like a cold, but has not gotten better in the slightest. With a somber expression, the Dean says he regrets not coming sooner. The Emperor leans forward, guessing the real reason for the visit, saying he has only ever shown up when the Empire is standing at the edge of disaster. He locks eyes with him, expression sharpening, and asks if this is about Luinal, already seeming to know what is going on. The Dean admits it, saying he is in the dark about most of it, but now realizes it is way bigger than he thought. The Emperor charges mana into his palm, confronting him head-on but saying there is no need to panic. As long as he is breathing, Luinal will not be a threat. The Dean picks up on the energy swirling in his hand, intense but erratic, and realizes whatever is wrong is not just on the surface. Between strained breaths, the Emperor adds, there is something else bothering him, how Princess Erin is faring at the academy. His guest tells him not to worry, as she is sharp, driven, and packed with talent, and she will grow into a solid ruler. The Emperor softens, relieved, though unease lingers, as she has always been fragile and quick to tears. Still, he is glad she is doing well. He mentions how much she has changed after meeting a certain boy 3 years back, Cyan, and believes that boy will stay close to her. For that reason, he has decided to have them marry. The dean offers a knowing smile, which surprises him, who figured that would be news, but the teacher already saw it coming the moment Cyan was recommended for the royal dorms. The Emperor lets out a low laugh, then asks for his honest opinion of the kid. Without skipping a beat, the dean flatly replies that he is a disaster, cutting class more often than people eat, and never once seen opening a book. In all his 5 decades of teaching, Cyan is the worst student he has ever had. That leaves the Emperor second-guessing the engagement plan, but the dean changes the tone, saying our MC might be awful academically, but is gifted in ways that matter, and with him around, no one would dare lay a hand on Aaron. The Emperor finally exhales, comforted by that, before asking what is really eating at him. His guest stiffens and, after a long pause, confesses he is afraid of what might happen if blood gets spilled between his children. While that conversation unfolds, Violet, having exited the room, bumps into Luinal. He demands to know if she just came from seeing his father and grandfather and what she was doing there. She barely glances at him, saying he should go see for himself and ask them directly. He tries to stop her, saying he is not finished, but she brushes him off, calling him irritating. That ticks him off, and his voice rises, asking if she wants to start something. She throws him a sly smile, saying she would not stoop low enough to hate him. He snaps, asking what the hell that is even supposed to mean. She grabs his face without warning, grip tight, leaning in, and says she thought he, of all people, would understand. Close to his ear, she whispers that she knows what he has done, that he has tried to kill every one of his siblings. He slaps her hand away, warning her to shut up if she does not have proof, then turns on his heel and storms off, announcing he will get answers directly, and next time she should learn to keep her mouth shut. As he walks toward the room, rage burning in his gut, his thoughts spiral. Someone has betrayed him. The question is, who, and how much does Violet know, and what is she plotting? Elsewhere, Princess Erin fumes after hearing the news, wondering how her father could decide something this massive without even talking to her. To protest, she slams her head against the desk, though she admits she does not hate the idea and that it probably makes political sense. But still, he should have said something. Leximus, meanwhile, is practically buzzing, saying he is all in and that he watched her go through heartbreak before, so this feels like fate or divine timing. She lifts her hand dramatically, declaring she will take young Master Cyan for herself. That is when someone barges in, scolding Leximus for making a racket in the library and bothering the princess. The moment she sees him, she grabs her noisy companion and hauls him out. He asks Lunav what is going on with the two of them, but she dodges the question entirely, cutting straight to hers, asking if he likes Aaron. He blinks, caught off guard, and immediately denies it, saying mentally he is in his 40s while she is still a kid. So hell no, that would be gross. She smirks but says nothing. He notices a pile of books spread out over the table and asks what they are for. She explains she is digging into clues from the scripture they spotted in Instructor Boris's lab, which turns out to be written in some ancient dialect. He tells her she probably will not find much here, and if she really wants to learn more about the Holy Scripture, she will have to check the archive of forbidden texts. He points at one of the books, asking if she has read that one. She flips it open and says it is just a travel journal. He draws her attention to a specific line and quotes it, "A mountain packed with sand trees, where demons defeated in the divine war lie buried." Then he asks if she has any idea which mountain it might be. She blushes, admitting she does not know, and asks what that has to do with the scriptures. Cyan's expression hardens as he tells her he is not searching for the holy texts at all. He is after the demonic ones, the Lemhi Haram. She looks at him, stunned, mind-spinning, unable to grasp how he knows the titles of both the holy and demonic scriptures. Those names are supposed to be tightly held secrets, known only to a select inner circle within the Garam Mage Association. She quickly says she doesn't know anything about it, apologizes, uneasy. He doesn't press further, just turns and starts walking off, telling her to reach out if she discovers anything related. Once he's gone, she speaks to the presence lurking behind her, calling her out, Lamella. The mage steps forward, bowing her head, explaining she was ordered not to leave Lunav alone under any circumstances. Lunav narrows her eyes, not buying it. It sounds more like surveillance than protection. Her tone shifts, firm and cold. She tells Lamella not to move an inch but to answer plainly. Hearthcrea and Lemaharam. How many people within the association would even recognize those names? Lamella admits barely anyone. Speaking those names out loud is forbidden. She has no clue how someone so young could know about them. Lunav orders her to pull whatever records she can find on them from the archive of forbidden texts. The mage panics, saying if she goes through with something like that, she could end up dead. Mr. Regens would explode, but Lunav fixes her with a sharp, dangerous stare, reminding her that she too has the power to make Regens furious with just one word. They need to figure out how he learned this. She lays it out clearly. Lamella has a choice to make. The mage swallows her fear, nods, and quietly excuses herself. Message received. Lunav turns her focus back to him, planning to question him herself. Whatever he's hiding, she needs to get closer to find out. Sometime later, he walks alone, still mulling over the cryptic phrase, a mountain full of trees and sand. He thought maybe Lunav would have a clue, but it turns out she didn't. Guess he's on his own for this one. Then a voice breaks his thoughts. Someone beside him comments he looks like he's got a storm brewing in his head. It's Seth, offering to listen, saying he's a man of high empathy and emotional depth. His whole look has changed, more polished, more socially acceptable. Cheyenne stares, thinking this must be it. Seth's finally lost his damn mind. He tries to leave. He doesn't have time for this right now. Seth's all brawn, no brain, not exactly what he needs at the moment. Then something clicks. Seth's from the desert. He stops, turns back, and asks if he's ever come across the phrase, mountain full of trees and sand, or the name Lemiharam. Seth laughs, saying it's been a long time since he heard that name. That was the first opponent who ever made him taste defeat. He was just 6 when it happened. He had wandered into some nameless ruins chasing strength. Back then, he didn't have the bulk or the skill. Lemiharam? A nightmare, massive, wild, and overwhelming monster. He stood no chance, blacked out mid-fight, came to with no injuries, must have bolted on instinct. It was humiliating, but if he hadn't run, he wouldn't be alive now. Sion blinks. Wait, so Lemiharam isn't a book? It's a creature? Seth nods. No getting around it. He has to see this thing with his own eyes, asking where the ruins are. Seth admits he doesn't know the ruins' exact name, but the region? It was called Nordeli. In the old tongue, Nordeli literally means mountain of trees and sand. Sion freezes, then yells, he needs to go there right now. Seth looks confused. This level of enthusiasm from him is almost terrifying. Seeing him like this throws Seth off. He can't believe it. Sion actually wants to go on an adventure. His thoughts drift back to when his friends used to ditch him, crying to their moms, running away, even when he swore he hadn't broken anything this time. Someone used to dry his tears, telling him not to worry, that someday he'd find someone who liked him just as he was. If he kept working hard, one day he'd find a friend who'd go on an adventure with him. Tears fill his eyes. Not from sadness this time. This is that moment. Without hesitation, he agrees, then dashes off, literally breaking through a wall to get packed. While everyone else was caught up in the moment, they didn't notice Lunav. She'd been listening to them the entire time, from the very beginning. Cyan returns to his quarters. Brian steps forward, handing him a sealed letter. It's from the palace. He opens it, skims the contents, and right there at the top, it hits him. He's been officially engaged to Princess Erin. So that's what Lunav meant when she asked if he loved her. He sighs. Great, another headache to add to the pile. He'll deal with it later. He grabs a change of clothes, preparing for the journey with Seth. As he does, he tells the others to keep an eye on Nana while he's away. Nana's calm, not even worried. Her only question, does this mean she's finally getting a mom? Brian nearly chokes, yelling, wait, is he really planning to defy a direct order from the Emperor? Sion doesn't sugarcoat it. He says where this road leads, there's no happy ending waiting. He'll either be hunted down for life or executed, either for blasphemy or for killing the Empire's last shred of hope. He won't drag Aaron into that kind of ending. Then, without another word, he shuts the door behind him. Gone. Emily's voice trembles. She feels awful, knowing he's carrying this alone. And meanwhile, Ashul, their older brother, is the one playing villain. Brian gently rests a hand on her shoulder, saying they won't let things end like this. They'll give everything they've got to help him. Just then, Nana speaks, but her voice is different, eerily calm, slightly deeper. They turn, startled, and freeze. Her face has shifted completely. She now looks exactly like Cyan. She's shapeshifted. Meanwhile, he and Seth have already crossed into the southeast region of the Sparnia kingdom. Their destination lies to the north. They're flying, literally, on a magic carpet Seth calls Alamut. It's fast, blazing fast. What should have taken days only takes half a day. He glances ahead, voice serious. Does Seth really remember where they're headed? The desert warrior shrugs confidently, saying there's no need to stress. The path's still clear in his mind. All they need to do is get through that dust storm up ahead. Cyan looks toward it and immediately knows this isn't just some harmless gust. But Seth brushes it off. It's just your average Sparnian dust storm. He just needs Cyan to trust him. They black out, and when their eyes snap open again, they're past the storm. Clear skies now. Looks like they made it through the dust wall intact. Seth's awake too, no injuries, just groggy. Cyan glances over and asks how much further they've got to go. His gaze shifts forward, catching sight of something ahead. Seth confirms it's the ruins. Visibility's still bad thanks to the sand, but the place is massive. He mentions the mage is likely the first outsider to ever set foot here, besides himself. Cyan questions that, side-eyes him, not buying it. Says he's picking up traces. Too many people. They weren't first. Tiny figures start moving through the haze, men riding camels and weaving around the ruins, clearly scoping the place. They murmur about heading in and staying sharp. The group halts at an entrance, some sort of door covered in old inscriptions. The pair hang back, watching from a distance. Cyan leans toward him, wondering aloud who these guys might be and saying they should stay on alert. Before he even finishes, Seth breaks into a sprint, diving straight in. The strangers dodge cleanly, unfazed, demanding to know who the hell he is. He stands tall, states his title, Prince of Sparnia, then flips it, asking who they are and what they're doing here. As tension spikes, he blurts out that he's not alone and points toward Cyan's position. They freeze at the name, asking if he's actually present. There's recognition. They clock who both of them are. Now that they know these two are aware of the ruins, they say there's no way they can be allowed to leave. One of them channels energy into his weapon, electric sparks racing along a spear, then lunges at the prince with the charged blade. Seth responds instantly. His hand moves, sand rises, and a defensive mold catches the incoming mana, flips it, and launches it back. The redirected strike obliterates the door behind them instead. The attacker completely whiffs, rattled. He whips around to call his backup but freezes. Cyan's already dealt with the entire group. Frustrated, the man surges with power, mana flaring around him, but then a voice cuts through the tension. "Stop!" Cyan instantly recognizes the tone. Lunav steps out of the dust and walks toward them, saying the group's with her, calm but firm. She looks to the guy with the sword and tells him to lower it. He does more than that, dropping to a bow and apologizing, clearly not realizing they were her people. She turns to the mage, asking how he's holding up. He skips the pleasantries, grilling her about how she even knows this place exists. She smirks, teases him, says she could smell him from a mile off. The guy nearby clearly doesn't enjoy the flirting. Elsewhere, Nana has fully shifted her appearance. Now she's basically Cyan's clone. Clothes, posture, everything. Sarika's trying to explain, saying it's a polymorph spell, meaning the girl's nearing dragon maturity. It's not perfect yet, but she's close. Dragons usually use it to disguise their true forms. She adds that Nana's likely never even seen a fully grown dragon, so her reference points are limited. Sarika looks around, wondering aloud where Cyan disappeared to. Brian shrugs, having no clue. She leaves Ned behind and pulls the door shut. Brian finally spots the mage, muttering that covering for him is starting to be a full-time job. Back at the ruins, Lunav says she wants to explore the interior with Cyan. Karen instantly pushes back, saying it's way too risky. She counters, saying these guys are terrified. No one's ever come out alive from inside, so she suggests they stick together. Karen argues back, pointing out that every person here is over 7 stars in mana power. They're not ordinary, and she needs to trust that. Seth raises his hand, casually mentioning he's already been inside and made it back. Everyone freezes. No way they believe that. He doubles down, saying he's serious and offering to guide them in. Mentions there's a swarm of lizardmen guarding the entrance. Cyan perks up at that. Lizardmen? He hears they've already smashed through the front gate. Suddenly, a giant foot stomps into frame. More follow. Dozens of lizardmen swarm the ruins, charging straight at them. The group readies for battle. Lamella steps ahead, positioning herself between Lunav and the oncoming creatures. Meanwhile, Karen and the other fighters surge forward to engage. They go all in, but even at their strongest, it's not enough. The tide of lizardmen keeps swelling. They're burning mana fast, and it's obvious they won't outlast the wave. Then something shifts. Lunav stiffens. She senses an overwhelming surge of mana. It's heavy, unnatural. Cyan taps into the Sphere Void, the same spell he's used before, but this time he fuses it with division magic. In a flash, every lizardman drops. The battlefield goes silent. Not a single monster left. The entire horde gone in a single strike. No one moves. They're stunned. He just wiped out a squad of high-tier beasts in one hit. Seth breaks the silence, irritated, complaining the wipe happened before he could even get his moment. Cyan shuts him down, telling him to quit whining and lead the way instead. The swordsman pivots and heads into the ruins. Lemela watches the structure around them, noting this isn't just a regular ruin. A place like this wouldn't have its own defense system unless it was something else. She explains the whole area is built from condensed mana. That makes it a dungeon. They step inside and come across another sealed door. They try to break the enchantment, but nothing works. The spellwork is unfamiliar. Karen suggests brute force might do the trick, but their attacks don't even scratch it. Seth starts to snicker. The fighter gives him a look, then tells him to handle it if he's so confident. The man casually flicks his hand, and a subtle pulse of mana unlocks the door instantly. But what's waiting on the other side isn't a hallway. It's a monster. Huge. Seth steps forward, warning the others to stay back, saying he'll handle it. He charges mana into his fist, fires off a grand cannon spell, and obliterates the creature in one clean hit. They press on, deeper into the dungeon now. It's not just monsters. Traps too. Unpredictable, complex, dangerous. There's also a strange entity. Pure mana, not even remotely human. Cyan's never seen anything like it, and every door they encounter only responds to Seth. They start piecing it together. The ruins are attuned to his bloodline. Lunav confirms it, saying the Sharkans are the ones who built this place. She found the info buried deep in the archive of forbidden texts. Cheyenne frowns, not entirely buying it. Something doesn't sit right. She turns pink, smiling, swearing she doesn't lie to people she actually likes. He doesn't let it land, firing back that he doesn't trust logic built on feelings. She sits down quietly, then says something different. The Garam Association's been chasing both the divine and demonic scriptures for decades. She explains they believe the divine armor could push the Garam kingdom to greatness. For her grandfather, it's more than politics. It's damn near a religion. He thinks the armor's the key to ruling the continent. Cyan chuckles, calling it bullshit, saying power like that doesn't save anyone. It gets people killed. Her smile fades. She stares at him, then asks why he wants the demonic scripture. The same question, twice. He smirks, saying he wants to ruin it. Not use it, not fulfill some prophecy, just wreck it. Because wrecking it sounds way more fun than watching another kingdom turn it into a throne. Lunav lights up, eyes wide, smile spreading, saying she's in. She'll help him. He blinks, asking what the hell she means by that. She leans in, saying she'll help get the book just because she feels like it. He groans, telling her to get some sleep. She grins and refuses, wanting to stick around longer. He stands up immediately and walks off, wondering why he's even talking to a 12-year-old about this. Karen's been nearby the whole time, overhearing everything, and he's not loving the vibe. Jealousy rising, anger simmering. They reach the final doorway. Seth steps up and opens it, mentioning it's been a long time since he last came through here. What lies beyond stuns everyone. A massive chamber. And in the middle, something ancient and unnatural. An object pulsing with dark energy. Definitely not normal. Cheyenne points to it, asking if this is the Lemiharam. Seth warns him, telling him to keep his distance, saying he's way too close to the source. But before anyone moves, the artifact flares to life. Lunav shouts for everyone to back off. Something's wrong. The mana coming off this thing feels dangerous. The Lemiharam begins to twist, shaping a body from pure mana, forming into a monstrous figure. The air shifts, the world around them distorts, and a whole new realm unfolds before their eyes. This thing isn't just a monster, it's something else. And Cyan can't even tell if this is really the demonic scripture they've been chasing, or something much worse. Without warning, the monster lunges. Garou bolts forward, unleashing a bolt charge straight into it, but the thing doesn't even flinch. The impact does nothing. Everyone gathers their magic, synchronizing it into a single concentrated blast. They fire together, the strike knocking it down, but barely. It's still very much alive. Lunav steps in next, casting a freeze spell that locks its limbs in ice. Shouting toward Mela Aronis, she calls her in to land the final hit. Mela leaps high, slashing down with her Nova Brinker at full power. The creature doesn't budge. Then it swipes. Hard. She gets knocked out of the air. Seth retaliates, stomping the ground and channeling his magic into Sandstomp. A whirlwind builds, circling him in a tornado of grit and force. Lunav watches, hopeful. The fight seems within reach, but something feels off. That gut-twisting, sinking feeling she can't shake. The monster smashes through the cyclone with a single hit, like swatting a fly. His magic shatters on impact. It lunges again, but Cyan steps in, activating Obsession Void Sphere. The explosion of dark mana hits clean. This time it falls. No movement. It looks dead. Too dead. Everyone stands there stunned. He might have just ended it, too quickly. Koram watches. So does Garoon, eyes fixed, fists clenched. The fact that Cyan's beside Lunav, it eats at him. Before the moment sinks in, the creature starts shifting. Its form warps, fading back into whatever its original shape was. Then the realm around them collapses. They're back in reality. Cyan looks around, straight to Seth. "Where's the demonic scripture?" he asks. Seth blinks, shakes his head, saying he's never gotten this far before and has no idea. Out of nowhere, bones ignite. Blue flames crackle from the skeletal remains. Spirals of blue wind tear upward from the ground. In seconds, both are swallowed by it. The ground beneath them caves in. Mela grabs Lunav's arm to stop her, saying it's too late, that even Cyan wouldn't survive what just happened. But she doesn't flinch. She looks at the rubble, eyes hard, insisting he's still alive. She tells Mela to help her clear it. The other mage hesitates, unconvinced, but Lunav turns to her, dead serious, saying she feels him. They're linked. She knows he's still out there. Meanwhile, Cyan and Seth aren't in the same world anymore. They've landed in some other dimension entirely. Standing before him now is something else. A creature. Massive. Pure mana. Its name etched into the air around it. The Palarok. Its presence dwarfs everything that came before. He spins around to check on Seth, but what's left of the kid isn't good. His body's charred, twisted, burned through. The last attack hit him head on. Kid didn't stand a chance. Too young. Too human. His body couldn't take it. Cyan tightens his jaw, fury bubbling. The Palarok lets out a guttural roar. No one can see him here. No one to interfere. No rules. He tilts his head, a slow grin spreading, saying he's in a seriously shit mood right now. So whoever this monster is, it picked the wrong person to mess with. They both rush at each other, practically crashing mid-sprint. Cyan draws the fog sword, activates Fog Storm, and slices clean through the beast's body. But he doesn't slow down. His movements keep flowing, unleashing a chain of strikes, a full combo. He cuts off all its limbs, then takes the head. The creature doesn't fall silent. It speaks, telling him he's the first human to ever reach this point. But none of that matters, because in the end, he's going to lose. It explains that death's off the table for it. Regeneration is constant. He'll run out of stamina before the monster runs out of lives. He responds immediately, casting Obsession Void Sphere. The swirling magic devours the creature whole. Then he steps in and lands one final strike, splitting it wide open. At its core is a marble of glowing blue mana. But before the moment settles, the monster rebuilds, its body reconstituting like nothing happened. It laughs, saying he could keep cutting forever, and it still wouldn't matter. The longer it goes, the more drained he'll get. He shrugs it off, saying he doesn't mind, calls it good training. He tells the creature to keep regenerating forever if it has to, because he's not stopping. Above them, back in the rubble, Lunav and Lamella are still digging, trying to find where Cayenne and Seth fell. Lunav notes that if there's some kind of magic barrier keeping the ruin intact, they're stuck. Nothing they do from the outside will help. She quietly wishes Seth was with them again. Karen approaches, checking on her, asking if she's hurt. He tells her he's found a way out, that they should move while they still can. But she doesn't budge, says she's staying. Period. He blinks, asking what she's even saying. The whole place is about to come down. They've got minutes, maybe less. She turns toward him, firm, unreadable. Cyan's trapped. She's not leaving. If he's going to bail, fine. He can go. Karen snaps, saying there's no way anyone could survive getting buried under that. She answers without hesitation that Cyan's not dying that easy. His voice rises, screaming now. Why is she so obsessed with him? Did she ever care about them? He brings up Azra Moore, Candle, all of them, dead, right in front of him. And now what? She's going to throw their lives away too. He offers to escort her out, saying he served her faithfully for years, and if she was going to fall for anyone, it should have been him, not Cyan. He tells her no one else on this planet gives a damn about her the way he does. They're meant to be. She looks him dead in the eye, her face twisting. Contempt, plain and sharp. She says she could say that about Cyan, but not him, and that hearing it from Karen makes her feel sick. That breaks something in him. He snaps, saying he doesn't care if she mocks his feelings anymore, and if she won't come willingly, then he'll force it. Lamela steps between them, telling him he's going too far. He grabs her by the throat and slams her into the wall. Electric energy bursts from his hand, surging through her. She goes limp. He turns back to Lunav, saying it's just the two of them now. But a voice cuts through the silence, calm, detached. "Put her down," he yells, demanding the speaker show themselves. A giggle echoes. Then the voice replies, amused. "All right, since you asked nicely, but you'll pay for opening your damn mouth." Elsewhere, Seth wakes up. He's not sure where he is. The place looks nothing like where he fell. All he remembers is the Lemmy Haram's blast hitting him straight on. That's the last thing. He wonders if he died. A voice, female, chimes in, saying no, not yet, and it's been a while. He blinks, confused, asking if she knows him, who she even is. She guesses he doesn't remember. It's been years. Apparently, she saved his life once. She waves it off, saying it's fine, she's not here for him anyway. What she really wants is our MC traveling with him. She cups his face, saying she needs his body just one more time, then leans in and kisses him. His eyes flash open. His body, now reanimated, rises. Back in the other realm, Cyan is still locked in combat. Every technique he's ever learned, he's using it. The creature now isn't laughing. It's begging, telling him to stop. He doesn't. He strikes again. More slashes, tearing the monster apart, again exposing the mana marble. But this time he doesn't waste a second. He casts Void Sphere, then overlays it with Obsession, slicing the marble in two. The monster lets out a final scream, then dissolves completely. What's left turns to sand. Nothing more. A single slip of paper flutters out from the dust. He catches it and unfolds it, realizing it's only a fragment of the demonic scriptures. He mutters under his breath, all that effort for just a piece? If Karam were conscious, she would have known. But she's still down, burnt out from that last fight against the bullies, stuck in a coma with no end in sight. He glances around, asking himself why he's still trapped here. The dimension should have collapsed. The vessel's gone. But then he feels something. A bloodlust, razor sharp. He spins. Seth lunges at him. He dodges just in time, but the energy coming off Seth is wrong. Completely wrong. Something seriously off. Meanwhile, the voice speaking to Karen and Lunav finally takes shape, condensing into a shadowy figure. Its form pulses with darkness. It tells them it had no intention of getting in the middle of anything, but then Karen tried to hurt that girl. Both freeze, caught off guard. The entity adds that if the swordsman doesn't have a damn good reason, he'll just kill him outright. The atmosphere shifts, heavier than before. Crushing. This energy isn't like the other one. This must be the real Lamiran. Thinking he might still have a chance, Karen reaches for his sword, but doesn't even get it loose. Lamiran clocks the movement instantly, irritation flashing in his eyes. With a flick of magic, he seizes the man's arm and twists it. Bone cracks. He mutters how impolite it is to answer words with violence, Then he snaps his fingers. The limb detonates, blood and bone exploding midair. The swordsman collapses, groaning. But the shadow's not done. He summons a colossal hand of magic and slams it into him, pinning him to the wall like an insect. He asks again, wanting to hear his excuse, but Karen can only whimper, pleading, begging for his life. Lemihran doesn't even blink. He casts Gigant Ixia. The massive spell crushes the man's body completely, ending it. Once it's over, the shadow turns, eyes landing on Lunav. He asks where she's planning on going. She gives a small bow, thanking him, then asks tentatively if he's the Mihran and what he plans to do with her now. He leans forward, saying he's just here to observe. The answer stumps her. She hesitates. He studies her, stepping in closer. His gaze narrows on her chest, pointing out faint traces of heart curb lingering in her aura. But someone else, someone with mana close to his, removed it. And that's why she felt familiar. He's sure now, it's that black-haired guy buried beneath the ruins. She confirms. Cyan? His interest sharpens. He asks if she's close to him. She turns the question around, asking if he's okay. Lemiran assures her he's fine, probably chatting with the spirit who owns this whole dungeon. Then he pivots toward Lamella's crumpled body, asking if it's really all right to let her die like that. Lunav looks down, pain in her voice, saying it's already too late. A wound that deep can't be healed, even with high-tier magic. She takes the blame, saying she'll carry the memory of today until the end of her life. But he offers an alternative. There is a way to bring her back, but it comes with a condition. If she's willing to accept it, he'll reveal the truth she's looking for. Elsewhere, Cyan is still locked in a brutal fight with the possessed Seth. The man's strength is off the charts now. Mana's boosted, physical power's overwhelming. Cyan is struggling, barely able to block the attacks coming at him. In the middle of the chaos, Seth lands a clean hit, nailing him in the ribs and sending him flying. No time to recover, no space to breathe. The possessed fighter even takes flight, hovering above with zero effort. When he speaks, it's not his voice anymore. He says Cyan's the first human to last this long. But playtime's over. It's time for the real fight. Cyan's eyes narrow. He demands to know who this is, but there's no answer. Just the power of the sand god, Apophis, being called forth. He braces himself, but right before the hit lands, he hears her voice. Karam's finally awake. She appears in her human form, conjuring the Black Fog's vigilance magic to block the attack. Cyan sighs with relief. She tells him she's still tired, every nap feels like not enough, and she's definitely going back to sleep once this is done. Seth hits the dirt hard, then says it's been a while since their last run-in, back during the God-Demon War. Karam doesn't hold back, snapping at her. Acting friendly now won't undo the crap she pulled with her master and hijacking a human body for fun? Not cool. She calls her by name, Sabalom, the sand god. Karam gestures to the tattoo burned into Seth's chest, saying it's the crest of the Chaharkan tribe, the ones who serve Sabalom, and accuses her of interfering with mortals just for her little desert cult. Sabalom shrugs it off, teasing her, saying she's just playing around with her master and Karam shouldn't be so possessive. Cyan watches, baffled. These two are talking like old frenemies. He cuts in, asking why the sand god is guarding the demonic scriptures. Karam answers for her, explaining the place isn't hers. She just loaned it to the tribe that worships her. They built the shrine, and after the war, she took Lamiran in for safekeeping to keep the divine armor out of the wrong hands. Then she leans closer to Cyan, asking point blank if he's after Lamiran. He doesn't hesitate, says he needs to kill someone, and for that, he needs the demonic scriptures. Even she's thrown. She didn't expect that answer. She asks again, "That's all you want?" He levels his gaze at her, saying if she gets in the way, he'll kill her too, even if she's a god. She bursts out laughing, but his face doesn't change. He means it. She wipes a tear from her eye, still chuckling, then says fine. She's made her decision. She'll tag along, watch his journey. Through Seth's body, he raises a brow, saying stealing a body like that is kind of messed up. She waves it off, saying she's only borrowing it occasionally and won't overdo it. And while she's here, he doesn't need to worry about Seth dying again, especially not from something pathetic, like a cold. Cyan stares at her for a beat, thinking if she's riding shotgun in Seth's body, then he won't die the same dumb way he did in his last life. Not a terrible deal, he agrees. She grins, saying it's time to move. She taps the ground with her foot, and the stone floor begins to rise. Before it lifts too far, she looks back at him, smirks, and says goodbye. The ground beneath them cracks open, then swallows them whole. When it spits them back out, they're exactly where they'd once been, trapped under all that rubble. Seth blinks awake, disoriented, lost. He doesn't know where he is or why he's still breathing. Lunav sees Cyan first, then Lemela. Relief washes over her face like a crashing wave. She'd been terrified he wouldn't make it back. He scans the ruins. It's absolute devastation. He asks what happened here, because if this place was under Sabalom's protection, then whatever tore through it had to be Mihran's work. Then his gaze falls on the scriptures, now in her hands. That answers that. She tells him only she and Lamela made it out, everything else a blur of chaos since he vanished. Seth speaks up, urging them to leave, saying something's messing with his head. Some woman's voice whispering warnings over and over. She keeps saying this place is going to collapse soon, and it won't stop. Sabalom's still inside him. Cyan gets it now. With Lunav in possession of the demonic scriptures and Sabalom tethered to Seth, there's nothing left keeping this dungeon together. And so it begins to crumble. She gathers them, telling them to stay close. She's casting a teleportation spell. He hesitates, saying the distance is too far, too risky. Then it hits him. She's not casting a basic spell. She's about to use a 9th star teleportation spell. His eyes widen. Right as the whole place begins to fall apart around them, she casts it. A second later they're gone, and safe. Elsewhere, Nana is deep in her own training. She's been practicing her morphing magic, transforming herself into Cyan. No horns, no wings, no tail. A perfect match, down to the exact way he stands, blinks, breathes. Hours later, she walks into class. Everyone turns in surprise. Cyan? Here? But it's not him. It's her, giddy, living out her dream. She's curious what her dad's life feels like, picturing him spending his days surrounded by loyal friends and passionate teachers. Leximus and Aaron look her way. Leximus tilts his head, asking if she's good. Aaron doesn't say much, but she feels the weight of the engagement talk looming. As she strolls through the academy halls, she feels completely alive. It's a thrill to live beyond the window pane, to walk, to talk, to be him. No one suspects a thing. But before she can make it back to class, Sarika steps in, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. She asks what Nana thinks she's doing, wondering if she really believes it's okay to be out here like this. Nana freezes, busted. If the dean saw her, she'd be exposed, punished. Tears prick her eyes. She starts to cry, afraid, cornered. Before Sarika pushes it further, Aaron steps in, saying she needs a word. It's not the best timing, not even close, but Nana sees the out. She grabs Aaron's hand and pulls her away fast, saying they need to talk, now, in her room. Aaron stammers, shocked, blushing, but goes anyway. Leximus watches the whole thing and decides not to interfere. Back in the wild, the teleportation worked. They made it. Cheyenne pulled it off, something Saya honestly wasn't sure he could do. He's gone further than she expected, past the mark. Lamela urges him to rest, saying they should head to the nearest village. Saya turns to Seth, asking if he recognizes anything around them. He squints at the unfamiliar terrain, then nods. He knows this place. It's Nordeli, the city of the outsiders. Before anyone can speak, a group of men emerges from the shadows, blocking their path. One steps forward, his tone sharp. He wants to know why Seth has come back. Seth stares at him, then recognition clicks. Barnithi? He smiles, takes a step forward, arms open, but the man holds up a hand, halting him. No warmth, no reunion. It's been 6 years. 6 years since he vanished. And in that time, these people have rebuilt, piece by painful piece. Barnithi says if Seth feels any shred of guilt, he needs to turn back. This piece, they bled for it. Don't ruin it now. Seth reels at the words, clearly stunned, and blurts out if they hadn't been tight before. Barnithi gestures toward one of the men nearby, asking if he recognizes him. He squints, puzzled, then gives a slow shake of his head. He's got no idea who's standing there. Barnithi snaps, yelling that the guy is his son. Back when Seth was younger, he knocked out one of the kid's teeth just because he wanted another shot at training. He brushes it off, claiming it was just kids messing around. But underneath, he knows the truth. He never got married, not with all the lives that were lost. But that's not even close to the worst damage he's done. He's made a habit out of wrecking village wells. He's smashed through buildings like it's a sport. No rhyme, no reason. Instead of walking through doors like a normal person, he punches through the walls around them. Cyan doesn't look surprised. She's heard it all before. He's always been a pain since day one, the royal chaos magnet. Barnithi pleads, begging him to stay far, far away from their lands. Then, right in front of them, his body shifts, new tattoos snaking across his skin like fire. A voice cuts through the air. It's Sabalom, the sand goddess, stepping in. She refuses to watch this go down in silence, saying it's personal. He's her mess to deal with, and she won't let them rough him up. Barnithi fires back, asking what the hell she's even talking about. Sabalom introduces herself plainly, the one who treads the desert, the one who unleashed storms, the one who brought collapse with her. As she speaks, she takes form, merging into a humanoid shape, and makes a request. She wants the two of them to stay in the village. She accepts their offer. Cheyenne rolls her eyes. She's clearly done with all this divine drama. When the goddess finally vanishes, Seth looks like he's seen a ghost. He asks if they heard her too. Cyan nods, deadpan. Because of Sabalom, they're sticking around. Barnithi and his crew drop to their knees, throwing out apologies toward the sky, begging for her mercy. Elsewhere, Leximus shuts a door gently, feeling hopeful that today might actually turn out all right. She wishes Aaron a good time with Cyan. Inside the room, Aaron and Nana are still holding hands. Aaron's face glows red, her thoughts spinning, frozen in place. Nana casually mentions that instructor Sariko gives her the creeps. Aaron doesn't respond, still gripping her hand, and turns even redder. Noticing, the shifter lifts a hand to Erin's forehead, checking if she's running a fever. She jumps back suddenly, but then she remembers. They're engaged. This shouldn't be weird. They're supposed to be close. Trying to gather her nerve, Erin decides it's time to bring up the engagement. She blurts it out, asking what Nana thinks about it. The girl doesn't hesitate. She says she likes Erin, so she's all in. Erin stops, eyes wide, wondering if she really heard that right. For a second, she thinks it's actually Cyan speaking. It feels unreal. Cyan admitting he likes her? That had always felt impossible. She wonders aloud if she has feelings for him herself. But then something shifts. She spots a tail sprouting behind Nana and immediately calls it out. Cutting back to the tin candle, the academy feels unfamiliar, like it's hiding something ancient or dangerous. It's as if a dragon, or worse, slipped through the cracks while it was left unchecked. Inside Erin's room, things are unraveling fast. She stares, stunned, as Nana morphs back and forth into Cyan. Her mind starts to spiral. The younger girl starts sobbing, apologizing over and over. Aren tries to calm her, insisting she didn't do anything wrong. Nana offers to pass on what Aren confessed to the real Cyan, but she quickly refuses. She sits down beside her, finally breathing easier. Nana helped her figure something out, but it needs to stay between them. She makes her swear to keep it secret. Then she asks her to shift back into Cyan one more time. Nana nods and transforms. After a quiet pause, Erin's face flushes bright pink as she stammers out the words, she likes him. She's finally admitted it to herself. Since the moment they met, her heart's been his. But she's also sure she's just been dragging him down this whole time. Still, she's been trying, pushing herself to change. Tears spill from her eyes as she pleads with him not to vanish again without a word. She begs him to stay. Once she's wiped her face clean, she tells Nana never to breathe a word of this to Cyan. But the girl isn't listening. She's staring out the window, murmuring that something's coming. Something big. Something powerful. Meanwhile, Leximus throws herself in front of the dean, desperately trying to block him from entering Erin's room. She says Erin's in the middle of something important. He couldn't care less. He tells her to move, then casts a spell to shove her out of his way. He hits the door with another spell and forces it open. Erin screams, demanding to know why the hell he's barging in. She says she was having a private talk with her fiancé, no less. The dean calmly tells her to step aside, adding that whoever she's speaking to isn't actually Cyan. She quickly tells Nana to run. Whoever this guy is, they're way outmatched. The shifter tries to bolt, but he grabs her by the throat mid-escape, growling and asking how she dared sneak into his academy, swearing she'll pay for it as he charges magic straight into her neck. He summons the Trinesis Holy Lance and fires a searing beam of light straight at her. It hits. The blast lands hard and she staggers from the impact. Outside, both Emily and Brian catch the flash through the window. At first they think it's just lightning, but something about it feels wrong. The unease pushes them to check Nana's room. She's not there. Brian grabs whatever clothes he can find and bolts out to search. Back at the scene, the dean's relentless, casting one spell after another, keeping her on the run. Nana dodges every blow like a blur, even after taking a direct hit from 9th star level magic. Even he pauses, surprised. This isn't just any dragon. He pulls at the ground beneath her, then slams twin stone pillars into her from both sides. Still, she's not backing down. He watches her, stunned, and asks if some divine being is riding her body. She doesn't feel fully dragon, doesn't act fully human either. So why the hell isn't she fighting back? He wonders if she's waiting for someone. Catching her breath, she quietly says she doesn't believe he's evil, and she doesn't hurt good people. That throws him. How can she tell? She says she can smell it. She can tell who's kind just by the way they carry their scent. Her teacher told her, only fight when it's time to teach bad people a lesson. He presses, wanting to know who this teacher is, asking if it was them who dragged something as unclean as her into the academy. That word hits her like a slap. Her eyes darken and her body begins to shift, scales spreading, posture changing. She's going full dragon. He reacts instantly, casting Star Judgment with lethal intent, shouting that he won't let her live. She catches the blast mid-air, flings it back like it's nothing, but he's already teleported. He warps next to her and drives a fist into her face, full force. She hits the ground unconscious. Inside the sealed room, Serena and Leximus are trapped, watching her crumple, unable to move, helpless. The dean sealed the area with his own barrier. No one's getting in or out. Serena steadies herself and tells Leximus to keep an eye on Nana. She's been close to Cyan. Maybe she'll know what to do. As if on cue, Sarika slips in quietly through the back door, having followed the noise. Outside, Brian spots people starting to gather. He quickly shuts the main door, keeping the scene hidden. The ward seals off the area. It's designed to keep outsiders from interfering. Sarika approaches the window, examining the spell. Leximus asks if there's a way to break it. She says it's impossible for now, but not entirely hopeless. The fused demonic human form shifts, voice flat, warning them, forget everything they're about to see, or she'll make sure they do. Nana's body is broken, her morphing powers gone. She's reverted to her true form. The dean finally sees her for what she is, a child. Suddenly the barrier shatters. Sarika forces her way through, stepping forward and planting herself between the girl and the dean. She won't let him hurt her. He stares, unfamiliar with her current appearance, and demands to know the connection to the half-dragon. She says it plainly, Nana is her student, and she'll take full responsibility for what happened. His tone shifts, cold, decisive. He tells her this isn't about responsibility. She needs to move. He's ending this now. Nana rises weakly, voice trembling, apologizing. She swears she's not a bad kid and begs him not to punish Sarika. Tears stream down her cheeks as she cries out. He looks at her. For a moment, she reminds him of his daughter. He turns away, rain pounding harder outside. He says she's clearly hurt and needs healing, then tells Sarika to bring her to his office when it's done. The mentor shifts back to her regular form and thanks him. He warns her not to be grateful yet. They'll be discussing the consequences soon. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the crowd roars. Seth is officially crowned, now worshipped as the vessel of the goddess Sabalom. Cheers erupt around him. Seth stares blankly, confused by the crowd's cheers and the fact that he's dressed in makeup and women's clothes. Barnithi steps up, beaming, saying he always had faith in him, that he knew this day would eventually arrive. Seth's expression twists into frustration. He yanks at the outfit, ripping it apart, yelling for them to stop with this ridiculous charade. Cyan watches the whole thing unfold from a distance, lips curled in amusement. Behind them, Karam appears, cutting through the mood. She mutters that she has no idea what Sabalom's endgame is. She suspects the goddess is using Seth to monitor them, but what for, she can't figure out. The mage replies calmly that gods aren't allowed to meddle in the mortal realm. They've left her temple. She can't touch them now. Karam shrugs it off and warns anyway. She's possessing his body. That changes everything. He better stay sharp. And, she adds, they're not the only ones being watched. Lunav bursts into the room, surprised to see Cyan already there. She lights up, asking if he's been waiting for her. He nods, saying they need to talk. He asks how Lamella's doing. The girl tells him she was worried. The injuries were severe, but Lamella's pulled through. Another day of rest and she'll be fine. The internal wounds are already healed. Cheyenne brings up the teleportation spell and advanced healing magic. She sighs, realizing why he wanted this conversation. It wasn't about her performance. She was expecting him to ask how she managed to get her hands on Lamerum. In the dean's office, he leans forward, questioning Sarika on how Cayenne managed to sneak a dragonic human into the academy. The instructor looks confused. How does he already know? He says it was obvious. The way Nana endured his spells, only someone like Cyan could handle someone that powerful. She asks, unsure what he plans to do. He says he needs to talk to Cyan, though he already knows how that'll end. Cyan will sweet-talk his way through, and the dean will end up giving him free rein. Sarika starts to say she'll take full responsibility as his instructor, but he cuts her off, asking if that means she's planning to resign. He moves on, stating coldly that good and evil are already defined by the world, and what's evil is always tied to the ominous, something she should stay away from. Sure, she might carry that darkness inside her, but she was trying to protect someone. She may believe that side of her is who she truly is, but it doesn't matter. She's with the mists now, and that's still better than pretending to be pure. She blinks, surprised by his words. He turns away, saying the Empire's headed for disaster. He tried to stop it, did what he could, but fate doesn't care. As he walks away, he rests a hand on her shoulder. When the moment comes, she needs to step up and do what she's meant to do here at the academy. He leaves her standing there, stunned and unsure what to make of his warning, this looming catastrophe, this mysterious role. But just before stepping out, he turns back to ask one last question. What does Nana like most at night? Later, in the infirmary, the dean quietly enters while the girl is still recovering. He looks at her, and something in her face triggers a memory. His daughter, Diana. He whispers an apology and asks for her forgiveness. His expression softens with a quiet smile. He doesn't know why he thought of Diana, only that he misses her deeply tonight. He gently strokes her face, lingering there for a moment. Before leaving, he places a piece of candy on the bedside table. Elsewhere, Cyan and Lunav continue their talk. He starts to say something, then stops himself. She tilts her head, confused. She thought he needed something. He turns away, telling her flatly that he doesn't need it, not exactly, and she shouldn't worry herself. Unless she's planning to take it to the Garam Association. Lunav shakes her head. She'd never do that. He meets her gaze, cold and sharp, telling her not to let anyone take it from her unless she wants to die by his hands. He excuses himself, saying he needs to return to the academy. She can come by later with Seth. After he's gone, Lamerum speaks up. He asks if she really likes him. She nods without hesitation, then asks if he understands what Cyan's trying to do. She calls him Lem. He says he doesn't fully get it yet. He's still learning about Cyan, too. He steps closer. She tells him she's all in. No matter what it takes, she's going to help Cyan. He says she's free to do that. As long as she honors her end of the contract, his truth is hers. Then he raises an eyebrow, asking why she keeps calling him Lem. She grins. Lemaram is just too long. Meanwhile, Brian hasn't stopped training since the dean's attack. He's haunted by what Anstetica told him. He followed every word, gave it his all, and still, it's not enough. He's not talented, and he knows it. He blames himself for being weak. He has to get stronger so he can be of use to his master. Lost in that thought, something dark steps into view. A shadowy entity confronts him, demanding to know where Cayenne is. Brian says he's not here right now, but he senses it. Thick, suffocating mana radiating off the figure. He quickly activates an artifact, raising a barrier around them. He attacks, telling the creature to back off unless it wants a fight. Brian blocks a sword strike with his combat counter, slashing through with a counterattack. He manages to wound it, but the thing doesn't slow down. It charges him again, unleashing a flurry of chained strikes. Whatever it is, it's definitely not human. Again it demands, "Give me Cyan." Brian lands a clean hit, right to the face. The helmet shatters. The figure's identity is revealed. He recognizes the intruder, Kellen, a former subordinate of Ashel, but his appearance has changed, drastically. Cyan has finally reached the moment to leave the village alongside Karam. She has asked if he intends to go alone, and he has told her that Lunav can return with Seth once Lamella recovers. But he himself has found no reason to remain any longer. She has given a sly look, wondering if he's fine with Lunav being upset. He has assumed she wouldn't care much. Karam has let out a tired sigh and claimed he's destined to end up alone. He has responded without hesitation. Solitude doesn't bother him. The second he has stepped into the teleportation portal, he has landed right in the chaos, caught between a clash erupting between Kellen and Brian. He hasn't been able to grasp the situation. Blood has covered the younger man, who's already taken a bad hit, and Kellen's appearance has completely altered. Brian has shouted a warning, urging him to stay alert. This hasn't been Kellen anymore. The former warrior has lunged forward, aiming to strike, but Karam has reacted fast, calling on the Russian fog storm and tearing him apart in seconds. Brian has looked completely stunned, barely believing how effortlessly the mage has handled it. All he's managed to feel is that he's become nothing more than dead weight. Cyan has turned toward him, pointing out the severity of his wound and advising rest. He has done enough while Cyan's been gone. Now it's his turn to take over. Cyan has approached the fallen Kellen, breathing hard, asking whether he's still conscious. Using what little strength has remained, the man has warned him to stay cautious. Ashel and Boris have already gotten their hands on the holy sword. The news has shocked Cyan. In his previous life, they hadn't reached it this early. The situation has begun spiraling faster than he's ever calculated. Kellen's form has faded, leaving behind only his warning to stay careful. While Cyan has watched him disappear, offering a silent farewell, he's seen what they've done to Karam, turned him into a puppet. He hasn't had to think twice to know who's responsible. Brian has pulled himself up, asking what exactly happened to him. Cyan has crouched by the fallen figure, picking up a stone, the seal of Reuniversal, an ancient, corrupted magic that bends a person's mind, forcing them to turn on their own. They've weaponized his shadow self against him. Regret has crashed down. He's realized he should have killed Boris when he had the chance. As long as that bastard remains alive, this nightmare will keep repeating. He can't afford another repeat of the past. He's made up his mind. Boris has to die. He's turned to Brian and told him to prepare to leave. The other hasn't understood what he meant by that, so Cyan has clarified. They're leaving the academy. Their destination, the Vortsdachi Temple of Lumendel. Meanwhile, Ashel has stepped into the palace and approached a woman standing at its center. She has greeted him, acknowledging the time since they've last crossed paths, referring to her as Nafrudit Iris. The woman has smiled, revealing her face, noting how rarely he's used that name anymore. With a puzzled tone, she has asked if he hasn't come with Prince Luanal. Ashel has kept it simple. He hasn't been involved in that anymore. She has smirked in amusement, teasing that the rumors surrounding Prince Violet must hold some truth. He hasn't taken the bait and instead brought up the revelation she's apparently received. Her laughter has echoed as she confirmed it. The holy sword rests on the hill where the scenery of the Guardian can be seen. She has speculated that this scenery must be linked to the estate of the continent's guardians, which is why she's wanted to meet him. She's believed no one else would know its most likely location better than he does. He's admitted he's had a guess. Still, a question has nagged at him. Why has it been located so close? She has stepped nearer, saying that the truth doesn't always lie far off. That's what Lamenter's love has felt like. At the same time, Cyan has faced the dean, presenting a stone and asking if he's recognized it. The older man has immediately identified it. Cyan has explained that he's discovered it inside the academy, but before he's finished, the dean has cut him off, assuming he's tangled himself in more trouble again, dabbling with forbidden magic. Without giving him a moment, the dean has also asked how long he's planned to hide a dragon in his room. The realization has hit Cyan. He's completely busted. The dean's anger has exploded. He's shouted that Cyan's behavior has been insane and that he should leave if this is how he intends to act. Cyan has agreed, admitting things will get worse if he remains in the academy. The older man has slumped back in his chair, surprised at how compliant Cyan has been acting, and asked what's gotten into him. Cyan has explained, the seal of reversal belongs to someone behind the banquet of blood. That person has to be stopped, and he's the one who has to do it. Otherwise, innocent people will keep getting dragged in. The dean has sensed the rage simmering inside Cyan. wondering what has driven him to this point. After a moment's pause, the man has picked up the stone again, preparing to share something unusual. He has asked Taiyan if he knows what closely resembles the stone, something called the Days Stone. There's a theory that both originate from the same source, tied to the Black Blood tribe. Though that group has been thought extinct, rumors still whisper of a few remaining in the slums of Exilium, near the capital. Taiyan has been taken aback, asking why he's only hearing this now. The dean has handed the stone back, telling him to stop carrying everything alone and that he needs to pay attention. The century-long peace that's held the world together is unraveling, and if they fail to protect that one piece, the academy itself will be lost. The older man's voice has gone firm. He must play his part, and the dean will play his. In a memory from years past, during one of their older conversations, the dean has warned him he wouldn't find anything good in that place. Whether he faced trials or destiny, it wouldn't serve him. That's what it's like to live as someone else's weapon. Now Taiyan has understood those words. His past life has held nothing good. Stepping out of the room, those words have lingered. Don't shoulder it all alone. He has wondered if this has been the real advice the dean has given him in this life. As he's walked through the corridor, Sarika has appeared, asking whether he plans to leave and whether he intends to kill Boris. She has been listening the entire time. She has stated that Taiyan was always going to be a target. He's asked if she plans to join him. The instructor has declined, saying she would like to, but she's had to stay behind and fulfill her role, especially now that the dean knows her truth. Taiyan has asked whether the older man has discovered her real identity, but she has realized that he's known from the beginning. Karim has appeared, pointing out that the dean hasn't earned that title for no reason. He's not someone to underestimate. Sarika has said that he probably has a plan, but she's leaving Boris to Taiyan. And as a parting note, she's asked him to pass a message before killing him. Tell Boris to go to hell. Taiyan has acknowledged the request, assuring her Boris will suffer hell long before reaching it. In the fields near the very Duchy, Ashel has found the entrance to the Duran Dark Sword. It has been surprisingly close to the estate. After hours of traveling, he's asked her if it's really the Holy Sword. Both have been struck by the glowing aura and visual force of the weapon. He's taken hold of the blade and called its name. Eris has felt uneasy about how crookedly it's embedded in the ground, but has assumed it's probably fine. Suddenly, a woman's touch has reached him, claiming him as the heir to the god of light and her master. With a flick of her finger, she has hurled him into the air. Anger has flashed across her face. She has cried out in frustration, saying he's taken too long to return. Tears have spilled as she shouted at him, calling him a fool and berating him for leaving her behind. She has pointed at him, promising she will never forget, and never forgive, what he's done. Once he managed to stand, he realized the figure in front of him was nothing more than a child. Ares had taken form within the space, clearly not an ordinary presence. She must have originated from this blade. She must be the spiritual embodiment of Durandark. Her appearance was a surprise. He had never imagined her looking like this. With tears still falling, she motioned to herself and blamed everything on Ashel. Then her voice broke into a scream, wondering how he even knew, as if he'd walked into this moment with the foresight of a prophet. She explained that the wielder of the demonic sword had stolen her power and demanded that Ashel retrieve it as soon as possible. Back at Lewin Academy, Taiyan remained by Nana's bedside while she continued to rest, recovering from the last battle. Relief quietly settled over him. She hadn't been hurt too severely. She had survived an encounter with the most powerful mage on the continent, and that fact alone left him astonished. She had reached a point where she no longer relied on him. While he reflected, Brian entered the room, his first words apologetic. Qian looked at him with confusion, but the knight confessed that he'd felt like a disappointment, never good enough to call himself his guardian. The young mage fixed him with a plain look and told him to do better. Rising from the chair, he said there was a destination he needed to reach. Brian asked where he was headed, and Taiyan mentioned a location on the outskirts of Lewin, leaving the rest for Master Sarika to explain. He instructed the knight to go on ahead. He'd catch up later. The shift in Brian was instant. He lit up with energy and determination, ready to take on whatever came. Just before leaving, Taiyan turned back to acknowledge him. If it hadn't been for Brian, Nana wouldn't have grown the way she had. That much was beyond even his reach. He told the knight he'd done well, then walked out. Down the hallway, Emily rushed after him, holding a lunchbox and a strange monster-themed hood. She called out, saying she'd packed him food, but he had already disappeared from view. Elsewhere, within the Northern Asians' quarters, Rygans, the leader of the Garam Association, stepped inside. He turned to his subordinates, demanding confirmation that this had been Karen's last known location. Under his breath, he muttered about the younger mage's ambition. Such bold goals, wasted in a place like this. He reached down to retrieve an artifact and activated it with a spell designed to summon the dead. Mana surged through the ancient runes, reshaping into Karen's form. Rygans wasted no time, asking about the fate of the demonic scriptures. The resurrected mage replied that they had vanished, now in Lunav's possession. The elder pressed further. What purpose had brought her here? Karen explained that Kayan Vert had been hunting the scriptures, and Lunav had joined in to help. Rage ignited in Rygans at that, and he dismissed the younger one on the spot. Turning to his followers, he ordered them to locate Lunav and bring her to him immediately. Beneath Exilium, in the city's hidden pathways, a group of half-humans gathered. They'd been collecting a rare type of mana stone, one too volatile for normal humans to endure. Only creatures like them could handle its power. A half-panther laughed, making a joke about how the city had earned its name, the City of the Dead. A bunny-eared hybrid cut him off, urging caution in his words. Mr. Boris had been waiting for them. Before any of them had a chance to react, Cyan emerged and instantly took down the four-armed one. The others snapped into position, preparing to retaliate, but he sliced through the flames with precision. Their caution turned into full-on defense, but he summoned the fog storm again, cutting straight through the half-panther. Only the bunny remained standing. Cyan stepped toward her, asking for the one he was looking for. She recognized him instantly, Cyan Vert. In panic, she triggered a massive fire burst, destroying the entire space in an instant and blasting him back. Far from the chaos, Lunav sensed a sharp jolt. Something had gone wrong with Cyan. Carmilla and Seth noticed and asked what had happened, but she brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. Seth, trying to shift the mood, showed off his enchanted rug. He explained that it was Lunav, the name passed down with the rug through generations of the Shahar Khan family, the Arawats. It could take them to the academy in a matter of seconds. But the young woman had already carried one of her own, meaning they had had no need to share. Lamella added that the artifact belonged to the Garam Association, a group known for gathering rare magical items, so objects like the Arawats were common in her world. Lunav urged them to speed up, pushing to reach the academy faster. Worry tightened in her chest. Something had clearly happened to Cyan, and she couldn't shake the dread. Exilium has been left in ruins, scorched earth blazing beneath the collapsed stone. Cyan stood untouched, shielded by the Void Sphere spell. The bunny hybrid ended her life in a desperate final move, igniting herself in the explosion. Scanning the wreckage, he spotted mana stones scattered across the area. The fire won't die down unless dealt with directly, so without hesitation, he conjured the air void to siphon the flames away entirely. As always, Karam took the opportunity to poke fun whenever he did something remotely heroic, telling her to take a closer look. The half-humans caught in the blaze hadn't died, they'd vanished. She half-joked that maybe they'd been reduced to ash, but even she knew that's impossible, not in such a short span. Cyan believed they'd gone underground, likely through a hidden tunnel. He suggested confirming it firsthand, but before taking another step, a crowd formed behind him. A gathering of beasts, hybrids, and other creatures blocked the exit. Their demand was direct. A human like him had no business here. They told him to leave the city. Karam questioned their attitude, irritated they'd turned on someone who'd just extinguished a fire that could have burned them alive. Cyan brushed her off, stating simply that they'd never wanted him here. This land, once a quiet beast village, had lost its peace long ago, shattered during the chaos of the god-demon war, when the demon-dragon Leviathan invaded. Though the dragon had been defeated by Ligvez, the hero of the light god, the aftermath left a worse curse behind. Its decomposing body birthed the mana stones, whose energy twisted everything. Residual power turned Exilium into an abandoned wasteland. The aroma of that mana mutated those left behind, birthing beast hybrids like the ones now in front of him. They survived by mining the very stones that cursed them, all while harboring bitterness toward the humans who cast them aside. One of the half-humans stepped forward, trying to force him out by violence. Karam casually suggested wiping them all out, but she decided it wasn't worth the effort. Too much work, too little payoff. They left instead. Not far off, the bunny hybrid handed the mana stones over to the panther. None of them had perished, not even the four-armed one, who regenerated, his neck fully restored. If not for Boris's enchanted bow, they wouldn't have survived the earlier battle. The mage materialized then, asking whether his involvement had caused them harm, and informing them that Cyan had reached the area too, apologizing for the chaos. They dismissed his concern, saying there was no need. In their eyes, he'd been the aggressor, attacking first. They hadn't realized who they were dealing with until it was too late. As far as they were concerned, Cyan was no match. Boris feigned guilt, but they encouraged him, claiming that without the funds he funneled from his palace work, they would have starved. Now's their chance to return the favor. They had his back. He told them not to overdo it, making it clear he'd be the one to settle things with Cyan. The panther lifted the box of mana stones and handed it over. It wasn't a huge stash, but enough. Boris took the box and slammed it down, releasing the stones. The impact triggered a ritual, magic lighting up the ground beneath him. Earth confirmed they were short on time. Someone had already discovered them, closing in. In that instant, while their focus was elsewhere, Cyan launched another attack, but the panther intercepted him mid-strike, flinging him back. He grinned through it, surprised they were still alive. The panther grabbed him and barreled through the wall, dragging him outside. Boris turned to Earth, saying this had been the only viable way to beat him, and began chanting, a call to awaken the Leviathan, the same beast that once raised the village. At Lewin Academy, inside the royal dormitory, Leximus and Aaron lounged together. He noticed her mood shift and asked what had been bothering her. She flushed, looked away, and said she couldn't bring herself to face him. Leximus pointed out that he'd never been the one to come see her first anyway. Her frustration briefly flared, but she managed to calm herself, suggesting they return. He offered some comfort, reminding her their purpose here was simple, just to check on Nana. Then, just down the hallway, they spotted Seth, Lunav, and Lamella standing near Kyan's room. Aaron asked if they were also here to find him. They nodded but explained he hadn't returned. She tried to reassure herself, convinced he'd come back. He was never good at sharing how he felt, not with words. But this time it was different. His presence, his scent, everything about him had vanished. She began to worry he wouldn't return at all. Aaron ignored him and asked Lunav whether she had any idea where he might have gone. She replied that it needed further investigation, ordering Seth to search the academy for any leads, then sending Lamella to the Garum Mage Association to gather updates. Aaron decided to return to the palace to gather intelligence. Before leaving, Lamaharam approached Lunav, warning the search wouldn't be simple. Every trace had been erased so completely that even Kyan couldn't be tracked anymore. Aaron and Leximus raced toward the palace, urgency pounding in her steps. She couldn't shake the gut feeling that he might vanish forever if she didn't act. She refused to let it happen, vowing to find him before it was too late. Meanwhile, back in Exilium, Cyan engaged the beast hybrids. He started to suspect that Boris had twisted their mutation, no longer a curse, but a power they could wield. No matter how many blows he landed, their bodies regenerated each time. He accused them of being nothing more than puppets, yet somehow they moved with purpose, with free will. The Panther grinned, remarking that a human like him could never grasp what it truly means to exist as a monster, or to survive in their world. Brian has been packing the last of his belongings, preparing for departure. He expressed relief that the safe house is nearly secure. Emily praised his efforts, telling him he'd done well, but then hesitated, wondering aloud whether Kyan even knew they were here, and whether he truly planned to join them later. Brian reassured her that Instructor Erica had said so, and that they'd had no choice but to trust him for now. Still, she couldn't shake a creeping sense of dread. Nana's mood hadn't helped. She'd been visibly gloomy, staring out the window for what felt like hours. She was clearly upset, hurt that Cyan had come and gone while she slept, too late to even realize he'd been there. Brian understood that more than anyone, she'd taken this the hardest, and he felt the weight of that moment, especially after Cyan had told him that even he couldn't manage what Brian was doing now. He approached Nana, asking what had gotten her so down. She responded, blaming herself, saying her papa must have run off because she caused trouble. He tried to comfort her, gently placing a hand on her head, assuring her that none of this was her fault. She hadn't done anything wrong. Cyan would return. They just needed to be patient and stay strong until then. As she wrapped her arms around him, she muttered that Cyan was stupid and insisted that Brian scold him later. Elsewhere, Cyan remained locked in combat with the half-humans, struggling to gain ground. They threw everything they had in a desperate attempt to slow him down. The bunny hybrid hurled a Sangu grenade, erupting into a violent blast of fire. She assumed there was no way he could dodge in time, but he reacted instantly, swinging Karam and unraveling the magic. Shock spread among them as they realized someone so young had mastered techniques of a swordmaster. The four-armed hybrid issued the command to strike from all directions, insisting he must have a blind spot somewhere. They were told not to let him counter. Karam observed their movements and pointed out the obvious. They were all following identical attack patterns. Cyan recognized it too and moved to exploit it. He activated the Thick Fog 8th form, Assault, dashing through them and cutting down his attackers. Just before he reached the four-armed one, the bunny launched a flaming arrow at him, warning him to stay sharp. He summoned the Void Sphere to absorb the flames effortlessly. The Panther came at him from behind, but he evaded the ambush and appeared behind it instead. In one swift motion, he unleashed Fogstorm, slicing the creature apart. He then decapitated the four-armed hybrid and dashed toward the bunny, splitting her cleanly in half. At last, they grasped the truth. They had stood no chance. The power gap was impossible to bridge. Even so, their bodies began to regenerate, limbs and heads returning. They told him that defeating him was never the goal. Cyan demanded an explanation. If winning wasn't the plan, why start the fight at all? The Panther, still grinning, confessed it had all been to stall for time. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath them. He felt the surge of dark mana, a storm of pressure rising from beneath. The ritual Boris had been crafting had finally reached completion. The dragon stirred, and as the sky darkened, Cyan realized the unthinkable. Boris had actually brought Leviathan back, reanimated as a puppet. Karam recognized the beast too, stunned to see it again. Cyan knew immediately that if that dragon ran wild in this era, the consequences would be catastrophic. He decided he wouldn't allow it. The Leviathan awakened in full, and atop its massive form, Boris took control. The first thing the dragon did was snap its jaws shut around the Panther hybrid, devouring him in a single, brutal motion. The others dropped to their knees, paralyzed by disbelief. None had expected this betrayal. Even Cyan paused, stunned by the sheer brutality. Karam leaned in to explain that it hadn't merely consumed the hybrid, it had used him as a mana sacrifice to amplify its power. He asked why such a creature would need sacrifices at all. Karam guessed that it was likely still recovering damage inflicted by the divine scriptures. The bunny screamed, horrified by what Boris had done, insisting this wasn't part of the deal. He responded with a smile twisted in madness, claiming it was all for the greater good, even as he laughed maniacally through the explanation. Only then did the remaining half-humans understand. They had been tricked, betrayed, used by someone who never saw them as anything more than tools. Across the wider city, other beast hybrids noticed the dragon's return. Its gaze turned to them, charging energy in its mouth. Boris, still consumed by laughter, pointed toward the city and declared that all of Exilium's people would now repay what they owed. Panic spread instantly. Screams filled the streets as everyone scattered, desperate to escape the impending blast. The bunny begged him to stop and fired off a desperate explosion at the dragon in a last-ditch effort to halt the attack. Boris turned to her with a look of disappointment, stating that he had believed they were friends. Then he ordered the dragon to retaliate with fire. Before the flames could consume her, Cyan stepped in, summoning Void Sphere, predation to absorb the inferno before it could land. The dragon has unleashed another wave of fire, surrounding Cyan and the bunny hybrid in an inferno. He absorbed the flames again and followed up with a clean, forceful swing of his blade, slicing through the blaze and extinguishing it entirely. The arc of the swing hasn't stopped there. It reached the dragon's body and knocked the beast to the ground. Boris stood frozen, stunned that such power had come from what looks like nothing more than a dagger. Earth Decree corrected him, explaining that this energy has never originated from the weapon itself. Cyan altered the form of the blade through his own force, the initial transformation, nirvana of repentance. Launching into the air, he closed in on the dragon. The guy tried to intercept him by activating Flashing Rain, sending a volley of rapid strikes, but Cyan redirected each attack without effort. Following through with another swing, he cut clean through the dragon's arm. The massive limb fell toward the citizens of Exilium, leaving them no time to react, but Cyan quickly initiated the 8 fluttering pearls, slicing the arm into scattered fragments mid-fall to protect the city below. Boris only laughed, brushing off the concern for others and claiming that Cyan is destined to become the next offering in the ritual. The dragon drew in a long, deliberate breath, charging another ominous blast, but Cyan's shield returned to his side. Bracing himself, he engaged a fortified rising fog, neutralizing the magic with a single decisive strike, and hitting the dragon in the process. He then leapt straight to the dragon's head, arriving before Boris could even notice. Cyan confronted him, revealing how long he had waited for this chance. There would be no escape this time. Summoning his ultimate technique, Black Fog, Arc Adamant, an annihilating spell capable of leveling entire cities, he landed the attack before Boris could react. Meanwhile, Lamaram and Lunav continued their search for him until Lamaram suddenly picked up on his energy, declaring that he had located him. Lunav asked whether he'd pinpointed the exact spot, her eyes catching on the transformed appearance of her companion. He gestured to the map, stating the coordinates with certainty and naming the location, Exilium. She recognized the name and questioned why he would go to an abandoned slum. Lamaram admitted he wasn't sure but had sensed an ancient dragon there. He was vaguely familiar with it, but would need to see it firsthand before saying anything for certain. Lunav's concern deepened at the mention of a dragon that ancient, but he downplayed it, insisting she shouldn't stress. It was barely more dangerous than an overgrown lizard compared to Cyan's strength. At that moment, Lamella stormed in with a group from the Garam Association. Lunav asked for an explanation, and the leader told her that the Garam faction suddenly forced their way in and announced that the president had summoned her. She must go with them now. Lamella leaned in quietly, confessing she had a bad feeling about all this and would try to buy some time. Lunav whispered back in surprise, asking why she was helping if she was loyal to her grandfather. The woman looked away, saying Lunav once saved her life, and this was her way of honoring the path of the night. Lunav smiled faintly and asked her to deliver a message to Princess Erin. The Garam subordinates started pressuring her to move faster, but Lamella reassured her not to worry and promised to deliver the message when she could. Lunav reluctantly complied and followed them, guessing it must be related to what happened at the ruins, and assuming the president might now target Cyan. She made up her mind to stop him before that happened. Back in Exilium, the battle was finally over. The dragon lay defeated, permanently he believed. Boris had vanished, apparently disintegrated, but the peace was short-lived. Shouts erupted behind him, accusations flying. People screamed that everything had gone wrong because of him, blaming him for bringing ruin, shouting that it was all because a human showed up. Others hurled false claims, demanding he leave. Karam muttered again that killing them would be simpler, but Cyan dismissed the idea, saying it was fine. This way, his wait wouldn't have to stretch on as long. Hours passed before word reached Luinal Severus. When he heard of Boris's death, fury took over. He cursed the man, calling him a useless bastard, shouting that he rescued him from the gutter and reshaped him into someone closer to human, only for him to die without paying back the debt. Then Ashel stepped into the room, asking if Luinal had sent for him and what he wanted. The Emperor erupted, screaming that Boris was gone and Exilium was ruined. Ashel responded calmly. He had already known. Luinal demanded to know why Ashel hadn't come to him the moment he found out, but the other coolly replied that he had business elsewhere, something more pressing than Luinal, and now he was confident he knew who caused the downfall. The Emperor frowned, puzzled how Ashel could know, but the mage dodged the question and told him to prepare for departure. Their next stop was Luin Academy, and he was already making arrangements. Luinal asked who they were going to see, but Ashel told him to wait and promised to explain on the road. Humiliation settled in. Luinal realized that Ashel held the reins, and he was the one being pulled along. Elsewhere, Boris turned out to be alive, barely. Dragging himself across the ground, broken and gasping, he soon lost his strength and collapsed. Cursing his luck, he mumbled that resurrecting the dragon was a failure and admitted his shame. Had the plan worked, he could have healed himself. Nearby, Earth Decree, severely damaged, spoke to him, telling him it was all right. There was still an offering nearby, one strong enough. Boris looked up in fear, asking what it meant and what it intended to do, but the being told him not to be afraid. This was the will of God. Then it consumed him, sacrificing Boris in order to restore its own strength. In the proximity of Luin, the royal carriage has been rolling steadily toward the academy. Luinal Severus has grown visibly restless, demanding to know the identity of their intended contact. Ashel, keeping his gaze fixed on the passing landscape, has calmly explained that they've come to seek an alliance with the academy's dean regarding Cyan, Luinal's younger brother. The elder, baffled, has questioned what connection Cyan might have to anything relevant. Ashel has revealed that our MC has been the one to eliminate Boris, and that he currently holds the demonic sword while also serving as an assassin for the clandestine syndicate known as the Mist. Luinal has frozen in disbelief, unable to accept it without certainty. The mage has confirmed that the details have come at the cost of Boris's life, and every disruption they've encountered has pointed back to Cyan. The realization has finally settled in. He has played them all along. Ashel has added that a bounty has already been issued, and he's confident the Academy has become aware by now. The Elder, disturbed, has asked for clarification on the bounty. With a slight grin, Ashel has stated that Cyan has been tied to the Banquets of Blood and labeled as the mastermind behind an assassination network. Their crimes can all be pinned on him cleanly. Though the mage has claimed that turning against his brother brings him sorrow, he's convinced that eliminating him has become necessary for both justice and continental stability. This, he said, is simply divine will, an unavoidable path laid out by the god of light. Elsewhere, Lunav has entered a chamber where her grandfather has been waiting. She's demanded to know why he's come all the way to Luan. Reagan, taken aback by her lack of hesitation, has wasted no time and accused her of accompanying Cyan to the Nortelli ruins and assisting in the theft of the demonic scriptures. She's denied any involvement. The Elder, enraged, has accused her of shielding our MC and unleashed a gravitational spell to pin her down. Despite the crushing pressure, she has stood firm, challenging the baseless assumption. Her resistance has surprised him. She's endured mana intensity far beyond his expectation. He's reminded her of her future within the Garam Association, warning her not to be ruled by sentiment. He has then amplified the gravity, forcing her closer to the floor, but she's had enough. She has cast the spell away and declared that he won't extract anything from her. He's hesitated for a beat before snapping his fingers, triggering an enchantment. Tendrils of magic have erupted from the walls, ensnaring her. He's declared that she won't even get the chance to regret this. She's asked whether he intends to kill her, but Regan has insisted that the association's future can't be discarded. Strange glyphs have flared along his arms, runes of Narasha. She's recognized his attempt to fracture her mind. The Elder has vowed to erase the memories he finds useless, hoping to resurrect the version of her he once preferred. Meanwhile, Ashel has been stationed outside Cyan's royal quarters. He's sensed our MC's presence along with his allies. Turning to the Holy Sword, he has asked whether she can trace his location. She studied the sealed door and declared it wiped clean. Someone has purged every trace. Her mood has soured at the knowledge that this has been the residence of the one who insulted her, and she's promised quiet retribution. The mage, conceding that the interrogation strategy has failed, has reminded her that palace troops have already been dispatched. It's now a waiting game. She, skeptical, has muttered her distrust in humans and dismissed the delay as his problem to deal with. Elsewhere within the academy, the dean has just finished reading a sealed letter, muttering to himself about the complexity of the situation. Without warning, Luinel has barged into the room. The dean has greeted him with a cold stare. The visitor, unsettled, has accused him of harboring resentment, denying any friendliness between them. The dean has responded calmly, but Luinel has persisted, blaming him for cutting off Kizel's funding and poisoning his father's perception of him. The elder has refuted it again, claiming he only sought to prevent bloodshed. Fury has crept into Luenel's voice. He insists that others, Violet, Favian, Nerovian, and Aaron, are all clawing for the throne and would stop at nothing to secure it. The dean has dismissed him as pathetic, telling him that the throne belongs only to those who've matured enough to lead, not to those who grasp for it. He's turned away, reminding the young man of his father's efforts to maintain peace and urging him not to unravel it. Luenel, with a bitter grin, has scoffed at the idea. He's pointed to the dean, accusing him of hypocrisy for raising a demon under his roof, and demanded Cyan's location. Before the dean could respond, Aaron has entered the chamber, startled to see Luenel present. She's admitted she had only come to inquire about our MC. The prince has rudely dismissed her, but the dean has promptly ordered him to leave, reminding him that she had requested this audience first. The younger man has protested his rank, furious over being made to wait. The dean has attempted to mediate, but the argument has escalated until Ashel has walked in and announced that the dorm has been found completely vacant. He's declared that Cyan now poses a threat to the Empire and urged the dean to cooperate. Aaron, horrified, has asked what he meant. The mage has explained that our MC has been implicated in the Banquets of Blood and the Exilium disaster, backed by a web of eyewitness testimony. He has turned to the dean again, asking whether the palace has sent him a letter. The elder has confirmed it with a grim nod. Aaron has burst into tears, unable to reconcile the accusations with what she's known of Cyan, insisting he could never commit such disgraceful acts. Ashel has informed her that a bounty now weighs on his name. Beyond the academy's reach, in a quiet outskirt village, a crowd has assembled around a worn-out wall displaying a freshly tacked-up poster. The youngest heir of House Hertz has become the subject of gossip, whispers of crimes and speculation on whether he might show up here next. As the crowd has dispersed, Cyan has stepped forward to collect the poster himself. Karam, standing nearby, has commented that the portrait does him more justice than real life, and asked whether he's pleased with the outcome. Our MC has let out a wry smirk and said that he is. Now, Ashel will come chasing him, craving the Empire's most expensive bounty, just in time to try and play the hero. In the snowy plains of Rowena, Alice hears Cecilia urgently calling out to her. Cecilia rushes over and shows her something shocking, a report claiming that Cyan is the one behind the Banquet of Blood. After seeing this, Alice can't believe it. Moreover, Alice insists that Cyan would never do something like that, to which Cecilia explains that she saw the news while patrolling and doesn't know what they should do. Alice realizes this is probably why Cyan told her to leave earlier. He must have known something bad was coming. Instead of panicking, Alice tells Cecilia that they should focus on their training, to which Cecilia is surprised by Alice's calm response, but Alice explains that even though she's not completely sure, she trusts that Cyan will handle things in his own way. Right now, she believes it's more important for her to become stronger, so she can be ready to help him when the time comes. Marion, who's nearby, praises Alice's determination and tells her to continue training. Alice agrees and goes back to her practice. On the other hand, Lunav finds herself trapped by the grandfather, who's trying to rip Cyan away from her mind. Lunav's grandfather warns that resisting will only make things more painful, to which Lunav cries out, refusing to let Cyan be taken from her. Suddenly something strange happens, and the surroundings shift into another realm. The grandfather is shocked. A powerful figure, Lem, appears and warns him that he has entered a forbidden territory. Lem radiates dark mana and reveals the terrifying power of the demonic scriptures, Lemiharum. The grandfather realizes Lunav had these demonic scriptures all along. After that, Lem calls him an inferior being and tells him to choke on the truth he was so desperate to uncover, and Lunav finally gets out of his grandfather's control, and he sits down on the floor, accepting his defeat. Lunav questions whether Lem caused this, but Lem accuses Lunav of planning it from the beginning, which Lunav doesn't deny. Instead, Lunav thanks Lem and says it's time to go help Cyan. As they prepare to leave, someone calls out to Lunav. After this, Lem stares coldly and asks what they're looking at, standing at Lunav's head. In a safe house on the outskirts of Lewin, Brian shows a wanted poster with Cyan's face on it and warns that royal knights are swarming the streets, searching for him. Also, Brian insists Cyan has been framed, and Nana echoes his concern. Tension rises as Brian prepares his sword, declaring he made an oath to protect Cyan and Nana with his life. Nana joins him, ready to fight. Suddenly there's a knock. A girl hesitates, then opens the door, and Cyan stands there calmly. Everyone is overwhelmed with relief. Brian tears up and Nana runs to Cyan, calling him Papa. After that, Cyan tells them to keep quiet because he had been really worried. Cyan confirms he's not guilty and says he won't bother explaining himself and warns that this place isn't safe anymore because Ashel now has the Holy Sword, and it won't take long before he finds their location. Cyan says the only option now is to hide inside his other dimension because the entire Empire is turning into his enemy. Brian, emotional and firm, declares his loyalty will never shake and promises to protect Cyan no matter what path he walks, to which Cyan accepts it, though the girl thinks Brian gets too serious sometimes, and Nana urges him to hurry. With that, Cyan turns to Lem. Now that the distractions are out of the way, Lem smirks, ready to go wild, but Cyan reminds him there's something specific he needs to do. Lem seems thrilled that whatever it is, it sounds exciting. Lunav's grandfather fumes in frustration after learning the truth that he always believed Cyan had the demonic scriptures, but to find out they were with Lunav all along shocks him deeply. A subordinate rushes in, apologizing for returning without the others, and explains that everyone else was defeated by Lunav herself. The old man angrily realizes that Lunav completely outsmarted them. The subordinate anxiously asks what their next move should be, to which the grandfather thinks that Lunav now has the scriptures, and if they continue chasing Cyan, they'll inevitably run into Lunav. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet night near a tall building. Cyan stands boldly under the moonlight, facing a group of soldiers who came to capture him. Suddenly Cyan speaks out, almost taunting them, and calls for their attention, acknowledging their presence with a smirk. Then, with absolute confidence, he challenges them, telling them to catch him if they can. The academy feels strangely quiet now, almost as if something important is missing. The spot where Cyan once sat seems to echo with emptiness, and even the surroundings feel like they're grieving his absence. Seth sits there feeling down, wondering if Cyan will ever return. After everything they went through together, Seth can't understand how Cyan could just disappear like that, because the thought weighs heavily on him, making school feel dull and meaningless. Just as Seth starts losing hope, Lunav bursts into the scene with excitement and tells Seth that she found Cyan and urges him to come with her right away. After hearing this, Seth is shocked but quickly lights up with hope, because he also can't help but notice a small, adorable creature resting on Lunav's head. But before he can ask more, Lem steps in and tells him to hurry. Without wasting a second, Seth agrees and decides not to overthink and lifts Lunav in his arms, smashes through a wall, and follows Lem's lead. Also, Lem assures them that the destination isn't far, asking them to hold on tight as they speed toward Cyan's location. Aaron is shocked to hear the news that Cyan is in Exilum. In fact, Lamella tells her that Lunav wanted to pass on this message before she was taken away by Mr. Rygans. After this, Aaron quickly decides to ask Dean Kundal for help, while Lamella quietly takes her leave. But just after Lamella departs, Aaron hears something unbelievable, that Cyan is being blamed for the Banquet of Blood, accused of destroying Exilum, and even being labeled as a member of Mist, a dark organization tied to the evil Black Fog. Aaron feels crushed because she realizes she truly didn't know much about Cyan at all, and now everything seems like a lie. All her training, all her effort to grow strong enough to stand by his side suddenly feels meaningless. Indeed, Cyan seems far out of reach now, like he's in a place of darkness where someone like her can never follow. The helplessness makes her feel even worse, and despite being a princess, Aaron feels completely useless. Just then, her grandfather Dean Kundal questions her gently, asking how much of the news she actually believes, to which Aaron, holding back tears, says firmly that she doesn't believe any of it because Cyan has always supported Aaron and always been kind. Aaron knows deep down Cyan could never do something like that. Dean Kundal gives her a nod that if that's what she believes, then there's no time to waste and they need to move quickly. Elsewhere at the same time, Cyan is surrounded by a crowd of enemies and challenges them all at once, clearly unimpressed by their movements. Redbeck, the Academy's top student known for his exceptional stamina and mana ranks, steps forward and believes he can finally bring Cyan down and unleashes his most powerful attack, Dragon Spear, in a dramatic display of fire and strength. Everyone watching expects this to end the chase, but Cyan defeats Redbeck with ease. The onlookers are stunned, unable to believe how quickly their strongest fighter was taken down. Cyan sees no reason to stick around if that was their best, and starts preparing something far more dangerous, the opening of the gates to Hell. Elsewhere, Aaron flies through the sky, determined not to leave Cyan alone any longer because she's ready to fight beside him. Meanwhile, the battlefield turns chaotic, reinforcements are being sent to Square B, and soldiers are running in all directions. Amid the disorder, Karam keeps the enemies occupied. Cyan, watching from a distance, thinks she's doing a great job and decides to make use of this distraction. While everyone is focused on her, Cyan quietly moves toward the base, knowing that Ashel should have arrived there by now. Also, Ashel Virt gets cursed as a hypocrite. Suddenly, Riggins appears and commends Cyan's sharp reflexes. After seeing him, Cyan is unsure of who this man is, to which Rygans states that while Cyan may not know him, he knows Cyan very well. After that, Rygans introduces himself as Rygans Rainreaver, the president of the Garam Association. Cyan, keeping his guard up, asks what business Rygans has in the Ushif Empire and what he wants from him, to which Rygans appreciates Cyan's directness, noting it's a trait he shares with his father. Without wasting any time, Rygans presents his true motive, that he wants Cyan to marry his granddaughter, Lunav. After hearing this, Cyan is left completely dumbfounded by the unexpected proposal. Rygans offers more like forces Cyan to join the Garam Association, since most of the incidents, like ruining the excavation of the ruins, halting the smuggling, and cutting off connections with the dragons, were all his doing. Moreover, his granddaughter is head over heels for him. Despite the undeniable offer, Cyan decides to turn it down, saying there's no way a 9-star sage can't bring a fruition. He's sure that Reigans has some ulterior motive involving Lunav and him, which he won't allow. Reigans is furious but promises that if he can't have him, then nobody else can. Honestly, Reigans sounds more like a crazy ex-boyfriend. At the Brno estate, the report that all the knights were knocked out by a mere kid infuriates Lunel. But a bigger issue arises. The Garum Association members ambush their knights and are currently locked in battle with them. Lunel throws the messenger aside and orders that they all be killed. He laughs madly, convinced it's a provocation from the Garam kingdom. Then, he commands that the Knights of Light be sent if reinforcements fall short. The messenger is shaken, as the Knights of Light are the front lines of the demon realm. But Lunel doesn't care. He's already made the arrangements. Hearing that, the messenger loses his composure, saying it's practically a declaration of war. Lunel then locks eyes with Aaron and directly asks if they're there to ruin his plan. Aaron holds out a paper in front of his face. A direct order from the king stating that Lewin Academy will assist in searching for her fiancé. Lunel grows furious and demands that Aaron prove the document's legitimacy. The old man accompanying Aaron intervenes, assuring Lunel that he was sent to support her since the king's health continues to deteriorate. This only enrages Lunel further when he realizes the king gave him no orders. The old man then sternly questions why Lunel is trying to start a war with the Garam kingdom. In response, Lunel instantly orders his knights to attack, accusing them of blasphemy. But the old man uses his barrier magic to defend himself and angrily tells Lunel to stop acting like a brat. He's shocked that Lunel insists on fighting him. After all, he's his grandfather. Lunel's reason is simple. Why is his grandfather trying to stop him? The old man answers that he can't stand by and watch him sabotage himself any longer. Before Lunel can act, the grandfather takes Aaron and teleports away. He guides Aaron to a location far from the Lord's estate. There, his granddaughter reveals that the royal decree was fake all along, astonishing him. As they make their escape, she asks why he's helping her. His answer is simple. He wants to see the future of the boy who keeps pissing him off. Meanwhile, a man is stuck on a building when Seth and Lunav arrive at the scene. They survey the area and find Cyan holding someone by the collar. Seth cheerfully walks toward them, but Lunav's bag suddenly yells that it's not Cyan. Alarmed, she stops Seth, and the fake Cyan smirks. He's impressed that she could tell because she's a demonic scriptures owner. The fake Cyan reveals his true form, the demonic sword Karam. Seth is shocked to see his old buddy turned into a girl. As Karam explains how the plan unfolded, they sense a powerful aura passing nearby. Lunav quickly realizes it's her grandfather's aura. From the bag, a shadow emerges, remarking that Reigans sure is fast and assuming that Cyan must be there too. He decides to take them to him. Karam mocks him by calling him a halfling, though still impressed by his strength. Meanwhile, a group of knights hears a loud thud, assuming it's an explosion coming from the direction they were headed. The ground starts shaking, and they think it's an earthquake, until they see Seth and Lunav advancing. The sight alone is enough to make them wet their pants. Ashel sees the explosions from the distance and tells his guards that's where the traitor of the Empire, Cyan Vert, is. He tells his guards that their duty is to eliminate evil in the world, raises his sword, and asks them to follow him on his hunt for Cyan. The knights cheer for him in unison and follow him behind. The Holy Sword reminds the successor that he needs the powers back to fulfill his duties. Some guards gossip that rallying the knights against his own brother is what can be expected from a Vert. His fellow tries to warn him that someone might hear, but the guard insists that there are already enough rumors. He explains that the rumors say this battle won't end in Brno and they'll be charging into the palace next. The guard hopes the rumors are false, but his fellow shows him around to see how ominous all the other knights are. Meanwhile, our protagonist pins the fighters into the wall. Those watching him are shocked to see his demonic energy. He hurries them to come at him. The fighters feel insulted, but right then, Reigans flies in. He now understands why his enemy is so important to Lunav and realizes that he can't let him live. Reigans summons the meteor. Everyone around sees the 9-star spell and runs for their lives while our hero stands fearlessly. Cyan stands staring at the spell coming down. He now understands how evil his opponent is, seeing him not care about his subordinates. As the meteor rains down, the people run for their lives but stumble into Seth. He pushes them all away with the tornado, and Lunav walks in, hurrying him to get to their friend. At the battle, Reigans stands tall above his meteor. Suddenly, our hero breaks through the spell with his Void Sphere Obsession. He then uses the Division spell. Reigans is impressed with his use of the Void Sphere but diminishes it instantly. Our protagonist is shocked to see his spell countered so easily, and Reigans reveals his Caligorna's bead. He reveals that the bead's oblivion counters the Void Sphere. Our hero is shocked to see his opponent with such a rare artifact. Reigans then uses the bead's Soul Harvester. Suddenly, Lunav steps into the fight, ordering her grandfather to stop. She tells him to deal with her if he really wants her demonic scriptures, and tells him to stay away from Cyan. Karam tells our hero that he found some bet and that he feels his brother is close. Seth tells his friend that he heard about him being framed and tells him to leave the fight to him. Our hero wishes his friends good luck and leaves to face his real enemy. However, Rygens refuses to let him off so easily and sends his soul harvester after him. Suddenly, Lunav uses the seeds of restraint. A crown manifests on Rygens' head, and then Lunav casts a verbal promise fulfillment spell. Rygens screams in pain and drops his beads. The soul harvest on our hero's tail disappears. Rygens is confused, wondering how his granddaughter planted the seeds of restraint in his head. Lunav explains that she did it when he entered her head, and reminds him that that's why he should stay away from her. Rygens reminds her of the consequences, but Lunav has already prepared for it, and now she intends to show her grandfather the truth he desperately wanted. She proceeds to show him the power of the truth that he desperately sought. Meanwhile, the guards are shocked to see the patrol team running back. Our hero cuts through the patrol teal with his rising fog spell. The knights see him coming and draw their swords out. They're shocked to see the patrol team be defeated by a 13-year-old kid. Our hero leaps towards them. The knights see his demonic sword and run towards him. Our hero uses the rushing fog storm followed by a serial slash, cutting through the knights at once. Right then, the knight summons Lumendel's arm and crushes our hero down. He cheers excitedly seeing his attack land, but then our hero breaks through it. The knight then summons the perfect thunder, but our hero dodges it. He leaps towards his opponent, grabs him by his face, and smashes him into the ground. Right then, Ashel walks in. He uses the God of Light's power sun carriage. Our hero realizes that his brother is starting off with a strong attack. He takes the blow and runs through to face his opponent. However, Cyan can feel Karam's pain and realizes that he shouldn't have directly taken on the Holy Sword's attack. Meanwhile, Karam withers in pain. Duran Dark comes in, looking down on her, thinking she's tamed. She tells Karam that she should have taken over the body of her owner as she usually would. Karam starts laughing at her. Duran Dark grabs her by the collar to ask her what she plans to do with her powers. Karam continues to laugh and tells her that seeing her face was totally worth being tamed. Duran Dark grows angry, wondering how they could find out her location so early, but Karam tells her to just enjoy the battle. She offers to make a bet on who will break first, her or Duran Dark's heir. As our hero uses the demonic sword manifestation, Ashel feels the atmosphere change. Our hero takes a swing and an explosion goes off. Ashel is surprised to see his brother destroy the power of the holy sword, and the power of the demonic sword is released. Our protagonist then uses the Dance of Black Blood technique. However, Ashel still feels confident that the power of the God of Light cannot be surpassed. Our hero mocks his opponent's shock at the demonic sword clashing with the holy sword. Ashel is shocked to see the other half of the holy sword in his opponent's hand. Our protagonist challenges him to take it if he can. Ashel orders his brother to hand it over, but Cyan refuses to just give it away. Duran Dark gets angry, and Karam warns her successor against his opponent. Ashel uses the holy sword manifestation. Our protagonist feels the holy power, and Karam tells him to stay away from the attack. Ashel then uses the God of Light's power. A blinding light takes over. Our hero dodges the attack, and Duran Dark reveals to her heir the half power of the holy sword and orders him to bring the other half back to her. Ashel takes a swing, but our hero dodges. He then uses Rain of Flash, but our hero dodges that and retaliates with Assault. As the two enemies continue to block and attack each other, our hero can feel his sword crumble. Karam assures him that she can endure, and that even if she dies, she will take Duran Dark down with her. However, our hero knows it's a hopeless bluff because he heard those words in his past life too. When they were against the Demon King, Karam assured him to take care of his opponent, and that day, he lost Karam. Our protagonist refuses to repeat his past mistakes. He knows he needs to look for attack opportunities while dodging his opponent's attacks. Ashel attacks again, and seeing his brother dodge it, he realizes that his sword is at its limit. He takes another swing, and Duran Dark reminds Karam about their bet on who will break first. Meanwhile, the knights see the fight from the distance and realize that they can't interfere at this power level. They ask the other knights if they are going to intervene, but the knights don't answer. Instead, they all jump into the battlefield. Ashel lands a blow against his opponent, but our hero blocks it with his sword. Our hero uses his Void Sphere division to hold off the knights. He struggles to keep Boris's knights back. As the two continue to fight, Ashel asks his brother if he still wants to keep fighting, reminding him that he can't win. Our protagonist assures him he's perfectly fine and calls his opponent arrogant. Ashel summons his power and asks for the other half of the power back. He then summons the Holy Lance of Lu and lands multiple attacks against our hero. Meanwhile, the knights are impressed by Ashel's ability to fight. Luenel believes that it's not enough and orders them to use the Light Ray of Divine Punishment. The guards worry that it'll put Ashel in danger too, but Luenel orders them to do it. On the other hand, Lunav continues to torment her grandfather and thinks that the fighting is enough now. She stops hurting him, and Seth tells her that he's done too because the subordinates are too weak. However, Lunav knows Seth is just strong with a god's support and the people aren't weak. Seth acknowledges that it was the woman's help too. Lunav thanks the woman for her help. The woman takes her hood off and apologizes for jumping into the battle too late. but Lunav assures her that she was on time and she helped defeating the association members quickly. Suddenly, a spell appears in the sky and Lunav realizes that the magic weapon is being activated. Seeing that the weapon is used only in wars, she realizes that they're trying to get Cyan. Luanel stands before the soldiers, activating the magic weapon. He feels eager to get rid of all the people who look down on him. Ashel and our hero are surprised to see the magic weapon. Ashel uses the Border of God and destroys the weapon. As the whole place starts to collapse, Luanel tries to run for his life, but the walls crash down on him and bury him. Suddenly, Aaron jumps in and tells Ashel to stop and tells him she is going to take Cyan. As the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire, she orders him to put his weapon down. Dean Kundal steps in and restrains all the blood monsters, realizing that Ashel and Luanel could be related to the Banquet of Blood. Ashel breaks Dean Kundal's magic spell, leaving him shocked. He then releases his Godstinger attack at the Dean. Arn screams for Dean, and Cyan tells her to leave because he worries she'll just get in his way. However, Aaron refuses to abandon her fiancé, even though that's not the engagement our hero agreed to. Ashel thinks that the princess is seduced by his sibling and thinks it's his responsibility to save her. He uses the God of Light's supreme authority, the Halo Bringer. Our hero recognizes the ultimate skill of Lumendel that can slay even a god. This ability killed our hero in his past life. Right then, Aaron steps forward to shield Cyan and asks Ashel to stop. However, Ashel does not intend to go against the will of God. He releases his attack. Aaron closes her eyes, but then our protagonist pushes her aside to face the moment he's been waiting for. His opponent is surprised to see him smiling. The whole mana energy strikes our hero, and an explosion goes off. Dean Kundal continues to take down blood monsters, but more just keep coming back, and he knows that's just stalling the worst. Suddenly, Dean notices a chaotic mana, and when he turns around, he sees our protagonist going all out with his power. Ashel is confused seeing his opponent. Lundell tells him that his opponent is trying to take power. However, he finds it useless because our hero doesn't possess demonic or divine scriptures, and without God's promise, he'll die. But then, Aaron comes forward to save her friend. She knows she can't go back now, otherwise she'll lose Cyan. Right then, Lunav Rainreaver and her friends join the battle. Lunav asks Dean for his help in getting close to Cyan. Without any questions, Dean uses his reverse wave and clears the pathway for Lunav. As they rush through the battlefield, the monsters leap in on them, but suddenly Seth jumps off and pushes the monsters back while the rest run for Cyan. He and Lamella stand back to take care of the monsters while Lunav takes care of Cyan. Lunav hurries at Lem as Cyan's mana continues to weaken. Princess Aaron and our hero stand side by side, struggling to hold their ground. Ashel is surprised to see the demonic scripture arrive. Lunav and Lem jump past him and quickly run to Cyan. Lunav hurries to Lem to help their friend. Lem didn't expect our hero to be in this state, trying to kill himself, but he wonders if he had already seen them come. Lem thinks our hero knew he and Lunav would come. He uses the old god's promise to help our protagonist recharge his mana, and the sudden burst of energy leaves Ashel shocked. Ashel is shocked to see his opponent's power. Our hero decides to end things here. He unlocks the other realm and puts Lunav down. Lumendel warns Ashel against his opponent's power. Our hero puts his friends down and tells Lem that he now plans to kill his brother. Lem asks if revenge is really important for him to take on a curse because our hero doesn't know the state he's in. He warns our hero that he'll have to pay a price worse than death for the seal on his chest. The sword now realizes that this was always our hero's plan. When planning this whole thing, our protagonist wondered if Lunav would appear if he fought. He asked Karam to bring her to him. Karam wondered how our hero is so sure that she will come, and he answers that she'll come because she's a stalker. Our hero leaves the princess and Lunav to the demonic scriptors. Lem realizes that the prophecy has come true as he watches the pawns fight each other. As our hero raises his demonic sword, he feels something different about his opponent. He realizes that Ashel's powerful god can no longer protect him. Meanwhile, Lamella uses her glare slash to cut through the demonic monsters. She's surprised to see that the monsters have stopped regenerating, which makes them realize their link has been cut off. Dean Kundal walks in, thinking that the monster's power source must have disappeared, and feels glad to see his students okay. However, Seth came to help his friend during his exams, and Dean suspended him for 2 months. Lamella sees the portal to the other realm, thinking that it's the cause for the destruction. She wonders if something can be done about it. The Dean takes a closer look and sees Aaron and Lunav passed out. He rushes to them and finds them okay. He heals them with his magic, wondering if they were sent to the other realm on purpose. Dean Kundal realizes that Cyan must have created this realm and wonders what is going on. On the other hand, Ashel is surprised to see himself bleeding. Lundell warns him that his opponent can even devour light now, and he might die for underestimating his opponent. Our hero asks Karam how he feels about this change, and Karam answers that he feels so powerful that he wants to destroy everything. So our hero allows Karam to utilize his power. He uses his Dance of Blood, second form Harvester. Ashel uses his Halo Bringer. Our protagonist uses his Fog Sword and cuts through the attack. A ray of mana rains down at the darkness. Ashel, still confident that he can defeat his opponent, attacks Cyan. Our protagonist uses his demonic sword manifestation and suddenly teleports behind his opponent. He uses his fog sword, Yahello, and strikes Ashel from the back. As Ashel withers in pain on the ground, our hero enjoys his enemy's misery. To end his brother's ill fate, he takes a final swing. As the chaotic mana rains down on him, Ashel remembers his mother telling him that he was fated to be the savior. She claimed to receive an oracle from God when birthing him, and said that her son was blessed with so much talent. Ashel's mother was killed in front of him by those who called her a witch. People who were responsible were caught and executed, and that was the only time he had seen his father so mad. His father executed the people himself, but that was still not enough. Ashel believed that evil things should be cleansed from the roots. Poor people or people with inferior genes were those who could fall easily to evil because they would threaten those who had everything, like his mother. However, in his last moment, Ashel realized that it was he who was inferior. Cyan uses his demonic sword union, the God Eater, and lands his final blow. The mana rains down on his enemy, and Ashel screams in pain as the mana decimates him. As he lies defeated, Ashel asks our hero a question. He always saw Cyan act as if he knew the future. He found the holy sword and the demonic sword first, and ruined his brother's plans with the banquet of blood. Ashel wonders why his brother had always hated him. Our hero tells his brother that he knows he must be wishing that he had killed his brother when he noticed the potential. He always hated Ashel's thinking. Ashel asks his brother if they were ever close. In his past life, our hero and his brother were close, but Ashel threw it all away. Cyan walks away thinking that it's over. But then, the holy sword speaks up. The demonic sword tells our hero that he made a huge mistake by using the demonic scriptures to take the sword's power and warns him that a worse pain will rain down on him. Meanwhile, a man in the hood tells Nana that the dark fog has swallowed the light. Nana tries to fight Brian for her father's safety. The hooded man sees them ignore him like our hero always does. Nana attacks Brian, insisting that she has to go to help her papa. Brian tries to convince her to wait, reminding her that the young master was worried about them. Right then, a woman walks in and tells Nana to sit down. Nana calmly sits down, and the woman tells them again that the black fog has swallowed the light. She knows that there might be a reason why Nana is so aggressive and decides to take her to go check up on our hero. On the other hand, the holy sword destroys the other realm. Karam feels that the power is too much and starts to lose his form. Our hero tells Karam to return to the sword. He feels something strange about the seal. The other realm starts to disappear, and suddenly, huge light explosions come down from the sky. From the light emerge the Giants of Light, and they take our hero along with them. Aaron slowly gains consciousness and sees our protagonist being taken away. This was the last memory of our hero that she had. The Giants of Light disappeared fast, and Prince Lunel and Ashel were also missing. The Knights of Light were arrested for going out of line, and the incident that could cause a revolution was stopped. However, Brno, a center of trade, was now turned to ashes. Meanwhile, Aaron wakes up back in her palace, worried about Cyan. Laximus informs her that Lunav has recovered already, and Cyan is missing along with Luenel and Ashel. Aryan feels upset that she couldn't protect her fiancé, and Laximus starts crying that he wasn't with the princess. Aryan consoles him that he had other things to do and asks him how it went. He explains that the king is a lot worse than they thought. Viliarth stands by the king's side, feeling sorry for being late. He feels like he neglected his children while only focusing on the front lines. He's upset that his first son used the Knights of Light for his personal use, and the youngest became the worst murderer of the era. Viliart feels that he would have made up for his mistakes with his life if the king hadn't given him the duties. Ulkin tries to console him, but Viliart thinks of himself as the worst father ever. He blames himself for neglecting his children after their mother's death, thinking that they would learn to be independent. But instead, the two sons made different choices. One chose glory, and the other sought his own growth. As a result, Brno ends up in ruins, and his family's bloodline is at risk. Viliarth asks about Alice. Ulkin answers that no one has seen her after the northern gates, and Kraz has gotten into religion and become a monk. Right then, Violet walks in, thanking Ilkin and Viliarth for their service to the king, and tells them that she's brought medicine for him, hoping that the king recovers soon. But the king doesn't seem to show any results. Viliart is impressed by Violent bringing her father's medicine by herself. She pretends to care for the king, wishing for his quick recovery. But after Viliarth and Ilkin leave her alone, she makes the king drink her so-called medicine to put him to sleep forever and rule the empire herself. It turns out that she killed Luenel first. At the battlefield, Luenel was heavily injured, feeling humiliated that they couldn't even kill one kid. Violet tells the guards to look for the injured in the area. He sees her and screams for help. Violet walks up to him and tells him that she has to clean up her brother's mess. Luenel orders her to take him to the palace to get treatment, but Violet refuses to do that. Instead, she plans to clean up after killing him and just tell everyone she couldn't find his corpse. Luenel screams helplessly, but the guards obey her call and kill him on the spot. Back at the palace, Viliarth and Ilkin are both suspicious of Violet's medicine. Ilkin finds her medicine's color and the bottle's shape similar to the elixir Marchand's Sanctification, but he finds the mana very similar to what he felt in the demonic realm. Villiers orders Ulkin to keep an eye on Violet, and strictly tells him to make reports no matter how busy it gets at the front lines. He refuses to let Erin's security be at risk. After the incident in Brno that killed so many people, everyone worked together to reconstruct the estate. Prince Luenel and Ashel were reported missing, and there were so many rumors of what happened. However, people remember it a bit differently. They believe that Luenel and Ashel died trying to stop Cyan, who went crazy from an evil power. The people saw the battle clearly. They saw how pathetic Ashel looked with the heavenly wings, and how the demon called Cyan took him down. At the end, Cyan brought down the rage of the heavens and met his death at the hands of the Divine's missionaries. To stabilize the chaos in the Empire, Violet took over the throne in her father's place, who had grown too weak. Everyone could agree on that decision thanks to Villiers' charity work. Arin knew a different story than that, but she chose to stay quiet because she believed that her silence was the only way to protect our hero, whom she believed was still alive. At the Lewin Academy Great Hall, Erin chooses the magical text as her path. Sarika hands over the diploma to Erin and announces her graduation from Lewin Academy. Dean Kundal is surprised to see that Erin chose the magical text instead of the sword or wand. It's been 3 years since the incident, and Princess Erin has been searching for clues on the Giants of Light. Kundal explains that the Giants of Light are called Nephilim, and they are missionaries of light sent by Lumendel. Sarika is confused, wondering why Lumendel would intervene directly, and Dean has no clue why. There are no records that can tell whether Nephilim are gods or humans. Kundal tells Sarika that Erin has still decided to stay in the academy because of Cyan and asks if he's okay. Meanwhile, Arin visits Lunav. The two catch up, and Lunav informs Erin that President Regans is doing better, but he still has internal wounds to recover from. Erin thinks she must be worried, but Lunav feels satisfied to have taught Regans a lesson. Lunav asks about the progress on finding Cyan. Arin explains that he's trying, but she has found nothing except that the Giants of Light are called the Nephilim. The two compete amongst each other to find Cyan first. Meanwhile, the Nephilim hold Cyan hostage for crossing a line that no creation of a god is allowed to cross. As a result, our hero has no right to continue living in the world that they will descend upon. As a punishment, they rain down suffering on our hero that no human can ever experience. Our protagonist takes a leap and lands an attack, but the Nephilim just recover. He then takes another swing and uses his Void Sphere division. However, his power is useless before the gods. As Cyan lands back on his feet, Seth steps in. The Nephilim punches our hero and sends him flying. As Kundal holds up a barrier, he feels a strong aura from just the existence of the gods, and he realizes that he can't leave Lunav and Arin here. Suddenly, the Nephilim are shocked as Seth starts to transform, and our hero introduces the sand goddess Sabalom. The goddess threatens to teach them a lesson for laying their hands on her successor. Sabalom tells our hero that the prophecy has been fulfilled, and orders our hero to get out, because he can't win against the gods right now. Our hero asks why she's helping him and how it could benefit her. But Sabalom doesn't want benefits because she just needs our hero to keep his promise. Qian is confused, not remembering the promise. The goddess reminds him that he promised to kill the gods and whoever got in his way. Our hero is shocked to realize that the goddess took his promise. She hurries him to leave because she can't hold on for so long. The Nephilim try to attack Cyan, but suddenly Nana jumps in to protect him. As she fights against the gods, our hero tells her that he ordered her to wait. However, Nana wants to help him. Our hero wonders who brought her here, and right then, his hallmaster walks in. She orders everyone to protect the successor, but our hero knows they can't hold off. However, she knows our hero can't even move. Cyan realizes he can't fool the hallmaster. He can't move a finger, and Karam is sleeping too. The hallmaster orders Nana to go. Nana picks our hero up and makes a run for it. They open a portal and escape through it. After our hero and his friends escape, Kundal wonders what he's supposed to do with the giants. Suddenly, the Nephilim start to disappear too. Seeing how they all disappeared after Cyan left, the dean thinks there must be a seal on our hero, and he realizes that he can't be exposed to the public even if he's framed as a traitor to the Empire. Meanwhile, at Ushif Empire Palace's conference room, Violet tells her council that she's going to introduce a mage who will help them. Everyone is surprised, thinking that Kundal has agreed to help them. However, when Violet asked Kundal, he refused to help her in her ambition. He strictly warned Violet to let Erin and Cyan alone, and assured her he doesn't care how she writes the story of the incident. Violet knows the old mage doesn't change his mind and assures her men that she found a perfect candidate. Everyone is suddenly surprised to see the mage because they all thought he was dead. But then, Boris walks in and greets everyone. Violet informs them that he came back from Demon Cyan. She tells them that Boris is an 8th-ranked mana user, perfect as the royal mage. As Boris shows gratitude, Violet is shocked to see someone behind him. But suddenly, the image disappears, and she apologizes to her council and starts talking about business. Meanwhile, Luenel, in Boris's body, laughs at them for being fooled by his appearance and measuring his level. He finds this body easier to manipulate than other human bodies. He asks Duran Dark why he didn't get anything. Duran Dark gets angry because getting his powers was all she could do. She stares at her sword, regretting that the prophecy didn't go as they wished, but feeling glad that they got their powers back. For their next move, they both are still thinking about whether to find a new owner for the holy sword to cut through the fog covering the light or to summon. In the other dimension, our hero stops his training for the day. After 3 years, the exiled god's hypnosis on his brand is showing its effect, but once he's out of this dimension, it'll be over in a few days. However, our hero can't stay any longer, otherwise his body will give up. The exiled god asks what he intends to do because if he leaves, the Nephilim will return again. Our protagonist plans to kill the great god Lumendel. However, Karam reminds our hero that he should be planning something like that after defeating the god in exile. He agrees that our hero couldn't even defeat the exiled god in 3 years. The beings he fought in the past life were at best superhumans, and what he plans to face are those who can oppose gods, and for that, the powers of an exiled god are not enough to face them all. Our protagonist realizes that the exiled god is giving real advice and asks for suggestions. The exiled god suggests a path using a spell passed down since ancient times. He continues throwing knives at the map and after a while, finally lands on the right spot. He tells his cheers excitedly and tells his heir to accept the prophecy with gratitude. Meanwhile, Dean Kundal tells Sarika to take care of Arin because she has been locked up in her room for 3 years and collecting ancient tomes. He worries that she might end up finding Cyan. Sarika knocks at the door. Arin answers the door. Sarika greets her and tells her she assumed Leximus would answer the door. Arin tells her that Leximus is off to another chore and asks why she's here. Sarika tells her that she's come to offer her help, but Arin insists on being alone. Sarika tells her that she'll need help to find Cyan. Arin suddenly opens the door and lets her guest in. Sarika notices the symbol on the board. Arin answers that she found it reading about the continent's forgotten past, and found out that it was always accompanied by the mentions of the Giants of Light. She asks Sarika if she recognizes the symbol. Sarika, remembering it on our hero's chest, lies that she has never seen it. She realizes that the princess has found out more than they expected. Arin then adds that the Giants of Light in Brno called Nephilims are the children of the great god Lumendel, and they are also known as wardens. She wonders why they would attack our hero simply because of judgment. She wonders if it had something to do with the mist that Cyan was involved in. She believes that Eru is involved, which is why Lumendel stepped in, which means Cyan wasn't judged. She suspects that he must be hiding in the powers of the mist. Sarika is shocked seeing the princess nearly find the answers. Arin thinks that Sarika must have something to add because she was close to Cyan. Sarika sees Arin's gaze and thinks she's jealous of her. Sarika tells the princess that she wasn't very close to Cyan and deep down gets angry at our hero. Meanwhile, at Eastern Fuina, the little girl stands under the tree. As she learns that the intense light will remain in the world once the black mist lifts, she wonders if such a world is even possible. After quite some time, our hero visits Sarika's lab. He remembers the first time he came to her in this life and she tried to kill him by poisoning his tea. As our hero remembers the good old days, he senses someone sneaking up on him. As the attacker takes a swing at him without being noticed, our hero dodges the attack and realizes that only Sarika can do that. Our hero and his hallmaster give each other a violent greeting, and Sarika decides to test out his improvements during the 3 years he spent away. Our protagonist plays along and uses his Void Sphere division. The giant spheres destroy everything in the room. Sarika warns him to be careful with his mentor's lab and takes a swing at him. Our hero retaliates and the two attacks collide. Lunav in her room feels our hero's presence, and Lem confirms her doubt. After 3 years, it is finally time, and Lunav feels eager to meet Cyan. However, her excitement makes even the demon scripture scared of her. Kundal feels the disturbance in his office, and he too realizes that our hero has returned. Seeing the mess around her lab makes Sarika realize that her disciple has really improved. She confronts our hero for the destruction of her lab, but he protests that she started it. She then asks if Eru permitted him to come out. Our protagonist answers that he just left because Eru's powers keep the seal hidden for a day. He explains that he's been roaming around all day and tells her that he got tired of hiding. The sky slowly lightens up, and Sarika stares silently at our hero for a moment. She gets angry at him for coming out and forces him to go back and pushes him back into the portal. Sarika gives Cyan a beating for leaving the zone while Eru watches. He gets tired of seeing them create a mess and tells them to stop. But Sarika yells at him to shut up too and blames him for not keeping Cyan back. Eru feels his authority as God Shatter. Our hero speaks up that he now realizes that he can't stay outside for more than a day. Sarika sees the seal heal back up and realizes that it can be covered. However, since it's a powerful god seal, the effect only lasts for a day. Sarika gets close to our hero and tells him that he's almost a man now. Karam gets angry and punches her in the face for flirting with him. Right then, Iru gives our hero the oracle and tells him to go to the eastern lands, Fuina, to find the prophet who awaits him. Our protagonist ignores his call, remembering the blind darts he kept throwing at the wall. Right then, Eru shoots him, shocking Sarika. Eru tells our hero that he couldn't completely cover the seal as he was 3 years ago. but now he has fulfilled the conditions. Now, the cover should last for 2 weeks, which still isn't enough to go to Fruina, but it's better than a day. He reminds Cyan that his death will come again once the 2 weeks are up, and tells him to find the prophet to change his fate. Seeing Eru's authoritative voice, our hero now actually sees him as a god. However, that pisses him off. Meanwhile, in the Luan Eastern region, a guard feels eager to go home, and the other man tells him to not complain so much. He reminds the young guard that it's for the good of the Garam Association. The young guard says that not a soul comes here ever since the incident with President Rygans, but the old man reminds him that they can't ignore the vast magic network system and risk the resources falling into the hands of Ushif or other forces. Suddenly, they see our hero standing in front of them, asking for the warp gate. The guards realize that their opponent is not an ordinary person and draw their swords out. The guard considers letting his hidden powers out and tells our hero that he's responsible for his fate next. However, a moment later, the guards are knocked out, and our protagonist walks in through the gate. The warp gate is an artifact that Rygans Rainreaver often used. It will be our hero's first time in this life to see it. It's his only way to go to Fruina and back in just 2 weeks. Karam feels the mana leaking from the artifact. Our protagonist explains that something like this didn't exist 3 centuries ago. If an energy source with concentrated mana provides energy, then the mana paths made with runes complete the spell. Karam is impressed with humans' ability to find shortcuts. Our hero sets his destination to north of Fruina. The warp gate opens the gate and a gate opens. Our hero opens the door and sees Fruina on the other end of it. Our protagonist walks through the gate and asks Karam if he's ever been to Fruina. Karam explains that he's been here before with her past owner. Suddenly, they both smell blood, and our hero gets ready for action. Meanwhile, the guards report the intruder at the gate and tell their boss that the intruder was covering his face, but an ominous mist covered him all around. The boss asks the guards how the invader smelled, confusing the guards. She then asks where the warp gate was connected to, and the guards answer that it was connected to Eastern Fruina's northern gates. She tells them that she knows who it is and goes to visit the warp gate. However, in Fruina, our hero sees the dead bodies everywhere, and he wonders why the holy knights and white elves would have fought. Karam accepts that Eru gave them a right oracle, and our hero feels like the cause of the battle is the place in front of him. Our protagonist walks into the cave. Karam warns him to not get lost in the layout. After walking straight in a while, our hero still ends up back at the entrance. He realizes that he doesn't feel any mana either. Karam realizes that it's sorcery because it's the elves' territory. Our hero picks up some rocks and throws them at the wall to check. The rocks hit the wall, revealing the location. Our hero takes his fog sword and hits it at the ruins, revealing the actual path. With the path revealed, our hero can now feel the mana, but he feels something strange about it. Karam explains that it's a divine tree where the past begins at the roots and the future concludes in the leaves. The tree is where everything regarding the world is recorded. Back at the tree, the elf kid realizes that the barrier is broken, which only means that its guards have been killed. She takes the knife to protect others and places it against her throat. Suddenly, our hero breaks her knife with a blow and asks her to explain why the humans are after this place. The elf kid walks down from the tree and walks up to our hero, making him wonder what she wants from him. She grabs his hand and tells him that he's going to die soon. Our protagonist is surprised to see her recognize him. She explains that she's the divine tree's prophet, Hastia, and asks him if he's here by following the oracle. Our hero is shocked and realizes that the humans are after this place because they want Hastia's prophecy powers to know the future. Meanwhile, the Saintess's direct affiliate guard knight, Mihan Harcelis, reaches Fruina. He sees the guards and the enemies all dead and orders his men to tell everyone that it's safe. Seeing the blood everywhere, he tries to keep his armor clean, but seeing the enemies and allies all dead, he feels that someone must be alive. Right then, the Saintess walks in and assures him that the divine mission guided by Lumendel will end with their victory. Mihan assures the Saintess that he's faithful. The Saintess leaves him to take care of things outside and assures him everything will be all right. Suddenly, she realizes that the barrier has been broken. An elf's sorcery runes are unbreakable by a human, so she thinks that a non-human entity must be in the cave. She hurries inside to stop the intruder from taking the prophet and orders her men to wait outside, while an elf watches them from a distance. Meanwhile, Hastia feels upset that the ones protecting the entrance died because of her. Our hero wonders if holding hands is necessary when talking. Hastia explains that it's a curse called Divine Tree's Silence. In exchange for seeing the future, her voice was taken from her. So, they have no choice even if our hero is not comfortable. Suddenly, someone walks into the cave, and the prophet recognizes the intruder. She explains that this woman is the one who chased her here, and ordered her men to kill all the elves who protected the entrance. The Saintess apologizes for killing everyone and says that it wouldn't have happened if Hastia had agreed to go with her. She asks the prophet if she wants to go with her now to avoid more casualties. Our hero steps forward, and the Saintess introduces herself as Nephrodite Iris, the Saintess of Lumendel. She feels that it's a day of glory to have met our hero in a place like this. Our protagonist is surprised to see that the Saintess knows him and decides to test out her power. As he takes a leap to attack her, Iris extends her hand. Our hero recognizes the symbol on her hand. As he draws out his sword, he's surprised. Karam thinks the seal is activating early, but then he realizes that it's not his seal, but that Iris has the same one on her hand. The Saintess summons the emissaries of light to take away the dark fog. The Nephilim attack our hero, and while they fight, the Saintess grabs Hastia to take her away. She now realizes that they need to touch in order to talk. Suddenly, Hastia is surprised to see that the Saintess is an elf, and asks why she's betraying her own kind. Iris tells her that she wants her prophecy powers. Our hero falls to his knees after the battle, and Karam informs him that the Saintess took Hastia. The light emissaries stand above him. Our protagonist gets angry for having his plans ruined. He takes a swing and breaks their shield apart, and instead of dying an easy death, he decides to fight the Nephilim. Meanwhile, Iris walks out with the elf prophet. Hastia asks her if the prophecy power is really worth so much that she's willing to kill her own people and warns her that she'll lose her voice. However, the Saintess remains true to Lumendel's mission. Hastia then tells her that she's going to die. The Saintess thinks she's trying to get him scared, but the elf kid explains that it's a prophecy, a future she saw. Suddenly, Iris hears someone scream at the end of the cave. She runs to find Mihan struggling. Mihan tells her to stay back. He uses his Holy Stroke Vigilante to attack his opponent, but the intruder pulls a giant boulder before him to block the attack.